852 interaction. ஏதாவது இஷ்யூ ஆயிடுச்சுன்னு வச்சுங்க, அதான் செக் பண்றது. செக் பண்றேன். அங்க ஜூம் போயிடுங்க.
ഈ ഫാൻ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യാമോ?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Palaniswamy.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Where are you right now? Hope you are traveling or something.
I came back. I'm in Delhi now.
Oh, okay. So, Krishna Kumarji has told you are traveling somewhere. In the midst of the travel also, you are arranging everything in a very good manner.
Yes, sir. I
Good.
came back 2 days back.
Your team is doing a wonderful thing. Now,
thank you, sir.
Because the message has gone to various groups and wherever we could propagate this one. And as it is through YouTube, I think it will be a continual viewership will be there.
Sure, sir. Sir, we are expecting at least, few thousands, if not lakhs, at least few thousands we are expecting.
Yes. Because this is initially we were thinking of a 24-hour program. So this will be a historical program, marathon, 12 hours and knowledge sharing. And that too, we have people from different parts of India. It's a very congratulations to your team. Your team is
it's mainly because of SEAM. Without your contribution, we would not have made any such participants or resource persons. It's very difficult for us.
We are ready to do anything as it is from the energy conservation trend. But we need a team like yours to make it happen. So that is why I'm truly proud to associate. Yes.
Sir, my other request is let us host one offline meeting at VAT by
sure.
calling different experts. Sure, we are ready to host and we are ready to spend guest houses, everything that we will take care. Only thing is we have to create contact and let us host.
Yeah, we'll do that. We will do that. It's a very good beginning, and we will do that. We will line up the entire speakers from SEAM side. And we can do it. I will discuss it with the General Secretary right now, and we will take it forward. Okay.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Hope Gayatri ma'am also ready. Indraj, good morning. I could see only a few in this one. Mr. Anand, good morning.
Yes, sir. Dr. Indraji joined and left the meeting. Maybe a connectivity issue.
Oh, okay.
Snapshots. Key persons come, just take snapshot and store it, right?
Okay.
Sure.
Good morning, ma'am. We are about to start in a few minutes, so it's just a heads up. I want
Good morning. Good morning.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are
Okay.
quite audible. What about me?
Yeah, you are audible as well. Shall we start, ma'am? Is it okay
Yeah.
with everybody
Yeah.
else? With Mr. Jai Kumar, is it okay to start?
Sure, please proceed.
Okay, thanks. So a very warm welcome to everybody present here and all the participants from YouTube as well. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished participants, today we find ourselves at the crossroads of responsibility and action, with the urgent need to mitigate the impacts of climate change becoming more evident with every passing day. This is particularly important in a nation like India with ambitious economic goals that are elastic with global greenhouse gas emissions. Today, our distinguished speakers and panelists at today's events bring with them a wealth of knowledge and experience, and it is our hope that the insights shared here today will pave the way for meaningful initiatives and policy frameworks. So, with this short prelude, I would like to invite Ms. Gayatri Nair. She is a former chief engineer at KSC Board. She holds a degree in electrical engineering from MA College of Engineering, Kottamangalam, with 30 years of dedicated service. She has excelled in generation, transmission, distribution, commercial, and tariff system operation and corporate wings at KSC Board. As Chief Engineer System Operation, she managed load dispatch and power market mechanisms across Kerala. A fellow of the Institution of Engineers, she's a certified energy manager auditor and served as a technical resource person under the Energy Management Center Government of Kerala. Noteworthy as Chief of Jury for SEAM National Energy Management Awards, she's now a National Executive Council member at SEAM and author of the fiction book As the Breeze Whistle Past. I now request Ms. Nair to deliver the welcome speech and start the event for today. Ms. Nair.
Thank you. A very good morning and warm welcome to all. I feel so proud and happy to welcome you all to this mega knowledge sharing program as part of this year's National Energy Conservation Day, jointly organized by Society of Energy Engineers, C, and VIT University. Society of Energy Engineers and Managers, C, is a professional body of energy professionals in India founded with a mission to harmonize human activities towards a greener earth. C can boast of million hours of knowledge dissemination in the field of sustainable energy and sustainability. C has launched the initiative Decarbonization India Alliance, DR for short, with a view to bring all the stakeholders on one platform and accelerate India's journey towards net zero envisaged by our nation. VIT University Delhi is a prestigious deep university in India. Its illustrious for its much 10 courses in engineering and technology dedicated to the pursuit of excellence in higher education. See, as part of its campaign on energy conservation, organizes many programs during Energy Conservation Month and National Energy Conservation Day every year. Today, on this National Energy Conservation Day, SEAM and VIT University Velu have jointly come up with a novel mega knowledge sharing program to reach a million. The theme being Sustainability Horizons, a Decarbonization India Alliance, DR, to lead to India National Energy Conservation Day. Putting together the rich and diverse experiences and expertise of technocrats from SEA and other esteemed organizations, we can collectively leverage on the synergy and reach out to a much larger audience. Various presentations, which are meticulously tailor-made to suit into a 12-hour continuous marathon program, are targeted to benefit different segments of our society, including the common man, students, entrepreneurs, industries, and all. This program will definitely benefit participants and the community by throwing light to various aspects of energy management and help organizations in establishing and fulfilling their commitment to social cause and sustainability. Above all, this initiative is especially relevant at a time when our country has committed to net zero by 2070 and is putting all the available resources to contribute its part to a sustainable world. With these words, on behalf of SEA and VIT, I wholeheartedly welcome all the participants and speakers to enjoy and enrich with a sumptuous consumption of concepts of sustainability in various sectors. I will not be completing my duty if I do not mention the support rendered by Dr. Ashok Kumar, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Dr. Ashok Kumar has conveyed his best wishes for this imaginative program. He was unable to join due to the pressing engagements on a national energy conservation. On behalf of SEAM and VIT University, I do wholeheartedly express our sincere gratitude to him for this strong support. Have a great day ahead and thank you for joining.
Thank you, Ms. Naya, for that insightful welcome address and giving the participants a glimpse of what to expect in this day-long event. And we hope that the participants will be engaged throughout the day for an interesting intellectual workout. So we thank you again on behalf of VIT. So we'd like to start today's event by inviting the President of SEAM, Mr. R. Jaikumar, as our first speaker. Mr. Jaikumar, the National President of SEAM and the Managing Director of Sust Energy Foundation, has over 2 decades of experience in major Indian business houses. He's a seasoned energy conservationist and a corporate trainer. His field of expertise varies from electrical engineering project management, maintenance, technical training to design and implementation of energy management systems and methodologies for corporate technical training on energy conservation and management to business analysis. He has conducted various training programs related to personality enrichment, to time management, leadership, goal-setting workshops for various sectors. He also started Sust Energy Foundation, a research center for promoting sustainable energy conservation, which developed Sust Energy Pyramid. This pyramid is an integrated energy management methodology for sustainable energy conservation. He has conducted hundreds of technical and non-technical training programs and presented various papers on energy conservation and management. We welcome Mr. Jaikumar and request him to kindly address the participants.
Thank you. Good morning. Hope I am audible.
Yes.
Very good morning to all the panelists, CM General Secretary Mr. G. Krishna Kumar, Decarbonization India Alliance National Coordinator Mr. Vivek Roy, Gayatri Ma'am, Dr. Subramaniam. So I could see almost all major energy experts join for this program from different parts of India. And congratulations, SEAM and the IT team for organizing such a mega knowledge sharing program. A 12-hour program covering millions of man-hours disseminating knowledge. So I think this will be first one of its kind in India during National Energy Conservation Day. So my today's topic, I hope I can share the screen.
I've made you a co-host, so you can share.
Okay, I think my slide is visible. During last Energy Management Awards, December 16, SEAM has announced our prestigious program, a nationwide program, Decarbonization India Alliance, and our program for a safer electrical safety promotion through electrical safety campaigns. So these two major initiatives we have launched during our as part of our National Energy Management Awards. And the Decarbonization India Alliance would be a trendsetter, would be aiming to support India to achieve our net zero targets. By 2070, India is supposed to reach net zero, or can we expedite the growth? Can we trigger it at a faster pace? So that could be the major intention of Decarbonization India Alliance. And we have launched this program. The lining up of all the activities are in progress. And we have Mr. Vivek Roy, our national coordinator, is behind the entire activities to line up various stakeholders to this Decarbonization India Alliance. So when it comes to India, we have very ambitious targets. By 2030, we wanted to achieve 50% of our electrical energy generation from our resources. And at a very faster pace, our country is promoting renewable energy contributions. So we need to faster, we need to ensure proper support for making things happen. So that is why SEAM is taking a prime role in driving the decarbonization movement. We have lining up all the partners and associates for triggering this growth. So why does decarbonization is essential? We know the greenhouse gas emissions. It is one of the major challenge for climate change. And once we promote this decarbonization, it aims to reduce the release of greenhouse gases, especially carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide. Those are the primary drivers of climate change. So by transitioning to a cleaner source of energy, by reducing our dependence on fossil fuels, we can mitigate the effect of climate change. It is a bigger issue like rising sea level, extreme weather conditions, and disruptions to our natural ecosystems. So all those things will be in a position to curtail or control by doing our decarbonization activities. As we all know, during the Paris Agreement, a landmark international agreement adopted during the conference of parties to curtail, to limit the global warming well below 2 degrees Celsius, preferably to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. So this can be achieved only through decarbonization. So now we are exceeding all the limits. So this is the only option we have in our hands to control. So it will be a major program not only for the country but the entire globe require these kind of activities. We need to do more and more decarbonization efforts, and at the same time we are also investing in a sustainable future because our future generations require a clean land by mitigating. We need to mitigate the effects of climate change, and we need to ensure the availability of clean energy sources, which can improve their living. It can create a lot of jobs, especially in we are experiencing very poor air quality in Delhi, Haryana, and other very major cities. So it will improve our air quality, and at the same time, it will be improving India's energy security, as most of the energy what we are getting is from other countries. Even faraway countries also, we are sourcing energy from faraway countries also because it is one of the prime challenge for India's energy security, and we need to ensure our energy security for our future generations. And the decarbonization will be one of the major potential ingredient for our. And it can also, when we use fossil fuels, when we burn fossil fuels, it will be releasing a lot of toxic, harmful air pollutants and a lot of particulate matter, and which can create to respiratory problems, heart disease, and other health issues. So decarbonization can significantly improve the quality of air or the quality of life and our public health, which will be directly supporting our economy also, because India is spending a lot of money for healthcare. So if you take some states, the healthcare costs will be on the very high side, mainly because of our air quality issues. And the water is one of the major challenge. Availability of potable water, it's a big challenge in different parts of India. So extracting and processing fossil fuel can contaminate our water resources. Water resources already is scarce, and we are facing a lot of issues in different parts of India. Seen last week, seen Kerala chapter has conducted one program, Cochin, especially on water audits. So the water also a prime requirement. We need to focus availability of clean water for our future generations, which will be ensuring their health, which is directly connected with growth and our economy. And also about the job opportunities. Transitioning to clean energy economy will create a lot of newer job opportunities in various sectors, in energy efficiency, green technology. The RE, the renewable energy itself, is a very big potential area. When you take the solar, wind, or any kind of renewable energy sources, we will be in a position to develop more and more job opportunities. A lot of engineers are required for this greening up initiative. So clean energy will be opening up newer job opportunities for millions, and this will be and now itself there are a lot of demand for clean energy experts, and this will boost our economy because investing in clean energy can definitely stimulate growth and create new benchmark, create a lot of newer technologies, innovation, and newer products we will be in a position to develop. So now itself, a lot of investment is taking place in renewable energy, EV, and in all the area for promoting clean energy. So this will also reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. As I said earlier, we are getting, say, 75 to 80% of energy from different countries. So we are mostly dependent, very much dependent on supply of sources from supply sources. So this will be once we complete by 2030, we wanted to have 50% of our electrical energy generation from renewable energy. And as you know, when it comes to India, we have a lot of coal-based power plants. So country like India, with such a big population, a transition will be very, very difficult, challenging, and it requires a lot of time. So we cannot, all of a sudden, we may not be in a position to shift from coal to renewable energy. So that's why our policymakers are taking a very good decision that we will not shut down our coal-based power plant immediately, but we have a clear plan how to go ahead. So because it will be affecting our economic growth. So at the same time, we need to ensure that what best we can do to attain more cleaner energy, reduce our pollution, combat climate change. So all these things are essential for a country like ours. And energy security, of course, it's a big challenge. For improving energy security, we could find better ways of sourcing from nearby countries. So a lot of geopolitical tensions are also there when it comes to the trading of fossil fuels. It is highly susceptible to price fluctuations and all. And one of the major challenge what SEAM is addressing for the past many decades is improving energy efficiency. So the decarbonization encourages energy efficiency solutions. So the decarbonization requires the 100% RE or for marching towards net zero, it requires a lot of money. But if you do energy management and energy efficiency measures, the investment what we required for newer renewable energy sources will be lesser. So what we can do, like what we have promoted earlier, we need to conduct lots of energy audits. We need to clearly have energy management practices, and that alone will be in a position to support various organizations to reduce their energy consumption by some 10 to 20 or 30%. If you see the history of Indian industry, there are organizations in India, they have reduced up to 50% specific energy consumption, up to 50% specific energy consumption in 5 to 10 years period. Not many industries are there. So when we are conducting SEAM National Energy Management Award, the jury used to compile all the data, and surprisingly, many organizations are achieving in a continual manner. So every year they may be in a position to reduce their specific energy consumption by say 7 to 10% consecutively for 4 or 5 years. So it's a very big achievement, and congratulations to Bureau of Energy Efficiency for launching Perform, Achieve, and Trade mechanism. A great visionary, Dr. Ajay Mathur, started this major initiative with a very big team from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So wherever the designated consumers are there, we could see in 2-3 years time or in 1 or 2 patch cycles, their specific energy consumption has improved like anything. So this mechanism, now the package spreading to various sectors. So whenever more and more designated consumers are there, it will be helping India to improve energy efficiency at a very faster pace. And this will also provide access to various people across India. We could power up. Now even all the villages of India, most of the villages are having electrical access. Still we have many villages are there, those who do not have access to electricity. So all these things can be achieved only through decarbonization. It's not only a technical thing, it's our moral responsibility to ensure health and well-being of our future generations and create more and more sustainable, prosperous life to all. So the challenges what we are facing at present for our decarbonization movement is, so a lot of agencies, a lot of individuals, organizations are into this decarbonization activities. But the major issue what we have noticed is, all the efforts are largely isolated and disparate, which require a coordinated efforts to avoid the reinvention of the wheels. So that is the role SEAM is placing, planning to take up So wherever, which all of the agencies are doing this decarbonization activities, we need to coordinate everyone under one umbrella, under a platform, and support each other for everybody's growth. So this is not a cost reduction program, or this is not a race. So everyone should win, and a win-win situation should be there for all. So asymmetric growth of energy efficiency and renewable energy initiatives is one of the challenges that we have. So when we go, it should go hand in hand. These are the two major pillars of sustainability. We need to have renewable energy initiatives. At the same time, we need to improve our energy efficiency, which will be reducing the consumption. So anyway, as we are expecting 2-digit GDP growth every year, even though we are nearing to that, say 6% or 7%, we require lots of additions in our energy sector. So our demand will definitely improve. So by doing the same percentage of energy efficiency or energy management improvements, we will be in a position to reach this net zero or 50% RE target at a faster pace. So both should go hand in hand. At present, we feel the RE projects are moving at a very faster pace, but we are not getting the similar kind of trust to support. For organizations, they need to have clear idea how they are supposed to do. So in an inefficient system, if they are going for 100% renewable energy, that alone will be a disastrous thing. So if an organization is consuming, say, 100%, if they can do energy audit, energy management activities, continuously monitor their energy performance, they will be in a position to reduce their energy consumption by 10% or more every year. So as I said earlier, there are organizations achieved 30% or 50% in 5 to 10 year period. So they need to invest hardly 50% only for the renewable energy. So this is one of the major area we are supposed to focus. We need to go hand in hand, especially the energy efficiency and energy management projects should move at a very faster pace, similar to what we are doing in renewable energy initiatives. And another bigger challenge is one of technology in specific sectors, or a lower reach of local or sector-specific technologies. So what we have noticed is technology is not available in many areas. So if it is especially in the MSME sector, they may not be in a position to spend a lot of money for research and development. Most of the MNCs will be in a position to bring in technology from other countries, which will be reducing their operational cost or improving their product performance, quality, at the same time combating climate change or pollution issues. But if you go to the MSME sector, they wanted to know only the proven technology. They may not be having that kind of funding for doing research. So this is one of the biggest challenges, the lack of or want of technology in specific sectors. And also what we have noticed is a lot of localized business, localized products and services are available, supporting this sustainability, energy efficiency, energy management. And as it is from smaller companies, they may not be in a position to go to the national level. Or some of the products which is being used in a particular sector, they may be in a position to move to other sectors also, because the product will be having similar application by making some minor changes in their product portfolio, quality or quantity or orientation. So these kind of things require a large scale awareness and adoption, which will enable wider reach of innovative technologies in various sectors. And seen during our National Energy Management Awards, we used to promote such local innovations. So there are a lot of products in the past 2-3 years SEAM has identified and promoted. They have their products available, but they may not. They are very smaller companies, not a big MNC to advertise or market their product pan-India. So in such area, our awards also supporting them to give a national image and national attention, and we will be in a position to use that kind of technology. So we have awarded one of the premium air conditioner from the state of Kerala, produced by Chiltern Air Conditioners. So a highly efficient air conditioner at the same time, which will be providing hot water. So which will be a very best product for a hotel, hospital, or even for home. So when we are using our air conditioner, it will be consume hardly 60% or 65% of energy comparing with other air conditioner. At the same time, we will be getting say 50 to 60 liters of hot water at a temperature of around 50 plus or 50 to 60 degree Celsius. So these kind of innovative products or technologies are available in different parts of our country. So there are a lot of players into energy management. Connecting all the analysis to AI and all. So they may not be such companies may not be in a position to give spend a lot of money for marketing. So that kind of area definitely SEAM will be promoting through this platform. So they need to get a better reach for their product. At the same time, it will be supporting your economy. So it will be a win-win situation for both the user and for the producer or the service provider. And the sectoral expertise in decarbonization will create opportunities for upskilling of expertise. So once we develop a big pool of sectoral experts under our Decarbonization India Alliance, their experience can be utilized for different activities. And many places that there are challenges for getting funding for the decarbonization projects or energy efficiency improvement projects. So we need to address this issue, create a lot of confidence among about the financial benefits of green economy. This will improve or open up investment avenues. So once we do energy efficiency activities, an organization can grow, an organization can reduce their energy cost or the manufacturing cost. Definitely the financial institutions will be getting a lot of confidence and they will be ready to pump in more and more money to the market. So these kind of challenges we need to address, and that is why team has launched Decarbonization India Alliance across India. So the objective is to create a platform of all energy related individuals and organizations under one platform to support each other, to foster our energy conservation activities, decarbonization and sustainability efforts, and to continue and to continuously improve our performance for achieving our targets year after year. And much before the 2070, India will be in a position to reach net zero. It is essential. A sustainable growth we need to ensure through a bigger alliance, and everybody should support. So when it comes to when we shape the Decarbonization India Alliance, so our thinking was in line how we will be in a position to do this. Our national leaders, the national coordinator, Mr. Vivek Roy, and team has developed a pretty good methodology of grouping two different groups. One is an action group, which comprises of energy consumers and producers, and catalyst group. Those will be supporting the energy efficiency or decarbonization movement. So in the action group, there will be industries and facilities. So all the energy consumers, those who are consuming energy, can be part of this action group, whether it is a cement, steel, petrochemical, the large-scale industries, or a mid-sized companies, or even a very small MSME organization, MSME company, consuming hardly, say, 10,000 units in a month, can be a part of this action group. And our intention is to support them how to reduce their energy consumption, improve energy efficiency, and have access to clean energy sources, or they can invest by their own way to promote RE in their premises. So these energy consumers will be playing a major role in this Decarbonization India Alliance, and they will be reducing their energy consumption with the support of all the members from the Catalyst Group. And the mentors from SEAM also will be supporting them throughout the period. Whatever support is required, whatever the audit is required, whatever resources they wanted to achieve this one will be in a position can be provided. And at the same time, we need to support energy producers. Large power plants are there, especially they are using coal or any other fossil fuel for power generation. And immediately we may not be in a position to switch it off. So we need to support large power plants, captive power plants related to various industries and facilities, how we can improve their performance, how we can reduce their heat rate, how we can improve their auxiliary power consumption. So all these things we will be in a position to address, and the Catalyst Group comprising of energy management, energy audit firms. So across India, the major energy audit firms are our members, and we will be in a position to provide any kind of support to the entire India for achieving decarbonization through our empaneled or our member audit firms. And we have, so the Catalyst Group comprises of energy management experts from individual energy management experts, energy management consultants, energy audit firms, and there are energy savings, energy services companies are there. ESCOs are available. So the ESCOs will be identifying energy saving opportunities and will provide you the financial support, or they will be investing for your energy efficiency projects. So a group of members in the Catalyst Group, which comprises of energy experts, energy services companies, and energy saving equipment manufacturers. A lot of energy saving equipment manufacturers is available. The MNCs are there, small players from different cities in India. Renewable energy power plant promoters will be there, solar, wind, consultants. So energy efficient product manufacturers will be there. So many products, every product consuming electricity, year after year, they are in a process of doing a lot of research to reduce their consumption. And from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, also the star labeling mechanism is available, which will be improving the energy efficiency of various products. So when we have a group of people, the consultants, service providers, equipment manufacturers, all together we will be in a position to address the issues of action group members, the industries and facilities. And the energy auditor can do this activity. Energy auditor can identify the energy efficiency improvement areas in each industry and guide them how to do the tracking of energy performance on a daily basis, what they are supposed to do, on how faster they will be in a position to achieve their net zero or 100% RE targets of individual organizations. And our team of professionals, our with the support of equipment manufacturers, consultants, RE power plant producers, energy efficient product manufacturers, and also we are lining up a series of banks for providing green finance. So you will be getting funding for the project at a very, very nominal or a lower interest rate. And the banks also will be ready for this one. And all these things require support from government bodies, NGOs. So all will be supporting action group members. The objective of the Catalyst Group is to support the action group to achieve their target. So this is a broader initiative, what we are planning, and which will be giving lots of advantages for industries, facilities, power plants, and at the same time supporting the energy efficiency equipment manufacturers, consultants, energy audit firms to improve their bottom line. So a line of activities, line of the major benefits we are showcased in this one. So we will be providing free support to any organization joining under this one as a member. A member can be an individual member. Individuals in the field of energy efficiency can be a member of Decarbonization India Alliance, and organizations, large organizations, a smaller organization, a mid-sized organization, those who are in the MSME, or even a simple shop consuming hardly 20-30 units of electricity in a day can be a member of this one. And from the SEAM, from the Decarbonization India Alliance side, we will be providing them full support, advices to address their issues. And if it is, there are 3 categories of membership for organization. One is individual organization can be a member, and the second level is called associate member. So when it comes to this associate, the associate will be getting a lot of benefits as part of this one. So they can be attend all the training programs free of cost. So a normal member will be in a position to attend all the online programs free of cost. So wherever the physical programs are there, they may be in a position to get it free or at a very subsidized rate for their members. And if their the associate will be in a position to get better benefits, and there can be one more category called partners. They can be a part of the entire decarbonization movement. Corporate business houses, equipment manufacturers, all can be partners, and they will be getting all the benefits from this one, because we are aiming to have a win-win situation for energy consumer and energy consumer, and RE producer, equipment manufacturer, service providers, and all. And we will be conducting a lot of training programs, because a series of programs, this will be a big beginning. I'm sure that a lot of physical programs we are already lining up under Decarbonization India Alliance in different parts of our country. So these programs will be accessible to all the members free or at subsidized rates. And we will be sharing all the success stories from other members. This is one of the essential requirement of decarbonization movement. So whatever other organizations are doing, how other organizations are achieving their energy efficiency improvement or RE growth, so it can be shared with the other members. SEAM is already having SEAM News, is an online thing, and the SEAM magazine, SEAM Energy Efficiency Manager, a magazine is there. So that is also providing these kind of success story sharing. And we could also do customized training sessions for industries and facilities in their premises. So when it comes to SEAM, we have a big group of auditors and experts for conducting various training programs, and that can be provided to organizations at a very nominal rate, at a subsidized rate. We will be in a position to do that, because our objective is to achieve the decarbonization at a very faster pace, and whatever support SEAM can do from our side, we will be doing directly or with the support of our partners for a various program. And SEAM is lining up with various partners throughout the program. We got a lot of support from organizations for our Energy Management Award, for various training programs. So we will be in the position to extend that kind of programs. If you wanted to have a program from our partner member, an equipment manufacturer in your premises, that also will be in a position to provide. And we will be ensuring free consultation with the service providers and manufacturers, because they will be getting opportunity to sell their products. At the same time, every the action group member who wanted to purchase these kind of products or services for their improvement can be provided. So this Decarbonization India Alliance platform will be taking the entire coordination activities, and we are also lining up with India Blockchain Alliance to monitor this activity, how the decarbonization events are taking place. So the entire, it will be supported by blockchain, and what are the transactions is taking place, how much emission we are in a position to reduce through this activity. So everything can be in a monitored in a better space. And your success stories, when you are doing this energy conservation activities from the action group member, your success stories will be promoted through online and physical media, which will be improving action group members' brand value. And all the product manufacturers and service providers can showcase their products to all members across India. Whatever ways we have, we will be in a position to use it, and they can avail all our stalls for the physical events. for all the SEAL event or the decarbonization India events at a subsidized phase once you are a member, associate, or a partner of this movement. And also there will be specific rates or packages for members. For example, if you are into air conditioner manufacturer. So the air conditioner manufacturer, if a big volume of business is coming up from action group members, so they could offer them a very special rate. So our intention is to discuss with the equipment manufacturer, can they offer a better rate for our members? So which will be improving their bottom line. So it should be a win-win situation for both. And at many places, people may not be, product is available, market is open, but finance is one of the challenges. So we are lining up for various banks for this one. So the banks will be providing finance at a very subsidized rate. So there are opportunities for green energy financing. You can be a part of it. Either if see all the participants can be in two categories, whether you are a part of action group or a catalyst group. We will be ensuring that you will be getting a better growth. Be part of this decarbonization India movement. And also we are in a position to use different logo of Decarbonization India Alliance, star partner, associate partner, or member logo. It can be displayed in your social media, your visiting cards, or wherever you want to use it for your promoting the brands. It can be utilized, and we are also planning to use a Green Yota logo for individual members. So this is the major initiative what we are planning to decarbonize the entire industry, which will be moved in a very faster pace, because from our past experience in energy management awards, we could see a lot of success stories, a lot of localized projects done by the in-house team or developed through local vendors are being used for reducing the energy consumption of various award winners. So our intention is to line up the products and services, those who are supporting decarbonization movement, and they will be in a position to share it with all the action group members. For example, I have mentioned about a product from Kerala, especially in the field of air conditioner. So he may not be in a position to do the marketing of his product in Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, or Kolkata. So the thing is, we need to take that kind of products, because we have already experienced that it is an energy efficient product. It is a proven technology. Some of them may be having their patent and all. Most of them may not be in a position to protect their product with the patent and all. But still, once we open up a market for such products, definitely it will be in a position to support that manufacturer to innovate newer products for supporting the decarbonization or energy efficiency movement. And at the same time, our action group members or energy users in different parts of our country is getting an opportunity to reduce their energy consumption and growth. So once we do the energy consumption reduction, so it will definitely improve their bottom line. So whatever you are saving from the energy saving, energy through or the decarbonization, it will be adding directly to the bottom line, to the profits. So it is a win-win situation for both action group member and activist catalyst group member, which will be supporting India's sustainable growth. And this is a way we will be in a position to by 2030 anyway, we have an ambitious target for achieving 50% renewable energy. And we will be in a position to march towards net zero at a faster pace. Even though our target is 2070, we may be in a position to make it early. So this is the activities we have already lined up. And along with that, there is one more bigger challenge. What we have noticed is when we promote more cleaner electricity, there is a bigger challenge in India is about the electrical safety. So Government of India has launched the National Electrical Code 2023, followed by IS 18732. So all things are lined up from the government side to strengthen the electrical safety of India. So at present, biggest challenges in electrical safety is about the way how we will be doing our electrical installation. So the decarbonization requires loads of improvement, increase in the electrical energy usage. So unless and until we have a safe, strong electrical infrastructure, we may not be in a position to achieve this target. So SEAM is taking up electrical safety campaigns across India, in all the Indian states. We will be doing this. We have very good partners like Sonal Instruments. They are one of the finest equipment manufacturer, measuring equipment manufacturer from Poland. It's available in India, and they are ready to support these kind of movements. So wherever we are doing, because when we have suggesting someone some kind of equipment, they are into a lot of research and innovation into newer products, especially in the measurements and all, focusing more on safety, reliability, and efficiency. So this requires a lot of electrical safety auditors. The safety auditors will be conducting electrical safety audits in different parts of our country, different installations under our new electrical national electrical code, or as per the regulation from the CEA, which require a lot of instruments. We require newer instruments for doing the testing, measurement, verification, analysis, and all. So this will be opening up a lot of avenues for growth, lot of newer opportunities. The job opportunities also will be there. So at present, the biggest challenge India is facing is we don't have safer electrical installations in different parts of India, because most of the organization may be growing at a slower pace. So they might have done a basic electrical installation, and most of the area we couldn't find a qualified contractor or electrical engineer or electrician behind the work, and it may be ending up a jugaad kind of installation. So this can create havocs in electrical installation. Chances of lot of electrical fire hazards are there. In the past many years, India has experienced a lot of fire hazards, especially due to poor electrical installation. So we need to do the periodic testing of electrical installation as per the new rules and regulations available in India. There are standards. Now the National Electrical Code is having specific standards for hotels, hospitals, high-rise buildings, and all. This will be essential for decarbonization. So without improving electrical safety, reliability, and energy efficiency, decarbonization will not be possible. So that is why we need to go both the activities hand in hand, and see will be lighting up these projects. So when any organization, the action group member requires support for the electrical safety, we will be in a position to do that through our member group. Our energy audit firms are doing electrical safety audits too. We have a lot of experts from the electrical safety background within SEAM and outside SEAM. We have equipment manufacturers doing this testing, measurement, verification, and all. This action group members can buy this kind of equipment at a special rate. We are yet to discuss with the manufacturers this kind of thing. So they will be in a position to give you reliable products for your in-house team. So when we have your electrical engineering team or your facility management team, they should be properly equipped with tools, gadgets, and other testing devices. Then only they may be in a position to do their activities, especially their maintenance activities, to maintain or keep your installations at par with the initial project level. So most of the area what we have noticed is the project may be done with a very good standards, ensuring proper tripping mechanism or the safety mechanism and all. So on the way, the maintenance team may be bypassing a lot of the safety measures. So one of the biggest challenge what we have noticed is that the very simple instrument required for ensuring safety of human beings from the electrical shock is RCCB, a residual current circuit breaker. So this RCD is essential along with the overcurrent protective devices in all the installation. So sometimes people use to bypass it. So these kind of thing, maybe they may be having a number of reasons due to say some sort of leakages which will be affecting their operations. So that is why they were forced to do it. So when our team members are equipped with sufficient tools gadgets and testing devices, they can test all the things in advance and avoid these kind of issues. And they will not promote these kind of jugards. And the periodic testing of electrical installations are mandatory. Now, hospitals with NABA certification and all, they wanted to do this electrical safety audit once in a year. So at least once in a year or once in 2 years, the periodic testing of electrical installation should be carried out through qualified electrical safety audit team, which will be improving the performance of organizations, and it will be an easy way to march towards a greener way to decarbonize. So what we are planning is we need to have a specific platform to connect with industries, with all the stakeholders, and this will be giving opportunity to optimize energy consumption and carbon footprint. We will be in a position to track the emission reductions. We will be providing all the financing opportunities in the decarbonization. We have lined up all equipment manufacturers. We need to line up. It's in the process. We need to line up all equipment manufacturers and service providers under this platform. Get its support, connect with the government bodies, and they will be getting opportunity to interact with the stakeholders, which will be supporting their policy promotions and all, or policy making will be much more easier, and which will foster innovations in technology, which is a very much important thing. Requires advancement in their processes, technologies, and all. So, be a member of Decarbonization India Alliance. If you are an energy user, if you are an energy producer, if you are an equipment manufacturer, if you are a consultant, this will be an opportunity for you. Under this platform, we will be in a position to support India to achieve India's decarbonization targets and support our future generations with access to cleaner energy and to have a sustainable future. I hope I have taken, I'm ending up with the proper timing. So we have lined up various sectoral experts from different parts of India. I'm sure you will be having a fruitful day. If you have any specific queries, you can ask or you can share with organizers. We'll be in a position to address that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, it's a great opportunity for us to interact with you. You have not just told about the opportunities, but also have mentioned the criticalities, like the electrical installation, then bringing all the people together. But at the end, you have also given us solutions, like how we can line up equipment manufacturers, and all together, how can we move towards a carbon zero, net zero economy. Thank you so much for enlightening us, sir. We are really forever indebted to you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Now I request Ms. Karishma Bhatt, ma'am. First, I'll give a brief. Give a brief introduction of ma'am. Ms. Karishma Bhatt works with the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, as an additional director. 1 second, just sorry for the disturbance. Share. I forgot to share the screen actually. Is it all visible?
I've already shared my end. Can you see the screen?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, then I'm just you are a yes, ma'am. Just this screen is just enlarge the screen. Ma'am is saying to enlarge the screen. Okay, first we will share the screen.
I've already shared. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible to us, ma'am. Kindly give us the opportunity to introduce you, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Karishma Bhatt works with the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, as an additional director, resource conservation and management. Over 20 years of experience in policy advocacy, review of regulations, communication and outreach to the member organization, capacity building and training of stakeholders, project development, planning and execution in the following areas: water audit and conservation, rainwater harvesting, waste minimization and cleaner production, hazardous waste management, environmental sustainability, climate change, air pollution control, renewable energy, etc. She worked on important projects handled, executed for various organizations, including industries and government ministries like the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Forest and Environment Department, Government of Gujarat, and international organizations like WWF, World Bank, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, GIZ, etc. She made several technical presentations at various national and international conferences on water, environment, air pollution, sustainability, climate change, etc. Organized, supported by various reputed organizations, including FICCI, the Ministry of Environment and Forest, the Ministry of Water Resources, Central Pollution Control Board, Ministry of Labor and Employment, WWF India, University of Rajasthan, Jamia Millia University, QCI, etc. So, ma'am, we request you to share your guidance and motivation with us. Thank you so much, ma'am. You may proceed, ma'am.
Yeah,
Kindly enlighten
yeah.
us.
Yeah, thank you. I have stopped my video because I'm at a location. I am doing an audit in one of the fertilizer sector, and here the signals are really weak. So I took out this 1 hour. So just let me know if my voice is not clear. In case, just interrupt me in between. So if it
Sure,
is clear,
sure.
so can I go ahead with the presentation?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. You may proceed, ma'am.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Thank you. So I'll just start. So today we'll be talking about sustainability of water with the help of water audits. I think we are here talking about decarbonization and today's Energy Conservation Act, but energy and water go hand in hand. So we have to take both together. So water is also one of the most important asset, and it moves with the help of energy only. So if we have to move water from one location to other location, definitely energy is one of the component. And by saving water, not only sustainability, but we also saves energy. So my presentation is basically on water audit for sustainable future. So before I start, I would like to give a brief introduction to my organization. That FICCI is one of the apex business organization, not for profit making, and we represent 250,000 companies. So a lot of industries are members to us, and we are voice of policy, and we work very closely with the government. And we are impaneled accredited energy auditing agency with Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and for doing mandatory energy audits and monitoring and verification audits. We are also recognized water auditing agency with Central Government Authority, Government of India. And there are various other services we provide to industries. In addition to energy and water, we also work in the occupational health and safety, policy development, and training and capacity building. Now coming to water audits, we have done more than 500 industrial audits in various sectors and helping industries in the water efficiency and sustainability in this sector. So you can see the various sectors: cement, textile, iron, steel, chemical, all big plants we are doing and helping these industries. This is some client list maybe. So now coming to the presentation, so I'll be discussing some slides on the water availability to get understanding what is the availability of water in terms of fresh water usability, what is water audit, what is the need, what should be the scope and benefits, and the costing part, validated cost of water, and ultimately how water audit helps in sustainability, and some case studies with examples. So now coming to water availability, we all understand that from as a third perspective, it looks like most of the earth is covered with water. Like 3/4 of our earth, like 97.5% is covered with water, but it's salt water that we need to understand. So the salt water, it's very difficult to use. We need to desalinize. So ultimately, usable water is only fresh water, which is only 2.5%. And out of this 2.5% fresh water, only 0.3% is available as rivers and lakes, which we use, and 30% is logged as groundwater. So maybe water looks everywhere and it looks vast, but the reusable fresh water for industrial perspective is very limited. And this water, this 2.5% fresh water is also only limited is accessible. Rest is locked in ice caps, polar, so it's not accessible also. So that we need to understand that fresh water is really limited.
I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
Latest report that 54% of India faces high to extremely water stressed. So our groundwater tables are going down. Yeah. And we face extremely water stress condition in most of the locations. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, that in that slide, your voice was not audible, ma'am. Now it's fine, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are some pictures just to show that actually our water bodies are getting highly polluted. Our groundwater tables are going low. So there is a need to save this fresh water. There is a need to save the quality of the water. So there is a need for efficiency in water management, and industry plays a very important role. And pulp and paper and our various sectors are very water intensive. So such type of sectors have a major responsibility of sustainability towards water, because we are not only using as an industry, but we are also in some way responsible of degrading the quality as well. So water auditing is an important tool where industry can use it to manage their water and optimize their cost. So in FICCI experience, we can easily say that by doing water audits, up to 10 to 50% of water can easily be saved in an industry with a payback period of less than 2 years. And in addition to water, the industry also saves energy, chemical consumptions, and other associated costs related to water. That we need to understand. So towards sustainability, it has to be make business sense to industries, and industries needs to save and do their use the water efficiently. So now, what is water audit? Any kind of audit, water is also a qualitative and quantitative analysis of water consumption. Basically, whatever water we are using, where we are using, what is the quantum of the water, what quality is required, how much we are discharging, how it can be conserved. So all this study, when we go together, it's called water audit, and it helps us to identify the locations where we are losing water. It helps us to identify where we can optimize our water consumption. So a holistic study of water is called a water audit study. So maybe a definition wise, a water audit is a systematic approach of identifying, measuring, monitoring, and reducing the water consumption and wastewater generations altogether by various activities in an industry or any organization in called water audit. So various activities includes that we need to recycle, segregate, treat, reuse. So where to recycle, how to segregate, what treatment to be given will be identified with the help of a water audit. So there are various motivational, we can say, for an industry, for any organization, why they should go for water audit. So there are various motivational steps. If your water quality or availability is poor, then definitely you should go for water audit. If you have higher specific water consumptions, like higher energy consumptions, if you have a specific consumption like meter cube per ton of your product, if you are having high consumption than benchmark, then you should go for water audit. If you have high water bills, treatment cost, you should go for water audit. If your product quality is inconsistent, specifically if you are a food grade industry or a pharma industry, then water quality plays a very important role. So then you should think of water audits. Then if you have a high effluent discharge, if you have any restriction on effluent disposal, then definitely you should go for water audit, which will help you to reduce your effluent generation. If you have a breakdown, spillages, leakages, water audits really helps. And if you're planning for future expansion, definitely you should go for water audit. And compliance requirement is very, very important aspect, because all industry has to meet compliance requirement, and water audit has been made mandatory for certain industries. So then you need to go for water audit. And as improving your corporate image for sustainability point of view also, we should take up water audit. So from the compliance perspective, just for information, that in 2020, Central Groundwater Authority, Ministry of Jal Shakti has bring a notification which makes water audits mandatory for the industries who are abstracting groundwater more than 100 meter cube per day. So such industries have to undertake the water audit once in 2 years. And they have been given a target to reduce their groundwater consumptions by 20% in 3 years by various means. So water audit can also be done with certified auditors, and these auditors like FICCI, CIA, NPC, PhD, and certain more auditors are being certified and been trained by CGWA, and their list is available. And these audit reports are also needs to be submitted on their portal. Like similarly, like mandatory and MNV audits in energy, similarly in water also a step has been taken. Now they have regulated the groundwater, and soon surface water will also be regulated. There are various benefits apart from the compliance. If you do water audits, that you need to understand, you'll get a better understanding of your system. You will identify the various excess water usage areas, where water consuming or water losses areas. You will reduce water consumption plus save money because water is now at a cost, the pays per meter cube. Some industries have a low pricing, but gradually water pricing is also being revised by the government, and we need to pay more. So if we are save water, we are saving money as well. And then saving of electricity. Definitely water consumes a lot of energy when it needs to be pumped. If in a treatment plant, if we are treating water, if we are discharging, a lot of pumping is required. So energy is also reduced and saved if we are saving water. Then there are various other benefits that we are also saving natural resource on a sustainability point of view. As a social corporate responsibility, we need to save water. Then we are also preparing ourselves for future water crisis scenarios. We are also reducing ETP loads if we are doing water audits, and we are also meeting various regulatory requirements. We are well prepared for various regulations which are maybe become more stringent, and definitely monetary savings are there. So what is the scope of water audit? So when we say water audit, what it should cover? So in a water audit, an entire water system needs to be studied. Like we prepare a water circuit, a water balance diagram, and the water cost in a single diagram. We should take all flow measurements in various locations of all the major pumps. We should calculate the pump efficiencies and identify the leakages. We should study the logistics. The value added cost of water needs to be done in a water audit. Then we should calculate specific water consumption, productive and unproductive usage of water, water recycling, reuse possibilities we need to identify in an audit. Then what should be the strategies for water treatment for recycle and direct use? We need to calculate the harvesting potential for the site. We need to recommend various schemes in an audit with cost benefit, which saves water, which saves energy, and which reduce treatment and cost opportunities. So ultimately, we should give a detailed report. It can be done internally or with a third party, any agency we can hire to do these audits. But ultimately, the outcome is we should be available with a scheme with water conservation opportunities, energy saving opportunities, and various cost saving opportunities in terms of treatment. So water audit will help us in all these opportunities. Now we need to understand also the cost of water. So cost of water varies at various locations. In Gujarat, you can see that water cost is quite high, up to 20 rupees, 60 rupees per meter cube. Whereas in Punjab, whereas in UP, the water prices are very, very low. Even in this NFL Dangal plant, we are doing this audit time here. They are only paying 21 paisa per meter cube. Wherever the similar fertilizer plant of there in Panipat, they are paying 10 rupees per meter cube. So your location also sometimes located in a state, it's a state regulated subject, the pricing. So the prices are very varying, but apart from the sourcing cost, it also includes the price of the sewerage cost, like when you're discharging. So many industries are paying the sourcing and the disposal cost. Then the cost of energy also becomes the cost of your water. The chemicals used in the treatment, maybe raw water treatment, or if you are making a demineralization water, if you are making a soft water, or if you are treating in the effluents, then also your chemical consumption costs also become a part of your water management cost, water and wastewater management cost. Sometimes your labor cost is also, and your maintenance, repairing also becomes a part of your water cost. So what we need to understand that water is a costly affair. It's not only the water bill. Apart from the water bill, water is also associated with energy cost, chemical consumption cost, maintenance, and all entire as a whole system. So if we reduce water, if we consume less water, we'll be reducing the pumping cost. We'll also be reducing the proportionately chemical consumption cost as well. So this is what the value added cost is basically. Apart from the sourcing cost, pumping, treatment, maintenance, consumables, all these costs are needs to be taken in account when we are talking water as a whole. So this is just give an idea that how the water cost keeps on increasing. Like at source, if it is 10 rupees, if we are pumping it to a storage tank, then pumping cost gets added. If we are softening, if we are giving a demineralization at boilers, so the costliest water in your system is a DM water in an industry, demineralized water, because a lot of high-end treatment goes into demineralized water. Soft water is a little lower cost, maybe cooling water, raw water can be used, then raw water cost is minimum, and the sourcing cost. This is how the costs keep on increasing when water enters into a system. That needs to be understood. Now with the help of certain case studies, we'll explain how the initiatives by industries taken for water use efficient, there is a huge potential that to tap to reduce water and have the savings in terms of monetary savings. So just to start with one pulp and paper industry, we studied an integrated pulp and paper unit which consumes 20,000 KLD, and the source was borewell as well as municipal in Surat, and they saved 20% water and with a payback period of less than 1 year. And its other water and wastewater management cost was reduced by 15% with the help of water audit. So some simple recommendations were given, like adopt no freshwater policy for floor cleaning, drain cleaning, other washing activities, and stop any overflow, and recover some water. So basically, we give three type of recommendations. One is very low hanging fruits, easily which can be done in a small, with no investment, small investment, and with no time. Then there are certain schemes which require some more investment, some little time to implement, and then there are big plans which require maybe more time to implement and higher investment. So these schemes of water audits give three type of schemes and give a water management plan. So in this pulp and paper, recycling, recirculation of pump seal, land cooling, vacuum water, like earlier it was going down the drain and it was then funnel shape that this water gets collected and reused. And then we suggested them to replace fresh water use in their paper machines with super clear water. It was available. So we created a list in the audit and where this water can be replaced. And they agreed. Then we suggested them to recover the condensate evaporators in recovery section. It was going down the drain. We also suggested them to segregate their clarified water, give a specific treatment, and then take back quality of the water. And the result were achieved. Then there is a second unit where we did 50% reduction in fresh water, and it was demonstrated by FICCI with the support from WWF India. We made the investments by ourselves, we make the changes, and we created a demonstration unit where, and the cluster itself came and watched it and made implementations. Like in this particular demonstration unit, we made 4 interventions. We replaced low consistency screening technology with medium. Basically, we changed the technology first with the also installed efficient water showers in paper machines, and we implemented a segregation of colored effluent and recycling, and then we did a lot of training and awareness. So this is one of the example that the earlier there was a old technology, then we after implementation we replaced the old technology which were consuming more water with the new technology which is like medium consistency pulping screen, and directly 1000 meter cube per day of the water reduction was achieved by the new technology. You can see, and also energy savings, because earlier technology were using more 720 HP per day, whereas the new technology also consuming the less energy as well. So 240 HP per day energy saving were also being achieved. Then we replaced their whole showers, which were very inefficient, using more water, with the wide angle spray showers, which were consuming less water, and directly of 480 meter cube per day of the saving was achieved, and effluent generation will also get reduced. So when we are consuming less, then we are also discharging less. Then there was they were making a lot of colored water, colored paper, and it was difficult for them to reuse the colored water in their pulping section. So we did some trials and how the color can be removed and we can reuse back. And with the help of bleaching and hypo solution, we created pits and with water in the pulping section. So, and we give lot of trainings and discussion with the management. And with the help of these type of interventions, we were able to reduce 50% fresh water. And the total investment was about 20 lakhs. And the kind of investment, like savings were like 11.4 lakhs. So the payback period for the entire scheme as such was less than 2 years. We recovered the entire investment in less than 2 years period. And these specific water, like from 6,000 KL per day to 3,000 KL per day. With these interventions, immediately 50% water was reduced, plus energy savings were being achieved. And effluent discharge will also get reduced in the plant. and their specific water consumption reduced from 75 KL per ton to 33 KL per ton. So this kind of interventions were done, and it's easy for industries to implement. Like apart from this, then we did interventions in a fertilizer unit where 27% water savings were achieved and energy cost savings were reduced by 24%, the overall water and wastewater management cost associated with energy. And immediate interventions were done, plug leakages, reduce water consumption in domestic use, then restrict use of fire hydrant water in like coal handling area, floor cleaning and all. Then medium and high cost investments like use of separate STP with ultrafiltration for reuse in the CT makeup, because a lot of cooling tower is a major consumer in fertilizer, and cooling heating is a major application. And then treated water of backwash of ACF, activated carbon filter, and sand filters in CT blowdown. We suggested a ZLD scheme to them. So like in dairy unit, we did interventions and about 16% water savings were suggested, and the payback period of less than 1.5 years. So then dairy unit is the food processing, so a lot of CIP, cleaning in process activities are being done. And this cleaning in process activities is basically the main thing. So we suggested them how these cleaning in process can be done more efficiently with efficient nozzles, how we can optimize the CIP of the tankers, because milk is transported in large tankers, 6,000 liter and 30,000 liter capacity tankers. The tankers get frequently cleaned. So how the cleaning can be more water efficient with the help of efficient nozzles, how it can be done, how the water can be then taken, treated and recycled back. Similarly, we did the water audit in iron steel unit, where again 15% water saving was like suggested, and it was achieved by the plant with the payback period even less than 1 year. And the water management and energy management cost of the entire system was saved by 17%. So key water saving opportunities were like optimization of cooling tower blowdowns. Even in iron steel unit, the major water consumption goes into cooling towers, where various cooling and heating applications are there. And then desired COC was achieved. Then evaporation losses in open reservoirs. This is one of the things that we see in large industries. Lot of open reservoirs are there, and evaporation takes place generally at a standard with the rate of 4 to 5 mm per day. So reducing these evaporation losses is also one of the aspect. And I think these days many industries are implementing this floating solar panel things on their reservoirs, so which reduce evaporation plus also is producing energy for them. So this is one of the goes hand in hand. So there, like many industries have started doing this. RO plants is one of the key things which we have seen, but the problem with the reverse osmosis system in ZLD plant is that maintenance of these RO membrane replacements, how to manage the rejects. Then again, these rejects are being treated in multi-effective evaporators. So the cost becomes very high. So for treating these rejects in multi-effective evaporator to become ZLD, because you cannot say if you're only gardening, and sometimes the rejects TDS is so high that gardening may not be feasible, sometimes more than 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Then it is better to have a concentrated RO again, and then the high TDS water should go to multi-effective evaporator. But the cost of multi-effective is very high because a lot of steam goes into it. So it takes about rupees 2,000 per meter cube if we have to treat some rejects in a multi-effective evaporator. So the best option is to go for water audit, reduce your water consumptions, reduce your effluents, reduce your rejects. So your cost also get reduced, and sustainability angle is definitely there, because we are not only reducing water, we are reducing energy as well as the chemicals associated with it. So in a holistic picture, so it's one of the very important aspect. Then stop leakages, because rainwater harvesting is also one of the aspect, because apart from what we are doing efficiently, we also need to create resources. So wherever feasible, we should implement rooftop rainwater harvesting in industries where it is like polluting industry, because it is not allowed in many industries. So they can go for rooftop rainwater harvesting, where the rainwater is being collected with the help of clean rooftops, and you can collect and use directly, or you can create a recharging pit if provided, or if by compliance. Otherwise, you can adopt some villages under CSR. Industries can adopt certain ponds where they can do the rainwater harvesting. So in textile unit also we did study, and this textile which we studies were already ZLD planned, but still after this ZLD 10% water saving were like identified and achieved with the payback period of less than 2 years, and it accounted for saving of water and waste because they have a huge cost when you have a ZLD. So 7% cost saving was in almost in crores for them. So the plant was very happy. And in terms of money, plus once you are ZLD, you think that there is no further potential, but the potential is always there for saving. So in this particular textile plant, so textile, what I was saying itself is water intensive. It is very chemical intensive. It is also energy intensive. So textile is very delicate and complicated sector. Apart from water, energy and chemical management is also one of the important aspect which we need to do, because a lot of thousands of chemicals are being used in textile, and they many textiles are very proactive. They are taking up very new technologies for reducing their energy and water consumptions. But still, textile is a sector which have all kind of setup, like large industries, medium, even small scale units, which are only say dyeing units. So they need hand holding support actually to manage their effluents, specifically the color and the chemicals which is being non-used, not absorbed by the cloth, by the product. So in this particular audit, although it was a large unit, a lot of applications, lot of suggestions were being given, like high value, like they were using even RO water for cleaning. So high value, we need to segregate, and we need to see that we have a soft water, say we have a RO water, we have a raw water. So we need to see which quality of which grade of water should go. Like for machine cleaning, we may be using a soft water, a line is given, but the same line should not be used for floor cleaning. So that clarity has to be very clear. Some labeling has to be there on the pipelines. Everyone, all the shop floor worker need to know which line is a soft water line, which line is a raw water line. So all this training needs to be done. Then we need to optimize fresh water use by putting water efficient nozzles. So certain nozzles are there on the hose pipes, especially because machine cleaning is one of the activity in most of the industries it is being practiced, specifically in textiles, because you are changing colors from one color to the other. So you need a lot of heavy cleaning of screens if you are printing. If you are dyeing, then also a lot of cleaning is required. So through these in pharma sector, a lot of cleaning is being done. In food grade sector, a lot of cleaning is being done. So for cleaning, we need to have, generally we found open hose pipes. So it looks, but when we do the calculation, open hose pipes use a lot of water. So it is easy to have a water efficient nozzles fitted on these hose pipes, and these hose pipes have to be hand controlled. So it's easy for the worker to do the cleaning with the different type of pressurized nozzles and which are hand controlled. Then apart from that, we suggested them to collect the lot of color and chemicals which are left over, because when they textile make color, it is always made in a little higher quantity, because they don't want to fall short of that recipe. So that leftover colors cannot be used immediately, because it depends on what color you are running. So you need to maybe plan your color from lighter to darker shades, so that you less washing is required. And you need to have maybe generally most of the industries, big industries have, but the smaller industries lack that we have a ready-made recipes, so that no extra excess color or excess chemical is being used. So there has to be formalized, mechanized, computerized system to identify or to weigh the chemicals, how much is to be used. And even if there is a little leftover, that color has to be collected separately. Generally, this leftover color and chemicals and salts, they are being drained in the ETP, and ETP take the entire load. And it becomes very difficult to treat this in the ETP again. And then it goes to multi-effective evaporator. So ultimately, when it is going to multi-effective evaporator, so it's better to segregate this particular effluent, leftover colors, and send to TSDF directly if it is solidified, or to the ME directly. So it saves a lot of pumping, then your ETP performance. It also saves your this rejects quantity, because when it gets mixed with the other effluents, it also increase its COD and color. It's easy to manage. Then there's other things that have been suggested. So there are a lot of recommendations given. So what we need to understand here is that when we are thinking of audit and conservation for sustainability, the 5 3 aspects we need to know that we first of all is to eliminate. Wherever we can eliminate the use of water, if an activity we should, like if we can do dry cleaning before going for a wet cleaning, like we did a cigarette manufacturing plant where a lot of cleaning was starting with the hose pipes only, but we suggested first they should clean the tobacco with the dry process, like with a cloth or a broom. They should dry whatever possible, should scrape out and then do the wet cleaning. So eliminating say the use of water at that process. Then maybe say in conventional dyeing to waterless dyeing. So new technology is coming up where they are using CO2 instead of water for dyeing process. So first step is we should see where we can eliminate the use of water. Then reduce. Even if we have to use the water, where without compromising with the quality of the activity we are doing, how we can reduce, how we can efficiently use the process. Maybe say water efficient showers, nozzles examples which I gave for machine cleaning. Like we can reduce the water quantity when you are using them. Segregation. The high TDS and high COD water from the low TDS and low COD water needs to be segregated. So it becomes easy to manage, to treat and reuse in the system. Then we need to recycle. So maybe counter current washing, final rinse to be used as a initial rinse water. So these kind of things we need to think. So it will also help in recycling of water, or maybe ETP treated water to be used. Maybe here in NFL unit, what they're doing, the ETP treated water is being used for ash handling, ash slurry making, and again going back because there's a lot of coal is being used for power generation in boilers. So if that kind of activity we need to see where feasible. So without treatment or with minimum treatment, if we can recycle the water within the plant. Then the proper treatment wherever we can give physiochemical, biological, and tertiary with the help of say pressure sand filters, ACF, ultrafiltration, microfiltration, or RO, wherever feasible we need to study. And if we have to become a ZLD, we need to do. So the treatment has to be identified appropriately as per the quality of the effluent for the recycling. And then reuse. So like in paper machines, we are using the super clear water. So wherever feasible, we need to recycle, treat and reuse. And the most important is recharge. So we also need to recharge and inter-harvesting to increase the availability of water, because when it comes to sustainability, so sustainability basically means that meeting our needs without compromising the needs of the future generations. So maybe in coming generations, that the water quality is actually getting degraded. The groundwater tables is going down. So from that perspective, from the sustainability point of view, we need to see that we should also maintain the natural flows in river. We should maintain the water quality in the nature. We should also maintain the groundwater tables, because if we keep on extracting the fresh water, it is utilizable. If we'll consume it and make it polluted, our coming generations will use what? So that we also used to say that our forefathers have seen water in the rivers and ponds. We are seeing the water in bottles. So maybe how that coming generation will see water as. So water costs is also getting high. It is a asset that without water, no industry can run, no agriculture activity can take place, even no life is possible. So water is an asset which need to be preserved, needs to be conserved. And as an industry, we have an additional responsibility for sustaining it, because it's also a business risk. Otherwise, it's also our responsibility in terms of nature sustainability. So maybe here I would like to just say that FICCI is here to help any industries require to reduce their energy or water footprints or their bills if they want to achieve ZLD, if they have to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, if they want to go for any waste minimization or health studies, so they can get in touch with us. So we are also giving a lot of training and capacity building services. We have trained more than 15,000 professionals across the sectors in various areas. And not only in India, this problem is also international. So we have done water and energy audits internationally. Like I myself was in a part of water audits in Kenya and Senegal, in Czech Republic. My team was there in Zambia, Italy, So water is an issue specifically when it comes to industrial use, even internationally. So it has to be used more wisely. So this is here I would like to thank for the presentation, and I hope that it would have given and help you to get it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a privilege to listen to you and see your presentation. So I'll highlight few of the key points which ma'am has shared. Ma'am has said that 2 million, 10% saving in water quantity alone amounts to about 2 million rupees per year. Then I personally like one thing ma'am said, potential is always there for saving. And she has also discussed about some of the innovative techniques like no fresh water for floor cleaning, then how to segregate the color through chemical, proper usage of chemicals, and rainwater harvesting. And she has also made us aware of the challenges, like now we don't know what is hard water, soft water, no labeling is done nowadays, but these things can also be took up in the long run, and it can lead us to sustainability. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge and time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and sorry for the connectivity issue, but I hope
No,
that
no,
the
ma'am, it
voice
was
was
perfectly
clear.
fine, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you
yeah.
so much, ma'am.
Thank you so
Thank
much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. Indrajit.
So you have to mail me right now. I will call you later, okay? Is it new?
Yes, darling.
Did you replace the
Removed
AC?
it.
But why?
Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. Isn't it something new? Really? Free hot water. Come. Why don't you see yourself? See? See?
Ow, it's hot. But power bill?
Arre, chill. Nothing to worry. There will be lots of saving now. Follow me. Presenting Chilton Super Saver 1.5 ton AC, which consumes electricity less than a 1 ton air conditioner and can save up to 82,000 rupees every year on electricity. And Chilton AC will help to reduce climate change impact by 52%.
Go green. It's interesting.
So now what do you think, darling?
I'm highly impressed, sweetheart. You are my genius.
No, not me. It's Chilton. Only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water.
So you have to mail me right now. I'll call you later, okay? नया लिया?
हाँ darling.
और पुराने का क्या?
निकाल दिया.
But why?
Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. है ना कुछ कमाल का ही नयापन? सच में? Free hot water. आओ. चलो तुम खुद ही देख लो. आओ.
Ow! It's hot. पर बिजली का बिल?
अरे चिंता की तो कोई बात ही नहीं है जी. अब तो होगी बचत ही बचत. आ जाओ. तो पेश करते हैं ये चिल्टन का सुपर सेवर 1.5 टन का एसी, जो कि 1 टन के एसी से भी कम बिजली कंज्यूम करे और दे साल भर में करीब 82,000 रुपए तक की बिजली की बचत. और चिल्टन एसी 52% तक क्लाइमेट चेंज की इम्पैक्ट को कम करने में मदद करता है.
गो ग्रीन दिलचस्प है.
तो अब आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी मैडम?
I'm highly impressed, sweetheart. तुम सच में जीनियस हो.
मैं नहीं. Chilton, only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water. Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. Isn't it something new? Really? Why don't you see yourself? See? See?
Ow, it's hot. But powerful?
Presenting Chilton Super Saver 1.5 ton AC, which consumes electricity less than a 1 ton air conditioner and can save up to 82,000 rupees every year on electricity. And Chilton AC will help to reduce climate change impact by 52%.
You are my genius.
No, not me. It's Chilton. Only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water. Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. है ना कुछ कमाल का ही नयापन? सच में? आओ, चलो तुम खुद ही देख लो. आओ.
Ow! It's hot. पर बिजली का बिल?
तो पेश करते हैं ये चिल्टन का सुपर सेवर 1.5 टन का एसी, जो कि 1 टन के एसी से भी कम बिजली कंज्यूम करे और दे साल भर में करीब 82,000 रुपए तक की बिजली की बचत. और चिल्टन एसी 52% तक क्लाइमेट चेंज की इम्पैक्ट को कम करने में मदद करता है.
तुम सच में जीनियस हो.
मैं ओनली चिल्टन. चिल्टन डुअल पर्पस एयर कंडीशनर विद फ्री हॉट वाटर.
So you have to mail me right now. I will call you later, okay? Is it new?
Yes, darling.
Did you replace the
Removed
AC?
it.
But why?
Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. Isn't it something new? Really? Free hot water. Come. Why don't you see yourself? See? See?
Ow, it's hot. But powerful?
Arey, chill. Nothing to worry. There will be lots of saving now. Follow me. Presenting Chilton Super Saver 1.5 ton AC, which consumes electricity less than a 1 ton air conditioner and can save up to 82,000 rupees every year on electricity. And Chilton AC will help to reduce climate change impact by 52%.
Go green. It's interesting.
So now what do you think, darling?
I'm highly impressed, sweetheart. You are my genius.
No, not me. It's Chilton. Only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water.
So you have to mail me right now. I'll call you later, okay? नया लिया?
हाँ, darling.
और पुराने का क्या?
निकाल दिया.
But why?
Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. है ना कुछ कमाल का ही नयापन? सच में? Free hot water. आओ. चलो तुम खुद ही देख लो. आओ.
Ow! It's hot. पर बिजली का बिल?
अरे चिंता की तो कोई बात ही नहीं है जी. अब तो होगी बचत ही बचत. आ जाओ. तो पेश करते हैं ये चिल्टन का सुपर सेवर 1.5 टन का एसी, जो कि 1 टन के एसी से भी कम बिजली कंज्यूम करे और दे साल भर में करीब 82,000 रुपए तक की बिजली की बचत. और चिल्टन एसी 52% तक क्लाइमेट चेंज की इम्पैक्ट को कम करने में मदद करता है.
गो ग्रीन दिलचस्प है.
तो अब आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी मैडम?
I'm highly impressed, sweetheart. तुम सच में जीनियस हो.
नहीं. Chilton, only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water. Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. Isn't it something new? Really? Why don't you see yourself? See? See?
Ow! It's hot.
Hmm.
But power bill?
Presenting Chilton Super Saver 1.5 ton AC, which consumes electricity less than a 1 ton air conditioner and can save up to 82,000 rupees every year on electricity. And Chilton AC will help to reduce climate change impact by 52%.
You are my genius.
No, not me. It's Chilton. Only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water. Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. है ना कुछ कमाल का ही नयापन? सच में? आओ, चलो तुम खुद ही देख लो. आओ.
Ow! It's hot. पर बिजली का बिल?
तो पेश करते हैं ये चिल्टन का सुपर सेवर 1.5 टन का एसी, जो कि 1 टन के एसी से भी कम बिजली कंज्यूम करे और दे साल भर में करीब 82,000 रुपए तक की बिजली की बचत. और चिल्टन एसी 52% तक क्लाइमेट चेंज की इम्पैक्ट को कम करने में मदद करता है.
तुम सच में जीनियस हो.
मैं नहीं, ओनली चिल्टन. चिल्टन डुअल पर्पस एयर कंडीशनर विद फ्री हॉट वाटर.
Hello, may I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir,
I
yes,
will
sir.
share my PPT from my desktop and I will speak from my mobile, right?
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. Sir, just give us the opportunity to introduce you, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I welcome Professor Indraj Singh to discuss about decarbonization of transport sector. Professor Indraj Singh was awarded BE in Mechanical Engineering from Dayal Bagh Education Institute, Agra, and he is an MTech from PTU, Jalandhar, with silver medal. He earned his PhD from Slate, Longwall, a CFTI deemed university. He has been working as professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Sant Longwall Institute of Technology, Punjab since 1997. He is a certified energy auditor from BEE, Government of India, and has good experience in energy auditing. He has published more than 50 research articles and journals in national conferences and international conferences. Dr. Singh has visited Osaka, Japan, and 2 times UK, and has presented research articles in Imperial College. He has guided more than 27 MTech and PhDs. He has completed 2 projects of value 20 lakhs. He has been invited in many universities as subject expert, chair of session in conference, expert talk in STC. He is a member of many professional societies, example, Indian Welding Society, IWS, Society of Automotive Engineers, Indian Society for Technical education, Society for Energy Engineer and Manager, SEAM. He is a team leader of SEAM Punjab and Chandigarh chapter. He is a social worker, an honored certificate, and has been honored by the Punjab government in 2013. Thank you, sir. Let me stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing me.
Yes, you can start, sir. Now you can start. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, on the National Energy Conservation Day, now I am going to give my presentation on decarbonization of transport sector. I am thankful to the organizer from VIT, Balaji, Professor Balaji and his team. And I am also thankful to the SEAM official. They have given me this opportunity to present this topic. Now let us start about this. If we talk about the decarbonization, what is decarbonization? This is process of reducing or eliminating carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. If we talk about the in transport section, then basically in emission, we reduce these gases from transport section, then that is decarbonization in transport sector. So now if we talk about the globally, what the percentage of this carbon dioxide participate. Globally, transport account for 23% of the energy related CO2 that feed global warming. That is responsible 25% CO2 that comes from the transport sector, and that is responsible for globalization of warming. Transport sector, if we talk about the India, presently powered by carbon intensive gasoline based fuels. Basically, we use the crude oil, and that crude oil basically converted in petrol and diesel that we have to use. If we talk, around 70% of freight movement and 90% of passenger movement can be attributed to the road sector. Only these contribute from the road sector. And if we talk about the transport sector, account for 70% and 99% of total high-speed diesel and petrol consumption. So that is 70% is only responsible for transport sector. If we talk about the less 30%, that is for power generation and other purpose we use this diesel fuel. If we talk about the India, that India consumption of in transport section, fuel consumption has been increased about 22% if we compare between 2008 to 2018. And in the current year, we are approximately using or creating 274 million tons of annual carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. If we talk about the India, in the current scenario, we are contributing 274 million tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and that represent about 11% of net emission from the whole economy. If we talk about the whole economy or whole GDP of that, on 11% we are contributing to that transport sector. If we compare with other countries like United States and China, so that we are contributing very less. And these countries are contributing a huge amount of carbon dioxide from this transport sector. Carbon dioxide emission per person, if we compare per person country-wise, per person, here we can see on the one side, the per person in tons, that is given in tons, carbon dioxide per person that contributing. If we see on the Saudi Arabia, that is contributing more, maximum carbon dioxide, that is approximately 16 ton annually carbon dioxide they contribute. And after that, Australia is there, then USA, Canada, Korea, Russia, Iran, Japan, Germany, China. China is also contributing approximately 8 ton carbon dioxide per annum per person. And if you can see here, if we compare the India is contributing very less amount, that is near about 3 ton carbon dioxide per person we are contributing, very less amount. So you can compare here. If we talk about the source of air pollution, what are the, because air pollution is getting day by day polluted. If we compare the different sector, how much they are contributing. So first you can see here dust and construction that contribute about 45%, and waste burning that is contribute about 17%. That may be also included in the Punjab, this wheat straw and this rice straw burned in Punjab agriculture fields, so that also contribute. So we talk about the transport sector that contribute about 14%. Transport sector pollution, air pollution contribute, and diesel generator, that is we use the diesel generator industry and domestic purpose, that contribute about 9% of pollution. Industries that is also contributing 8%, and domestic cooking in villages we use this wood for preparing of food and all that, so that contribute almost approximate 7% of that pollution. So what the Indian government is doing to for this decarbonization, to reduce the carbon dioxide using of that. So India government is have a policy, different kind of policy have been implemented. Now let me have a discussion about the fee policy. First, that is the FAME, FAME. Full form of that is faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicle. So that policy have been implemented by Indian government in 2 phases. What is the first phase? In first phase of FAME provided incentive to private vehicle. To private vehicle means a person are go market to buy the car. So Indian government will give some this discount or some subsidy in that form in first phase. And in second phase of FAME will provide incentive for public transport. In that have been selected 10 cities of India's main 10 cities. So heavy vehicle where we use bus and all these. So public transport, 10 cities have been identified to give the support. If we talk about the national government, Ministry of Road Transport and Highway subsequently announced a target of EV30. What is the EV30? That is EV30 at 2030. Up to 2030, Indian government have decided that 30% of newly registered private car will be from the EV sector, electric vehicle, and 40% of buses will be from the EV sector. 70% of commercial car will be from the EV sector, and 80% of two-wheeler and three-wheeler will be electric based vehicle will be used up to 2030. So Indian government have given some target to convert the use of petrol and diesel on the EV. So that is the second policy that Indian government have decided, scrappage policy in India. What happened after 15 years, again we use these cars and vehicle after getting permission from the authority RTO, and we use these vehicles that create the more pollution. So that scrappage policy have been implemented by the Indian government. Primary goal of the policy is to create an ecosystem for phasing out unfit and polluting vehicle to achieve a lower carbon footprint in country. This has been implemented from the 1st April 2023. Fitness testing of heavy commercial vehicle shall be conducted only through automated testing station. There are some designated automated testing station from where commercial vehicle is required to be get the fitness certificate. Then only after that these vehicle can be used for transport sector. So another policy that have been implemented, that is green tax. Government has decreed commercial vehicle owner to pay green tax at the rate of 10 to 25% of their road tax liabilities. For instance, if their road tax is 6,000, the maximum green tax applicable would be 1,500 rupees. So green tax policy have been adopted by different states like Karnataka, Andhra, in North, Haryana is there, Goa and Assam. This 2021 state have been adopted this green tax. We talk about the Karnataka, there is a fixed amount of two-wheeler have to pay at the time of purchase, like 500 rupees, and for four-wheeler like 1000 rupees have been paid to as a green tax. So other policies that are auto fuel policy 2015. So in auto fuel policy 2015, that up to the April 2020, the BS6 has been implemented, and that is the result of that policy. And in that way, that will help to reduce this emission of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere by this policy. And the next policy that is also implemented, national policy on biofuel 2018. So according to that policy, Indian government give or promote the anyone want to produce the biodiesel. Biodiesel basically is from, we can get from different oils, that is plant seeds and different kind of oil. We can convert that oil into the biofuel. So up to 20% biodiesel in diesel we can mix without changing the engine, and that definitely reduce the carbon dioxide emission into the atmosphere. So another policy, that is corporate average fuel economy, CAFE, that CAFE 1 program, that is corporate average fuel economy 1 and corporate average fuel economy 2. That is planned to be implemented in coming future. According to that, the efficiency of the heavy vehicle we have to be increased. So like that, per gallon 58 miles, that is given in the target for heavy vehicle manufacturer. That target have been given, and that have to be achieved, and that is in the government is planning to implement that between 2027 onward. These policies will be implemented. And fuel efficiency standard for medium and heavy vehicle, that is 58 miles per gallon up to 2032 have been implemented. Right. So acceptance of hydrogen and LNG as automotive fuel. Acceptance of hydrogen as a fuel. Hydrogen that we can use in the automobile vehicle. So there are two ways by which we can use the hydrogen. One is in the form of a gas, directly we can use inside the engine, but that have a lot of challenge for safety issues there. Sometimes because hydrogen is have a backfire tendency. So whenever we have to use inside the engine, so there is chances of backfire. So to stop that, we have to apply some backfire stoppage inside the running fluid flow. So that particular location we have to fix this trapper so that backfire can be stopped. And LNG as automotive fuel. Indian government also giving the stress to use the LNG as automotive fuel. Nowadays it is used for power generation, but it may be in coming future, it may be used for the automotive vehicle also. Now, National Electric Mobility Mission Plan. So under this, we already have discussed about that up to 2030, that electric vehicle will be used. And nowadays, Indian government is also giving some support for this installing this charging station. I think approximately 500 charging station have been implemented for electric vehicle. And National Hydrogen Mission, that is again, Indian government is pushing this National Hydrogen Mission, because hydrogen is only substitute that can be replaced this hydrocarbon fuel. In hydrogen, there is no carbon is there. So when we use this hydrogen as for power generation, so in the exhaust only water is there and no pollution is there. So Indian government is pushing this policy. Electrification of railway operation. In railways is used for transportation purpose, and some engines, or in some parts of country there is the diesel is used to run these railway engines. So Indian government is focusing on the total 100% electrification of railway. So in that way, that we can reduce the emission of this carbon dioxide. CNG program is still in working, that already have been implemented, and some vehicle have been converted from diesel to CNG, and in that way we also try to achieve this decarbonization target. In National Rail Plan 2030, what is that National Railway Plan? To create a future-ready railway system by 2030. So Indian government is focusing on that to develop the more track and more modern technology-based engines to be implemented up to 2013. That way we can reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. And Waterway Act 2016, that is very important. Waterway, in the same way as we use the highways, we use the NW1. NW1 is the, that is we have to use to provide for the regulation development of the said waterways for the purpose of shipping or for transportation. These new waterway one, that is Ganga Bhagirathi Hooghly river system. So that go from Haldia to Allahabad. So in the same way as NH1, NH2, like that, NW1 and NW2 have been implemented, and work is going on in that direction. And some route have been identified in waterway, and approximate 5 route have been identified under this scheme, Waterway Act 2016. So high budget allocation for buses and metros. In cities, in government are also giving the support to purchase these CNG based buses, and government are also pushing to use this basically the fuel cell based buses. Fuel cell based buses, if we use the again, that is zero pollution is there, because that basically use the hydrogen is produced, and that way that produce these fuel cell produce the electricity, and that electricity is to run the buses, and in that way we are able to reduce this carbon dioxide. And metros, all Indian government are also pushing to generate these in different cities, the metros. If we have a metros, so traffic use of this hydrocarbon fuel will be reduced, and we can get the good transport in that way. One scheme also have been implemented. This is implemented in 2005. That is JNNURM scheme. What is that? In that scheme, full form is of that is scheme is Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission. In 2005, it was implemented. Basic purpose of this was to implement is to create a smart city. In India, we have a lot of traffic jam, and to avoid that, so a smart city was planned at that time, and different flyover and road were constructed to reduce this transport jam and to reduce the optimize the track between two places, so that minimum distance should be traveled and smart city can be reduced. So that was the different policies the Indian government are focusing. And now let's have a discussion of the diesel as a fuel, because in India we use crude oil approximate. If nowadays if we talk about 200 million metric ton crude oil we use, and 85 or 86% crude oil we purchase from the other countries. We only produce approximate 15% of crude oil, and that crude oil we take in different refineries, and refineries convert that crude oil into diesel and gasoline or petrol. In that way we use for transportation sector. And if we talk about the diesel and compare the petrol and diesel, approximate 5 times diesel we use as a fuel as compared to petrol, due to that diesel engine generate the more power as compared to petrol power, and we can observe that different buses and heavy engines which generate the power, we use the diesel engine. We have observed that in railways and in buses, trucks, all these engines are diesel engine based. So what is diesel? It is a chain of carbon and hydrogen which contain 8 to 21 carbon atom per molecule. This diesel derived from crude oil is composed of 75% saturated hydrocarbon and 25% aromatic hydrocarbon. If we talk about the diesel as a fuel, in diesel as a fuel, saturated hydrocarbon are approximately 75% and aromatic hydrocarbon are 25%. And chemical formula of diesel is C12H23. India is third of the largest importer of crude oil in the world. It imports nearly 80% of total crude oil. Now it has been increased up to 86%. India estimated oil import for 2015-16 stand 188 million metric ton, but now it has been crossed 200 million metric ton nowadays. So that huge amount of crude oil we purchase from other countries. If we talk about the diesel consumption in India, so different in transport sector, especially three-wheeler are there or passenger goods that use approximately 77.4%. Three-wheeler use these diesel. Buses, if we talk about the buses, passengers especially, they use 8.3% of that diesel is consumed by these buses. Heavy and this light commercial vehicle use approximate 32% this diesel. And if we talk about the cars and utility vehicle, commercial utility vehicle, that consume approximate 10.3% of diesel. Cars and utility vehicle, private, if we talk about that, use the 15.1% of diesel. So in that way, total that is 73.6% diesel is consumed. But in diesel is also used in India by other way, that is especially tractor in villages used to transport the bricks and other things. So tractor also consume the diesel, that is 7.7%. Mobile tower are there in India, so they also consume this fuel, that is 1.8%. Industry purpose, that is 2.1%. Industry genset for power generation, that use 4.3% of that diesel. Agriculture pump, India is agriculture based country, so we have to use this agriculture engines and to run the pump, so that use approximately 3.3% of diesel. In other way of agriculture implement 3.1%, and rest of the we use 4.1%. So in that way, 26.4% diesel fuel is used in that way. Mostly that is used for transport purpose, that is approximately 74%. So if we talk about the norms of diesel engine, that here we compare 1991 onward, that has been reduced carbon monoxide. If we talk, that has been reduced up to 0.50, that is gram per kilometer over, has been reduced carbon monoxide. So Bharat Stage 6 has been implemented in India, that is April 2020 onward. In India, Bharat Stage 6 has been implemented, and accordingly the transport sector have to meet the required emission target or standards. So according to that, we have to reduce these emission pollutant. Hydrocarbon, earlier it was high, but now according to Bharat Stage 6, it has been reduced up to 0.21 gram per kilometer over. NOx also have been reduced up to 0.12 gram per kilometer over, and particulate matter also have been reduced up to 0.0045, that is gram per kilometer per hour. So that have been implemented Bharat Stage 6, and that is responsible to reduce the all pollutant. So if we talk about the NOx, The technology change in diesel engine as per the Bharat Stage 6 norm. What the technology that the NOx emission from diesel engine are to be reduced by 70% and particulate by 80%. NOx that is responsible in diesel engine for more pollution, and PM particulate matter that is again responsible for more pollution. So that has been reduced in BS6 up to 80%. A huge amount of that NOx and PM have been reduced. To achieve this, engine need to be equipped with Euro 6 compliant technologies, fitting diesel pre-filter in exhaust system. In exhaust system, pre-filter has been implemented, and second technology that is SCR, selective catalytic reduction, have been implemented, that is fixed in the exhaust of the engine, and that is whatever NOx is coming from the engine in exhaust, that is converted into uh, there is a urea, and that is converted into the ammonia. So in that way, we can trap the NOx and convert it into ammonia. In that way, NOx has been reduced by this technology, SCR technology. And one also change has been made, that is an onboard diagnostic system required to monitor the malfunction of part related to emission. So on board, we can identify if any other problem is there or increasing in the data of pollutant, so that in that way we can come to know and when we can reduce it. So there is some what is the problem behind the using the diesel as a fuel inside the diesel engine. So one problem is that create the CO2. If we use the 1 kg of fuel, that emit 2.6 kg carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So that was a big challenge. So to find out the substitute for diesel inside the diesel engine, to find out the new fuel that can be used in diesel engine. And problem is also with the ppm, emit particulate matter, that is very small particle that cannot be further divided, and that is very small particle that cannot be stopped by any devices. So that go into the atmosphere. When we breathe, they go inside our lungs and create a problem to the human being. Diesel cannot burn effectively because diesel is composed of larger and heavier hydrocarbon molecule as compared to petrol. So there is some problem is also there. So due to that problem, focus is to give the substitute to diesel, because in India we use approximate 5 times diesel engine for power generation, for transportation, for this as a form of genset. So we have to find the alternate, otherwise we have to ban these diesel engines. So for that, biodiesel is the substitute. Biodiesel, why is biodiesel? Biodiesel good substitute of diesel fuel, compatible. This is compatible, and renewable. This is a renewable main focus is that, and that reduce the emission. At the same time, if we compare this mine with the mineral diesel, that also reduce the emission also. Biodiesel has been defined by World Customer Organization as a mixture of monoalkyl ester of long chain, that is 616 to 618, and that is fatty acid derived from vegetable oil or animal fats, which is domestic fuel for biodiesel engine, and which meets the specification of ASTMD 6751. So whatever biodiesel we have to produce, that so that particular standard we have to follow ASTMD 6751. So what is that standard? According to that standard, flash point and close in, if we use the technology of closed cup, so flash point should be approximate 130 minute. Water and sediment only can be up to by volume 0.05% up to maximum. Kinematic viscosity, we talk about the kinematic viscosity at 40 degree temperature, that should be between the 1.9 to 6 millimeter square per second. Sulfate ash, that should not be more than 0.02 And total sulfur, that also should be 0.05 up to maximum. Copper strip should not corrosion, that is basically corrosion, that not be number 3 more than number 3. That fuel should not be able to create the corrosion up to number 3 maximum, that is. cetane number should be minimum 47, and cetane number of that biodiesel should be more than 47 if we use. Cloud point, that is depend upon the fuel to fuel and in which condition we have to use. Carbon residue should not be more than 0.05% by weight. Acid number, again, that should not be more than 0.8 mg per KOH per gram. Vacuum distillation endpoint, that 360 degree. That means at temperature of 360 degree, so that all the 90% should be convertible. That means that should be evaporated at that particular temperature, 360. So from where, what are the resources of biodiesel? From where we can get the raw material for this biodiesel? So one, that is plant oil. Plant oil, we can get the biodiesel and animal fats, cooking oil, wastage in hotel and restaurant, whatever wastage cooks oil is there, that we can use to convert into the biodiesel. Sometimes animal fats also can be used to convert into the biodiesel, but more interesting, that is plant oil we have to use. But India, we know that have a huge population, so we use this oil as edible oil. So we have to focus on non-edible oil, which is not eatable oil. On that oil, basically, we have to focus to convert that oil into biodiesel. So if we talk about the country-wise, different country which use as a source of biodiesel, USA, they use soybean as a source of biodiesel. Brazil, they also use soybean. European country, they use rapeseed oil and sunflower. Spain, that use linseed and olive oil. France, sunflower. Italy, that also use sunflower. Indonesia, Malaysia use palm oil. Australia, Germany, they use rapeseed oil as a source of biodiesel. So these are basically the botanical name of non-edible oil. We can choose and then we can select the particular oil, and then we can use to convert that into the biodiesel. Different non-edible or these oil are available in India. So when we use, we convert these oil into biodiesel, there are certain parameter which is required to be optimized. Parameter optimization of biodiesel. We required reaction temperature. We require the reaction temperature. We take the oil and we have to put some catalyst and some other resources we have to use. And so reaction temperature should be at 50-degree temperature. This we are talking about canola oil. So in that way, different oil have different parameter and different values are there. So by using these values, we can convert the oil into biodiesel by applying these conditions. So some important point, these already we have discussed. There is no need to again discuss this point. So what exactly, there is a certain problem also. If we use the biodiesel to the direct diesel engine, so they have a lot of problem. So sometimes efficiency of the engine is also down, and that is because of the calorific value of the, if oil is not up to the mark, and that we use that to convert that oil into the biodiesel. So biodiesel also have a less calorific value, and if we use it inside the engine, so power will be developed, less power will be developed. So to avoid that, we required some additives. We have to focus some additives which required to improve the performance of this biodiesel. So according to that, we have to work. So seeds, I will take here the example of baccain, that is family name Meliaceae, and English Persian lilac name, and in Hindi we call baccain. Baccain, we have taken the seeds and then we have extracted the oil from that, and that oil is converted into the biodiesels. So if we talk about the bacchain, it grow on a variety of soil from sandy to clay, including black cotton soil. Fruit one seeded raw drupes 1 centimeter with woody endocarp, greenish yellow when ripe. Seeds of bacchain collected and remove moisture. So that we have taken in that way. So figure we can see here what is the bacchain actually look. If we talk the some property of this biodiesel that have chemical names are given, and in the oil that is contribution of this palmitic acid is there, stearic acid is there, oleic acid is there, linoleic is there, linoleic acid is there. So the different contribution inside the oil have these. If we talk about the bacchain, that is 8.1% palmitic acid is there, stearic acid 1.2%, oleic acid 20.8%, linoleic that is 67, that is highest. So we before going to the reaction or using the oil into the biodiesel, we required to test these to find out the different contribution of these different components. And the reaction which we have to do to convert the oil into the biodiesel, that we call transesterification. Transesterification, what is there? Triglyceride is basically is the oil, and methanol, we have to react it with methanol, but in the presence of some catalyst. Some catalyst, sometimes KOH we have to use, sometime catalyst we have to use in appropriate amount. So triglyceride and methanol with catalyst, we have to go for reaction at particular temperature for particular time. So after some time or 1 hour or more than 1 hour, that is converted into the biodiesel. Here you can see this fatty acid methyl ester is the biodiesel, and rest is glycerol. That is glycerol. We also can use for lubricant purpose in different in different industries or different. We also can use this for converting the product into the soap. This glycerol can be converted into the soap, so we can use in that way. So a common composition of biodiesel when biodiesel is converted. So methyl palmitic, that is have a molecule weight 270, methyl stearate 298, methyl oleate 296. So this is chemical component of that. So optimization of biodiesel production parameter for bacchain. If we use the bacchain and convert that bacchain into the biodiesel, and some optimization technique have been applied here, that is RSM, research methodology. So response surface methodology that have been used, RSM basically response surface methodologies that have been used, and in that way we have chosen some variable: molar ratio, reaction time, reaction temperature, catalytic concentration, and response is biodiesel, how much percentage of biodiesel is produced, that we have done. So range we have taken to so we have taken molar ratio 3:1, 6:1, 9:1, 12:1, 15:1. This molar ratio of between methyl and oil, this ratio we have taken. And catalytic concentration, we have started 0.1% to 1.4%, and temperature range we have taken 40 to 80, and time limit we have taken 20 minutes to 100 minutes. So these parameters we have taken, and we try to optimize at what combination good yield we can achieve. So this is a design matrix. Accordingly, we have performed the 30 experiment on different combination, and we have got the response in the form of ester production. Ester production, that is basically biodiesel, and glycerol is byproduct. So in that way, according to that matrix, we have performed the experiment, and this is ANOVA table to analyze the result. This table is very important, and which factor is more significant. So ANOVA table, after analyzing, we have find out this is final table This is ester. This is, we can call, this is a model basically for production of the biodiesel. And different component, if we multiply by molar ratio, time, temperature, concentration, so we can get the amount of ester, how much amount of ester or biodiesel we can produce by this model. And further, the different parameter we have analyzed in the form of 3D. So here you can see 3 parameters are there, though is on the one side molar ratio is there, other side time is there, and in that vertical direction, that is ester production or biodiesel production, we can compare. We can, if we compare here molar ratio, as we increase the molar ratio, so in that way we can see here, if we increase the molar ratio, production of biodiesel is increased, and after reaching at some value it is constant or sometimes decrease. In the same way, as we increase the time, minutes of reaction time increase from 40 to 80, we can see here this is linearly increase as we increase the time, and 60 to 70 it will give the maximum time, and after that it will reduce. So these two parameters is very important. And after, if we compare the molar ratio and temperature, again, if we increase the temperature on 50 to 65, that is slowly will increase and linearly, and after that it will reach at the top and then it will reduce. So these parameter we can optimize in that way. And concentration and molar ratio, again, if we have to compare in starting, it is as we increase the molar ratio, the production of the biodiesel will increase, and up to it will reach the up to its maximum production yield, and after that it will decrease. In the same way, concentration, if we increase the concentration of this catalyst from 0.8% to 1.2%, so that will be slowly increase, and we will get optimized value, and after that it will decrease. So we can find out the optimized values of this parameter. If we compare the time and temperature again in 3D, how the production is affected. So time, that is slowly increase, and 60 minutes, approximate 60 minutes, if we go for reaction time, that is optimization time is there. And temperature, again, that is near about 60 onward, that temperature is optimized value. Actual value, the what at what combination we should produce the biodiesel, that is we can get from here, that is optimum concentration for molar ratio, time, temperature, catalyst, that is if we compare the molar ratio, that is 7.7 to 1, that is optimized value. And if we find the time, that is time is 72 minutes, we have to go for reaction time. And if we talk about the temperature, what temperature we have to maintain during the reaction, that is 64 degrees Celsius, and what percentage of catalyst KOH we have to use, that is 1.04% by weight that we have to use. And if accordingly, if we go for production of the biodiesel, up to 94% biodiesel we can produce, and the rest amount of glycerol is there. So these parameters we have identified. And if we conclude the properties of these, highest 155 degree flash point we have obtained, and 162 fire point were obtained and noted for Buchanan biodiesel. When we add diethyl ether, only production of biodiesel is not the solution, but at the same time we have to add some additive, and additive, that is DEE, diethyl ether. That diethyl ether in India we can easily get from the sugar industries, and these for biodiesel, for oil we can get from non-edible oil. So in that way we can produce the biodiesel, and the further efficiency can be improved by adding the diethyl ether. High flash and higher point help in transportation and storage of biodiesel fuel, which increases safety margin of the fuel. No doubt that fuel is giving the high flash point and higher point, but that will help in transportation, keeping in storage. So that safety point of view, that is good point. Cloud and pore point of Buchanan biodiesel decrease when diethyl ether is added between 4 to 8%. Up to 4 to 8%, we have tried to add the diethyl ether, and then we have tested these fuel properties. So these fuel properties, cloud and pore point is decreased. In general, biodiesel with 8% diethyl ether can be used in maximum parts of India's temperature never goes below 1 degree Celsius. The viscosity of Buchanan biodiesel decrease when we add 4 to 8% diethyl ether, because biodiesel have a high viscosity, but that with the high viscosity we cannot use in diesel engine, that is required to be decreased further. So by adding the diethyl ether, that viscosity we can reduce, and then we can use it in engine safely. Buchanan biodiesel with 8% diethyl ether show 4.4 centistroke, that is highest viscosity, and that is within the range. As per the standard, that is viscosity is required between 2 to 6, and that is well below between these two range, 4.4 centistroke. So that is good biodiesel and can be used. Biodiesel of this Buchanan with 8% diethyl ether show lowest calorific value, that is 37,597 kilojoule per kg. So that is, but that is usable calorific value. We can use that, but we have to compromise with drop of efficiency. But we have to, at the same time, we are reducing the pollution. So in that case, we can use it, we can compensate. So we have tested on this engine, and generator side is attached and loading on the other side is there. So some specification of this engine are this: that engine was single cylinder, and bore and stroke dimension was given 102 and 116 mm cubic, 948 cubic centimeter engine was used. We can say 950 cc engine, compression ratio 17.5 to 1. So these are the specification of engine which we have used. And after that, this diethyl ether we have selected. What are the reason on the what ways we have selected? It has some properties like the oxygenate additive. This is oxygenate additive diethyl ether, and it is miscible with various biodiesel fuel over the range of environment temperatures seen in vehicle operation. Oxygenate additive diethyl is not show excessive volatile when mixed with various biodiesel. That is not show the excessive volatile, but other way it is volatile. But when we use it with biodiesel, that volatility is reduced. Mixture of base fuel and oxygenate is an adequate cetane number, and preferably allow the mixture to show an increase in cetane number. Basically, biodiesel have low cetane number, but this, when we add this diethyl ether, have a cetane number of 125. When we add it with biodiesel, so net overall cetane number of that biodiesel is increased by adding this diethyl ether. Some other property of this diethyl ether are chemical formula is given, density is approximately 0.7134 gram per cubic centimeter. Auto ignition temperature is 160 degrees Celsius. Explosive limit, that is between 1.4 to 48. That means if it fall within range, this range, there is chances of explosion. If the percentage is 1 to 48% percentage. And these are some properties. By adding the diethyl ether, some property have been improved, like the viscosity, density, flash point, fire point, cloud point, pore point, calorific value. So when we add the diethyl ether, fuel property of this biodiesel is increased. So that will help in running the engine. When we go for performance checking of the engine by using this Buchanan biodiesel, we have observed this fuel consumption, specific fuel consumption, overall efficiency, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, NOx, flue gas temperature. all these parameters we have observed and compared. So here we can see fuel consumption. If we increase the power generation 1.5 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, like that. So power fuel consumption no doubt increase as we increase the power. But when we take the Bakayan, that is yellow line, we can see that is showing the more power consumption, but still we have to compensate it with pollutant. So in that way we have to compromise it, but it have a more fuel consumption. Brake's fuel consumption is also more in that case. You can see his here, yellow line is there, but still we can use this. If we take the overall efficiency of this Bakayan when we use is decreased, but when we add the diethyl ether up to 8%, this orange line you can see that is increase in overall efficiency. So in the same way, when we use diethyl ether, so pollutant is also somehow increased, but here you can see this 8%, this line below lowest line, that is when we add diethyl ether, so carbon monoxide is reduced. So that is good sign. In that way we have to use this. Carbon dioxide, if we compare when we use the diethyl ether, that is reduced. Pollutant of this carbon dioxide, that is reduced when we eat with the help of 8% diethyl ether. So that is good sign. And NOx, if we compare here again, so when we eat 8% diethyl ether, NOx is also reduced. But when we use mineral diesel, that is very high, NOx is very high. But when we use this biodiesel with the mix of diethyl ether, that NOx contribution is reduced. That is again good sign. Flue gas temperature is somehow that is increased, but when we that is flue gas temperature, that does not make any more effect on the pollutant. So biodiesel of Bakayan with 8% diethyl ether give that 1690 gram per hour fuel consumption at 5 kilowatt load. So that is up to that we can use this. So that is output we have taken here. If we conclude different parameter here, overall efficiency, and the overall efficiency of CI engine decrease when you use neat biodiesel in place of mineral diesel. But when we add diethyl ether, so overall efficiency is increase. So Bakayan biodiesel with 8% diethyl ether show 28.34, approximately 29% overall efficiency we get. But if we talk about the diesel engine, that gives more than 30%. So there is a 2 or 3% power in the form of overall efficiency we have to compromise, but at the same time we are getting less carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, so that in that way we can prefer it. Exhaust emissions, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, when we use, that can be reduced as compared to mineral diesel. So that is good sign to use this biodiesel, and that will be reduce the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. NOx also decrease, and that give the good power when we use at the same load condition. That also efficiency is also comparatively good. So that is the topic which we have covered on this. I now would like to conclude that in the transport sector, carbon dioxide we use that help to increase the pollutant, and that we require to decrease. Only solution, we have to find the different alternative way, and government is also doing the work by framing the different policies to use in transport sector, like EV and green tax and auto fuel policies. So in that way we can use, but still there is a lot of work is required to decrease this carbon dioxide from this transportation sector. So now I would like to conclude here. Thanks for organizer giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. We sincerely appreciate your efforts, sir. And I would like to conclude the key points that you have discussed, sir. So, sir have discussed about the electrical mobility mission plan. He have highlighted why we should shift towards hydrogen missions, then electrification of railway operations, CNG programs, and also about waterways. We all have heard about highways, but sir have highlighted that the government is also working towards incorporating things like waterways for shipping purpose, then higher budget allocation for buses and metros, National Rail Plan 2030. He has also explained about why we should cut off our reduction of NOx emission and particulates by 80%. He have also discussed about the innovative techniques like SCR, in which the NOx reacts with the ammonia to produce nitrogen and hydrogen dioxide, that is water. Sir have also shifted our focus to use of biodiesel, which is a good substitute of diesel fuel, and also discussed about the compatibility, renewability, and reduction and the emission reduction. We are truly indebted to you, sir. Thank you for your precious time and the knowledge that you have shared with all of us. It was truly commendable. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the organizer, and thanks, ma'am. Special thanks for you.
Thank you, sir.
So you have to mail me right now. I will call you later, okay? Is it new?
Yes, darling.
Did you replace the
Removed
AC?
it.
But why?
Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. Isn't it something new? Really? Free hot water. Come. Why don't you see yourself? See? See?
Ow, it's hot. But power bill?
Arey, chill. Nothing to worry. There will be lots of saving now. Follow me. Presenting Chilton Super Saver 1.5 ton AC, which consumes electricity less than a 1 ton air conditioner and can save up to 82,000 rupees every year on electricity. And Chilton AC will help. So now what do you think, darling?
I'm highly impressed, sweetheart. You are my genius.
No, not me. It's Chilton. Only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water.
So you have to mail me right now. I'll call you later, okay? नया लिया?
हाँ darling.
और पुराने का क्या?
निकाल दिया.
But why?
Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. है ना कुछ कमाल का ही नयापन? सच में? Free hot water. आओ. चलो तुम खुद ही देख लो. आओ.
Ow! It's hot. पर बिजली का बिल?
अरे चिंता की तो कोई बात ही नहीं है जी. अब तो होगी बचत ही बचत. आ जाओ. तो पेश करते हैं ये चिल्टन का सुपर सेवर 1.5 टन का एसी, जो कि 1 टन के एसी से भी कम बिजली कंज्यूम करे और दे साल भर में करीब 82,000 रुपए तक की बिजली की बचत. और चिल्टन एसी 52% तक क्लाइमेट चेंज की इम्पैक्ट को कम करने में मदद करता है.
गो ग्रीन दिलचस्प है.
तो अब आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी मैडम?
I'm highly impressed, sweetheart. तुम सच में जीनियस हो.
नहीं. Chilton, only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water. Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. Isn't it something new? Really? Why don't you see yourself? See? See?
Ow, it's hot. But power bill?
Presenting Chilton Super Saver 1.5 ton AC, which consumes electricity less than a 1 ton air conditioner and can save up to 82,000 rupees every year on electricity. And Chilton AC will help to reduce climate change impact by 52%.
You are my genius.
No, not me. It's Chilton. Only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water. पेटेंटेड एयर कंडीशनर इन द वर्ल्ड विथ फ्री हॉट वाटर। है ना कुछ कमाल का ही नयापन? सच में? आओ चलो तुम खुद ही देख लो। आओ
आओ इट्स हॉट। पर बिजली का बिल?
तो पेश करते हैं ये चिल्टन का सुपर सेवर 1.5 टन का एसी जो कि 1 टन के एसी से भी कम बिजली कंज्यूम करे और दे साल भर में करीब 82,000 रुपए तक की बिजली की बचत। और चिल्टन एसी 52% तक क्लाइमेट चेंज की इम्पैक्ट को कम करने में मदद करता है।
तुम सच में जीनियस हो।
मैनी ओनली चिल्टन। चिल्टन डुअल पर्पस एयर कंडीशनर विद फ्री हॉट वाटर।
So you have to mail me right now. I will call you later, okay? Is it new?
Yes, darling.
Did you replace the
Removed
AC?
it.
But why?
Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. Isn't it something new? Really? Free hot water. Come. Why don't you see yourself? See? See?
Ow, it's hot. But power bill?
Arey chill. Nothing to worry. There will be lots of saving now. Follow me. Presenting Chilton Super Saver 1.5 ton AC which consumes electricity less than a 1 ton air conditioner and can save up to 82,000 rupees every year on electricity. And Chilton AC will help to reduce climate change impact by 52%.
Go green. It's interesting.
So now what do you think, darling?
I'm highly impressed, sweetheart. You are my genius.
No, not me. It's Chilton. Only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water.
So you have to mail me right now. I'll call you later, okay? नया लिया?
हाँ डार्लिंग।
और पुराने का क्या?
निकाल दिया।
But why?
Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. है ना कुछ कमाल का ही नयापन? सच में? Free hot water. आओ। चलो तुम खुद ही देख लो। आओ।
Ow! It's hot. पर बिजली का बिल?
अरे चिंता की तो कोई बात ही नहीं है जी। अब तो होगी बचत ही बचत। आ जाओ। तो पेश करते हैं ये चिल्टन का सुपर सेवर 1.5 टन का एसी जो कि 1 टन के एसी से भी कम बिजली कंज्यूम करे और दे साल भर में करीब 82,000 रुपए तक की बिजली की बचत। और चिल्टन एसी 52% तक क्लाइमेट चेंज की इम्पैक्ट को कम करने में मदद करता है।
गो ग्रीन दिलचस्प है।
तो अब आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी मैडम?
I'm highly impressed, sweetheart. तुम सच में जीनियस हो।
नहीं। Chilton, only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water. Patented air conditioner in the world with free hot water. Isn't it something new? Really? Why don't you see yourself? See? See?
Ow, it's hot. But power bill?
Presenting Chilton Super Saver 1.5 ton AC which consumes electricity less than a 1 ton air conditioner and can save up to 82,000 rupees every year on electricity. And Chilton AC will help to reduce climate change impact by 52%.
You are my genius.
No, not me. It's Chilton. Only Chilton. Chilton dual purpose air conditioner with free hot water. पेटेंटेड एयर कंडीशनर इन द वर्ल्ड विथ फ्री हॉट वाटर। है ना कुछ कमाल का ही नयापन? सच में। आओ चलो तुम खुद ही देख लो। आओ आओ।
Ow! It's hot. पर बिजली का बिल?
तो पेश करते हैं ये चिल्टन का सुपर सेवर 1.5 टन का एसी, जो कि 1 टन के एसी से भी कम बिजली कंज्यूम करे और दे साल भर में करीब 82,000 रुपए तक की बिजली की बचत। और चिल्टन एसी 52% तक क्लाइमेट चेंज की इम्पैक्ट को कम करने में
So good afternoon, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible, sir. Very well audible, please.
Okay, sir. It's my immense pleasure to welcome you, sir. So, Mr. Shyam Ravindran is a Managing Director of Manufacturing Sonal India Private Limited to discuss about decoding NEC 2023 and other electrical standards for sustainability. Mr. Shyam Ravindran holds a rich of 15 plus years of experience working in electrical testing and measuring, working in India and also in Europe. His educational qualification includes Masters in Electrical Engineering from WUT Poland, and he is also a certified level to professional thermographer. He has published various technical papers, including CIRED in Sweden. He is also a member of various technical associations in India. His technical interests topics include power quality and safety testing. Sir, moving forward, share your ideas and presentations, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the kind introduction, sir.
Okay, sir.
Please let me know once when my screen is visible.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir, your screen is visible, sir.
Okay. So I'll start my presentation. First of all, thank you so much for having me. My name is Shyam Ravindran. Thank you for the kind introduction as well. I thank first the SEAM Association members for giving this opportunity, and also for VIT for kindly hosting this session. I believe there will be some valuable information that can be given from our side. I'm going to majorly talk about all the electrical standards which talks about electrical safety and sustainability. The primary standard of reference obviously is going to be NEC 23, which forms the base of all the electrical testings and standards moving forward in India. Before we start the presentation, I want to leave the audience with two questions. First, is our electrical network really safe? The statistics says the number of accidents in India is significantly higher. When we talk about the electrical safety, there is quite a lot of casualties that is happening in India. However, having said that, I will leave the question with you for you to come out with your own opinion about the infrastructure and the safety of the infrastructure in India currently. Is our electrical network really safe? Then the next question is, okay, if I have to change certain things, what are all the necessary standards that is in practice in India? Because when we talk about innovation, we wanted to apply a lot of innovations into our day-to-day practice. But in my personal opinion, innovation comes after you apply the standards, because standards are a set of foolproof elements that is already in place. Once when the standard element is completely in place, yes, we need to take out the next step of the implementation of the innovative techniques for any kind of improvements. So what will be the necessary standard in India? My agenda today is to briefly talk about standards and requirements, safety regulation that is mandated from CEA already, products and tools that is currently in the market and how the measurements are being done, power quality, and because power quality is a very, very important topic and it cannot be omitted when we talk about safety. And finally, I will introduce 2 slides about our company. So first, what are the standards that is available in India? We had 2 standards until this National Electrical Code was released. I mean, primarily when we talk about electrical testing, that is IS 732 and 3043. As you can see very well on the screen, this standards went out for a lot of revisions. I mean, 732 went out for the 4th revision and 3043 went out for a 2nd revision already in India. These are all released from BIS. Then in 2023, National Electrical Code came into the picture. Primarily, when we move along, there will be 2 standards which we will all end up following. That is National Building Code and National Electrical Code. These are the 2 books which we will be following through, moving ahead until the next electrical code is released in India. Very recently, because this is becoming a little bit of a complication, because who holds what responsibility? For example, if there is a new project that is going to come, what is the responsibility of a consultant? What is the responsibility of the electrical maintenance manager? What is the responsibility of the plant owner? So there is always a set of confusion, who holds what responsibility. The final standard, which is this the guide of implementation, clearly tells about who holds what responsibility. It's a free standard. If whoever wanted to download the standard, you can create a login in BIS website, the government website, and download all these standards. It is absolutely free of cost. So these are the 4 reference standards that is in India. And if before I move on, if you have any questions, please try to stop me during the presentation, and we can continue the presentation whenever based on your convenience. So, moving forward, related to safety, there is a concept that is already prevailing in India about earth resistance. I mean, starting from a petrol station to the large substation in India, the safety audit currently prevails about understanding whether the earth pit falls below certain ohmic value. For example, if it is 1 ohm or whatever is the ohmic value. And that is the question what I wanted to leave is how many of you do earth resistance measurements? And we will kind of conclude that this is a very, very, very common practice in India to have an earth pit value sufficiently low and think that all the electrical installation is completely safe. Now, this is the first misconception I wanted to explain through. The standard electrical code doesn't, demand directly to measure earth resistance. Yes, earth resistance value is important because only then there will be a closed loop cycle that is formed in. But what is actually required is, as I've shown in the screen, there is a requirement of earth resistance test, and it is also clearly mentioned you have to do the earth resistance measurement using a high frequency pulse signal, which is not a normal earth resistance measurement which we are doing. It is actually also going into the LPS inspection report, which is a lighting protection system, not for the safety audit. If you go for the National Electrical Code and press Control F and you see earth resistance, you will find 7 citations. Nowhere they have mentioned that you have to do the earth resistance measurement. Again, it is also for the lightning inspection report. The most important point is this 3.10. From the point of safety consideration, the objective is not to maintain the minimum value of the earth resistance, but there shall be an adequate coordination between the obtainable value of the fault loop and setting the protective device. What does it mean is, as an electrical engineer, we all come to one point. When there is a fault, there is a need of disconnecting the protective device. Whatever is a protective device, that is up to your design, your application, you have designed it. These protective devices are supposed to trip in the specified period of time. If the earth pit value is only maintained below the particular value, there is no assurance that the protected devices are going to trip or not going to trip. The main objective here is, in case if there is a fault, is our electrical system safe? However, what we are currently ending up doing is we are only maintaining the pit value And I'm giving all the example, whether it is an elevator manufacturing company, whether it is a large installation that is happening in India, even a petrol station that is maintaining a earth value, and that is the only safety audit that is prevailing in India currently. Now, there is the regulation clearly says not to do that. It is asking you to maintain the entire loop structure. That is the primary point, and ensure all your protective devices are working as per your design. I'm not getting into your design. What is the protective devices that you are using in your design? So before we move forward from electrical engineering point of view, there are a couple of standards which is supposed to be followed moving forward. For example, low voltage electrical installation falls 60364-6. Based on 60364-6, which is an IEC standard, the Indian standards, the 4 Indian standards which I mentioned, actually comes into the place, which is NEC 23, IS 732, 3043, and 18732. And power quality goes in a hand-in-hand requirement, because you can't remove power quality from safety in today's perspective. So there is a demand of having a recording as per IEEE 519/2022. Photovoltaic installation, because now we are moving ahead into the sustainable installation, safe installation and maintenance of that installation to the national as well as international standards is absolutely essential once when the project is completed. So for photovoltaic system, the necessary standard number is 62446. And the next sustainable activity, which is largely taking place in India, is for this EV charging infrastructure. There is a huge myth that is running ahead. I'll come to that point in the next slides. The standards are EN 61851, 62196. And again, the 60364 will come into the place, but -7-722 and lighting on workplaces. This is all taken out as a reference from the electrical code only. All my presentations are not prepared from my end with my opinion. This is all from the standard copies. Then from a user point of view, you're going to use any companies, any equipments, any devices. You are all supposed to understand and fulfill these standards. For example, the tools, whatever you use, does it have EN 61557? And wherever you're going to make a measurement, it is absolutely critical to understand what category of measurements you're going to make. For example, if it is a CAT 2 measurement, CAT 3 measurement, CAT 4 measurement, and is this tools and the accessories protected enough for anybody to do the measurements? Then is it EMC compliant, and what is the protection of the equipment for dust and the the conformity certificate? When these two standard copies are clear, we get into the measurements. Now, the other point which I wanted to mention is in all the standards, you will find an user is supposed to fulfill the 10 tests: continuity of the conductors, insulation resistance, protection on SELV, PLV, floor and wall resistance test, automatic disconnection of supply, additional protection, polarity, test of the order of phases, functional and operational test, and voltage drop. Please note this tabular column is in India for the measurements and application for decades. This is nothing new. All these necessary techniques are in India for decades, and I can clearly pinpoint from my working in the market and our supply experience and dealing with the customers. Many of these testings are until now that is not followed, and it is mentioned in every Indian standard, not one Indian standard, in every Indian standard as well as the international standard. One major flaw what we see is the floor and wall resistance test, which is never practiced. And second is automatic disconnection of supply. This actually ensures whether the protected devices will trip in the specified period of time. This is a simple electrical circuit. You have a 3-phase network. I have given a circuit where protective earth is not a separate element. I'll come to how the designs are made into the next slide, but in a very simple circuit, you have your protective device. I'm not rating the protective devices. Let's say there is an RCD protection as well as an MCB protection. There is a 3-phase network. The 3-phase load is connected through this. And when somebody will touch it, is he having an electrical safe? This will be the path of the fault current. And what we end up doing here is we only ensure that whether the earth pit is actually properly maintained. However, the primary purpose is this fault current. What is shown here as IF is supposed to travel up to the neutral of the transformer, and the protective devices are connected into this circuit. So this is supposed to trip. If the pit value is 1 ohm, 5 ohm, 10 ohm, it really doesn't matter unless and until the loop is formed. This is the statement which I've taken out for the measurement of floor and wall impedance. This, while you're operating on an electrical panel, or there is an extraneous conductor. Extraneous conductor means all the non-metallic objects that is running in your facility is supposed to be understood whether there is a safe touch potential and step potential, which will ensure that there is a safe electrical operation. Now we'll come to the automatic disconnection of supply, which is a primary point of electrical safety today. These are the different type of systems, because when I get deeper into it, I thought, because I'm not sure about the audiences who will be present, so I thought I'll get from the basics. These are the different type of electrical systems. TNS system, which means a neutral and a protective, are two different current carrying conductors. If the PEN is a common conductor, we call it as a TNC system. Very common in India is actually a TT system. We actually connect almost everything. Individual earth is connected back. So we form a TT system as a very common system in India currently. In a different type of a system, how a fault will be, how the fault circuit actually plays is supposed to be understood. For example, in a TNS system, the fault current, this will be the approximate path of the fault current. Here, the impedance value is considerably less, because the current carrying conductor path is, the fault current path is traveling back into the circuit using a current, into the current carrying conductors. In case if you use a TT conductor, we expect the impedance value will be higher. This is exactly what is happening in our installation currently, in major installation. I wouldn't say this is a wrong installation. Please don't take me in the wrong way. It is also an accepted standard, but here the impedance value is supposed to be higher compared to the TNS system. So the standard actually tells very clearly what is a disconnection time that is required for a TN system. For example, if we say a 230 volt supply line is here, on an AC circuit, you can see here in the tabular column, 0.4 seconds is a disconnection time for a TN system. But for a TT system, the disconnection time is actually much more lesser, which is 0.2 seconds. This is what we are supposed to fulfill in an electrical installation. Whether the disconnection happens in 0.4 seconds, whether the disconnection happens in 0.2 seconds, based on the system. Now, the next point, based on your designs, whatever is the design that we have, we use different type of a breaker. There are B-type breaker, C-type breaker, D-type breaker. Each breaker has its own characteristics. It is clearly mentioned in every manufacturer. For example, I have taken one image from the internet from a manufacturer, which is mentioned as B16. As per the diagram here, B means 5, 16 means 16. So this breaker is supposed to trip within 80 amps. This is what we are supposed to fulfill in our electrical installation to be safe. And it is, to be frank, it is a very, very simple calculation using an ohmic law. We want to understand, based on the impedance value, whether the prospective short circuit current is lesser or higher. And there is a clear tabular column in the National Electrical Code also, which says, for example, I showed an example of B16. Here you can see in the tabular column, the impedance value is mentioned B, and 16 is also mentioned. The exact approved value is supposed to be 1.92 ohms. If we have an impedance value less than 1.92 ohms, the installation is supposed to be safe. I'll get into the examples what happens in India in the next slides. Giving an example, what happens in a solar site, what happens in an EV charging station site, where are we and why it is important for us to understand this parameter. For you all to understand, I have just prepared a very quick calculation, and this is important that we wanted to make the total installation safe. Means it is important to understand this calculation. So I mentioned B means 16. Please look into the right side of the column. Here it is mentioned as 230. For a 230 volt, there is a 80 ampere that is a required value. What is a calculated value and what is a measured value? If the measured value is more than if it is less than the calculated value, installation is supposed to be safe. And we wanted to conclude whether the installation is safe in terms of the time that is specified in the standard as well. 1 second. I have to remove it right now. Okay. Okay. So coming back to the point, this is how the result are being displayed in while you make a measurements. So what is actually required from the standard is the standard actually demands people to ensure there is a prospective equipotential bonding that is maintained. Prospective equipotential bonding means you have to ensure all the metallic, which is the current carrying, as well as extraneous metallic objects that is running in your facility, are interconnected, not to maintain the earth pit value. Once when this is ensured, the total impedance value of the circuit is maintained sufficiently low, which ensures your protective devices will trip in the specified period of time. In the design, there are two types of protective breakers. One is an RCD breaker and another one is this MCB, which we already discussed. And we also use RCD. It is currently mandated in many states to use an RCD. I've even seen in a news channel in Tamil Nadu, they even played a video that in a news channel that already that much of public awareness is getting into it. You have to install an RCD in your facility to get a new connection supply. I saw a polymer news video also in YouTube, which is played. So what is an RCD? The RCD actually ensures if there is a differential current, it trips. There are different type of RCDs as well: AC type, A type, F type, B type, and B plus type. There are different type of RCDs. This is left up to the consultants, the designers, to decide what type of RCDs are being or supposed to be used. The characteristics, for example, if it is a AC as well as a DC is there in your installation, what type of breaker you're supposed to use. So it is purely up to the designers as well as the consultants to make a design. If you wrongly choose an RCD, it is never going to trip. So that is very critical to understand where we use what type of RCDs. And in each RCD, you will also find the different characteristics. For example, there is a no delay, short delay, as well as a selective delay when this is supposed to be tripping. And there is a sequential testing is also supposed to be done. For example, on nominal value, are this devices is tripping, or 2 times of the nominal values is this device is tripping, or 5 times of the nominal value is this device is tripping. Then comes the final authoritative, which is the Central Electrical Authority, who has already mandated it on June 23rd. They already mandated that this must be made as I will say, a necessity in the electrical installation moving forward. So basically what they told is you have to maintain the earth fault loop impedance value sufficiently low. And it is also you're supposed to conduct this measurements. This could vary from state to state. As per my experience, this is up to the call of the electrical inspector, for example, per year, once in 2 years. This could be the call from an electrical inspector based on the audience, the type of the industries which he finds it is right to be applied. However, you are supposed to maintain this impedance value for your 2-year record at any moment of inspection. Plus, you're supposed to maintain this record for DG as well as your incoming power supply. You're supposed to conclude whether it is yes or no. And the finally related to 18732, which was recently released, this is something which is very new from the standard point of view. Usually standards will not tell the name of the product, but how you are supposed to do the measurements. That's how all the standards were there. But the recent standard, the responsibility, I will call this as a responsibility guideline, because that is how the draft copy was prepared, who is responsible for what. In that, the final customer is supposed to have all this kind of testing equipment as a mandate. Actually, the one point which we also find it something which is very new is from continuity measurements, which was supposed to be a 200 milliampere. They actually made it into a 10 ampere, which makes it as an additional equipment for the user to be maintained. Again, this is coming from the standard. So we also find this as an additional element to the customer to be maintained. 12.1 is talking about all the testing which is to be done, and 12.2 which talks about all the power quality parameters. So today it is important to know what is the power quality and what is the all the testing that you have completed, and that is how a testing site is currently maintained. If you talk about all the power quality parameters, every power quality parameters are mentioned here, which is supposed to be maintained in your electrical installation, which includes your active, reactive power. And today's fashion, power quality is understanding for what is power factor and what is harmonics. But actually, power quality is a very deep subject. And all these parameters are interlinked to one another. Here it is actually important to maintain and understand what is the value of all the parameters. Finally, when we quickly, I wanted to introduce a product and get into the next topic quickly, because when we talk about such kind of a testing tool, we don't want the customer, the vision what we had is we wanted to present one equipment, and this one equipment should be sufficient enough to ensure all the electrical network is sufficiently, maintained is sufficiently safe. So this equipment, what we have installed is an insulation tester, earth resistance resistivity meter, loop impedance meter, power quality, RCD, a phase sequence, a light meter. We have designed all this into one single equipment. And why we think this is an important step into the market currently is, currently an engineer is supposed to carry multiple testing equipments to the site for an audit, point number one. Maintaining the multiple equipments is becoming another added responsibility. The cost of their design is also becoming high. So just to avoid all this and to add a lot of value when we scale, we designed this one equipment which will, and it is completely fulfilling to all the necessary Indian standards, is our recent design. And when we talk about sustainability, we have to understand the sustainability aspect from two elements. Today, of course, there are a lot of topics that is running. One of a major important activity is related to the PV installation. So when we go for a PV installation, what are the necessary standards? The first part is the AC part. Again, I mentioned in my previous slide 60364. You will see it is coming. It will come for all your installations moving ahead. 60364, in which 7-712 will be an added point for the solar installation. For the AC side, you also have to understand 62446-1, 64446-2 are the added testings that is to be done for the PV installation side. Just for you to understand for the AC side as well as the DC side. So what is the difference element on the 62446-1 is they've actually categorized to two category of testings. This reference, you will find it in the National Electrical Code on the standard reference as well as 62446-1, which is continuity of the earthing, polarity test, combiner box test, string on HSA, open circuit as well as a circuit current test, functional test, and insulation resistance on the DC circuits. Category 2 comes IV curve and thermography. And the additional tests are mentioned, but again, that is up to the user to decide. But category 1 and category 2 testings are absolutely essential for you to conclude your PV testings. Just how we do the how we have designed or how we conduct the testing currently, up to the inverter efficiency, we are doing the testings. Just a brief categorization on the models from our end. Then the next part is the electrical vehicle charging stations. I mentioned I'll explain some real-time examples for us to get into this. I mentioned in our previous session and Naseem's presentation also, I'll mention again. I've attended a couple of presentations when we talk about sustainability. In one of the session related to the sustainability, one of the sitting minister was telling that when there is an electrical accident on an EV charging station, the plan of the government in terms of scalability will go down. So safety, unless and until you have a safe electrical installation, in my personal opinion, scalability is a very, very difficult task. So the installation must be safe and the installation must be as per the standard. So related to the electrical vehicle charging station, I'll explain what happens in India also after this brief idea about this electrical installation for EV charging. So the entire network is supposed to be understood, starting from the grid, transformer, meter, panel, and finally that comes to the outlet. Yes, we will only talk about the outlet right now, because when we come to the transmission side or the distribution side, the number of electrical accidents, or if we talk about the redundancy or the efficiency compared to what is there in the outlet, I personally believe the efficiency and the redundancy is comparatively much higher when we talk about the grid side. So actually, in my personal opinion, there is a lot of work that is supposed to be done on the user side, not on the grid side. So the standard, what the standard is requiring us to do on the safety testing is again 60364-6, which is an inevitable standard moving forward for your electrical installation. And charging station also has 61851, 62196, and the same 7-722, which we saw in the previous number, will also come into the site. Performance diagnostics, this is not from the standard, this is for the performance diagnostics. Influence of charging on power quality is very important. I will tell why it is important also. And diagnostics with the thermal imaging camera is actually important. And I've already mentioned about 60364-6. And from the charging point of view, these are the standards 61851 and 62196. So in 61851, we are talking about the charging modes, the different type of charging modes, and the residual current devices to be used for 3 modes of charging on electrical vehicles. 62752, which talks about incapable control and cable control and protective device for mode 2 charging on electrical road vehicle. The second blockage, conductive charging, and finally this last standard, which we already had a very, very detailed discussion. So the minimum requirement for us to conduct or to have an electrical EV charging station is the continuity, insulation, earthing, operation on the RCD parts, and effectiveness of shock protection. These are the 5 conditions which we are supposed to ensure in our EV charging stations. So for an user, yes, a visual test, the mode of charging which I've mentioned, it's slightly difficult to explain things in only a presentation. But when we do a practical testing, it is much more easier for us to simulate and show to you what is a different mode of testing. So the diagnostics on the control signal CP and PP, short circuit loop impedance, which is a very important test because that ensures a total loop value, RCD, leakage, and insulation resistance measurement. Now I'll tell you what is happening in India currently. We have visited almost all the leading charging infrastructure companies, which will start from an example from a vehicle charging station company. Then it goes to the infrastructure company. Then it goes to the charger manufacturing company, etc., etc. Now, who holds the responsibility is a critical element when there is a electrical fire accident. So we visited mostly many charging manufacturing companies, and we asked them, do we fulfill this particular standard? Because you are going for a national level deployment, starting from Delhi to, from north to south, the installation is happening. If you look into it, to my personal opinion, no, the necessary standards are not followed. To what extent also I will tell. So once when we had a discussion with a leading supplier, they told, sir, all our installations are already tested. What they mean by that is, for example, they use an MCB. They have a type test report or a test certificate of that MCB, which is already there. But whether that MCB is ideal for that installation or not is not at all tested. So we went, we had a little bit of an argumentative state with the customer. We told, sir, this is not coming from a company which we are supposed to follow as per the guideline from the government. We went for the testing. To our surprise, there was 10 installations which is made by them. 10 out of 10, 9 actually failed the quality test. 10 out of 9 EV charging stations do not fulfill the guideline of the government. This is the current state of affairs. Why power quality plays a critical role is, we are making a measurement, we are doing a design, all considering a 230 volt, for example, to give you a numerical value. Let's say we are doing a design based on the 230 volt. During the different weather seasons, for example, if it is a winter season or a summer season, do we actually have a 230 volt in our supply? Because of the demand on an air conditioner growing immensely high in a summer season, there is a voltage drop in the grid. And what is the voltage value we are having? We are having a voltage value let's say we are having a 210 volt or a 200 volt, which is very, very common in what we have measured. The design was made for a 230 volt, and we do all the testing whether it is safe for an operation on a 230 volt. But actually, the voltage is either going high or the voltage is either going low. So what we ended up doing is the infrastructure companies, what they ended up doing is they actually started adjusting for the voltage. In spite of that, what is supposed to be ensured is the voltage is supposed to be received as per the contractual term, which is the 230 volt. I'm giving just an example. This could vary from the client requirement. Just for an example, I'm trying to tell. So in our opinion, 9 out of 10 infrastructures are not fulfilling to the national guidelines. This is the state of affairs today. So this is the CA guideline copy, sir. Who holds what responsibility? This is released on 6th February 2019. Lot of points are mentioned, but the first point is a critical element. The applicant shall provide a reliable protection system, which means if you are having a commercial establishment on EV charging infrastructure, all the necessary infrastructure guideline is supposed to be followed by the applicant, not by the vehicle manufacturer or not by the EV charger, EV charging station manufacturer. If you run a commercial premises, all the safety is for the applicant, whoever is the applicant. So, and they are also asking to maintain the power quality 24/7 and reporting as per IEEE 519/2014. This is a CA guideline copy, and then mentioned 2014 and from amended from time to time. Currently, we have up to 2022 IEEE guideline that is already released. So this is what is supposed to be done. I am yet to see such kind of an installation in India. I am yet to see. I have visited many infrastructure charging installations across the country. I am yet to see such kind of installation fulfilling to the CA guidelines, which is unfortunately the sorry state of affairs. When we talk about in the first presentations, the president was actually mentioning about the cyber security, and the data transfer becomes an inevitable part. Until we know what is the numerical value, it is impossible for us to take a corrective action. And when we want to measure or when we wanted to monitor such kind of electrical parameters, two things are very important. Is it accurate? Is it safe? Safe in terms of the equipment as well as our infrastructure. Point number 2 about cybersecurity. So some of the equipments are giving the data transfer 24/7, and it is also important to understand whether it is safe for the companies while they are from these three aspects. Whether it is accurate, whether it is safe for their infrastructure, and whether it is safe from the cyber security point of view. This is how a user is supposed to do such kind of an installation. And I personally believe these three are very, very critical when we talk about sustainability infrastructure improvement. And when we talk about sustainability, I wanted to bring, actually, this is not from the standard. This is one IoT device. Actually, I was not prepared for this IoT device before the morning session, but based on this requirement from the previous speakers, I thought I will add a quick overview. IoT is actually becoming we are working on the IoT devices as well. IoT is becoming a very, very important element when we talk about net zero, carbon credit, carbon infrastructure, etc. And why this is important is from the user point of view, there is a need of kind of making things automatic based on his application. And when we talk about the largest piece, I don't want to name, some of the largest PSUs has a demand of making something that is not connected to their critical infrastructure. Other than their critical infrastructure, almost every electrical consumption, whatever they wanted to make, 50% they wanted to bring it under an IoT by 2024. 2024. That is a massive step that is taken out by the largest PSUs in India. So one of the, we are working closely with the utility and the PSUs currently. One is monitoring on their LV transformers, controlling on their public lighting. Public lighting is one of a key aspect of I will say, energy consumption today. And they actually wanted to automate, make it everything automatic on their public lighting, reading data from energy meters in case if they wanted to change the tariff, and sending all data to a central database. Because if we wanted to improve a critical infrastructure national wide, we wanted to have a redundancy in the software and collect the data into one critical infrastructure. So this is very, very important. What are all the parameters we currently deal with the customer as we currently maintain their lighting infrastructure based on their time, based on their requirement. We also control their water demand based on the sensor nodes. There are 3 different level of sensor that is installed in the premises. So based on the sensor activity, we actually control the water movement, and we also control the on and off switch for some of their critical applications based on this. By this, they actually wanted to bring out the electricity consumption. By the agenda is to bring out their complete electrical installation, which is not critical infrastructure, and reduce it by 50%. That is the agenda what they have. That's, in my opinion, a very, very sophisticated agenda. So we have done such kind of an installation to the customer, and we are also connecting it to their SCADA systems. Of course, this is excuse me for this. This is not related to the standard or the topic of a measurement, but it correlates to the topic of the day, which is about energy conservation. So we are working on such kind of an installation of using the Dali box installation. We call it as a Dali box. So we do that kind of an installation. We control all their lighting and as well as lift application as well as their water application. Finally, I wanted to brief you about the loop impedance history and about our company. We have about 30 years of experience in totality. I'm running this company in India from 2013. We are a listed company in Europe. 40 plus distributors are present to us across the country. Some of the photos from the site. We basically work actually from the transmission, distribution, as well as the users, for example, like railways, for example, like oil and gas, the police, navy, infrastructures like defense, BARC, ISRO. These are our current customer base. In totality, from the product line, we are completely operational from transmission, distribution, as well as from the industrial side, both in terms of the testing as well as from their infrastructure maintenance. We do operate. This is the contact detail of myself. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer your questions, sir. Actually, I started the session a couple of minutes before the time, so I'm finishing it slightly earlier, leaving any question and answer for, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, if there is any questions.
So there is no question, sir.
Okay.
Sir, thank you for your valuable information, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, sir.
Okay, sir. As you explained starting from is our electrical network really safe, and you shared about the 4 standards, the 4 codes. So we have to review that one. So and we explained about earth resistance measurements, and we have to follow the 10 tests. It is important one is automatic disconnection of supply. In that you explained about breakers and RCD measurements, and finally you discussed about electrical vehicle charging generators. It is really important thing, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sir. Sorry.
Okay, I think we can continue our event. So we'd like to invite our fifth speaker, Mr. Praveen Totkar. He's an EC member, C Maharashtra. Mr. Totkar is a graduate in instrumentation engineering and SME in automation, digitization, IT, and quality compliance. He has over 20 years of experience in the pharma domain. He has worked with companies like Dr. Reddy's, Siemens, Allomatic Pharma Lab, Lupin, and Cipla. He's a certified energy auditor and SEAM EC member. He is active in many SEAM initiatives and has contributed to BE refresher and preparatory courses as faculty. He has led energy ambassador programs and has done significant contributions as an assessor of quality and energy system awards. As an entrepreneur, he is associated with his clients in managing operational excellence and digitization projects, developing a business process matrix with integrated QED. As an advisor in digital transformation, improving utilization factors of IT platforms, and managing changes in digital transformation. So we'd like to invite Mr. Totkar to share his screen and enlighten us with his vast wealth of experience.
Yeah, thank you for introduction. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes.
Let me know, is it visible?
Yes, Mr. Totkar, it's visible.
Thank you. So good morning all, or good afternoon, and I'm covering overview of digital transformation in energy sector. Since morning, we have seen various lectures, or I can say the presenters, the information provided. The first session was on DI, which talks about ensuring energy security, and it by Jay Kumar. He has highlighted the need of coordinate efforts and want of technology, how the global technology becoming costly and say, parallel the local adaptation of technology are very low. So it calls for awareness, and awareness on such need actions can we do it by any way. So I think digital transformation is the answer. This is a catalyst efforts to have a digital transformation in energy sector. Karishma highlighted the water audits. We have seen many facts and figures, how the and it has given the example of how the data based decisions gives us insights leading towards forward journey. So again, I think the digital transformation is the basis for way ahead. Mr. Singh highlighted policies and schemes when it comes on global level or national level to implement uniformly. Is there any common way or common platform can be designed? Again, yes, I think it's a digital transformation will help us. Last and the most beautiful session on equipment, instruments, and standards. It's more, I think, core of transformation journey. One layer of between the process and the digital transformation is the instrumentation and automation. It is driven by various standards, IS 732 or NEC standards. So taking this all as a foundation or basis for my presentation, we are moving to main content of this today's overview. This revolution of energy through digital transformation is possible, and today's presentation will explore the impact of technology. We have seen in the morning, but how it is going to create a energy landscape and how it is reshaping the industry. Basically, this presentation has three sections, or I can say parts. One is a digital transformation, a little bit basics. What is this all about? What is required and what is really it means? Is that really something is a difficult, or it is a easily adaptable? And if yes, how? Its impact on energy sector, what is happening, where we are, what significant process or progress we have done in energy sector, and what is the way forward. and the third will be the benefits and conclusion. So starting with digital transformation. Digital transformation is the process of integrating a digital technologies into the all part of an organization, such as products, services, operations, to deliver value to the customer. If I take these two words, a digital transformation, first I will explain what does transformation means. A transformation is a change that can be experienced. We will get a benefits of it. That is a transformation. Taking a real life example, as a student, I was a different. When I become an experienced candidate, I am doing that is a transformation happened in my life. And that is a personal transformation. The way we used to operate our mobile handset without any smartphone, and now what the revolutionary things are happening in smartphone is a, I can say, a technology transformation or mobile transformation. So similarly, the transformation is a big change. And what is a digital technology? A digital technology means any electronic tool or devices, systems we are using a process that signal, transmit it and store data. So in short, the information or anything which the a computing device that computer can understand, we can call as a digital technology. So will the digital transformation happen overnight, or what is a process of a digital transformation? So digital transformation is the process of a converging of text, adoption, managing changes to the digital technology in all part of the organization. So first stage is a digitization. The first stage is digitization. Then it goes to digitalization, and then it becomes a digital transformation. So it's a creation of a value in the business. This is what we meant as a digital transformation. So whatever we do, whether it's we are getting the benefits out of it, and if yes, this we can call as a digital transformation. If I take a real life example, which all of us has experiencing now, experience in the past, and maybe experience in the future, IRCTC website or the development is happening on that portal. Earlier, we have seen what are the challenges we're facing, and now we can see the benefits of it. The ticket checker is using a pad, and he can show you the what are the berth position. Onboarding location you can turn on go from your mobile. You can order a food from that mobile. So if I see that is becoming a digital transformation in our real life example. One more example I can take is like a solar system. Initially, we used to install a solar system. It's only a one direction and facing towards the sun. With some sensing and technology, we found it is possible to make a solar system by tracking a sun positions also. Then it goes into the advanced, and there are many softwares now. It can give a feedback and manage the solar system positioning based on the geographical location, sun position, and the seasonal changes in the geographical area. So this is how the digital transformation journey is step by step it happens. So just to repeat what I said on digitization, converting data, a document and process from analog to digital, what computer can understand. Simply it's a scanning of photograph, a digital file that can be processed further. The existing paper we convert into the digital checklist that can be used for some analytics and a projection. So this is some example of digitization. And the moment we go into the entire process in the computing devices, making alignment with the business objective, and creating a data to give a new revenue or new benefits is a digitalization, where there is a adoption rate is higher. The user has to use the data for some purpose for decision making. So this is difference between digitization and digitalization. So what else brings the digital transformation? Is it not only the digitization or digitalization? It is also a complete organizational change. I can say the most is a culture. What we are seeing, the process and innovation, I can relate to the digitization and digitalization technology. Again, what the benefits customer will get, how we are going to engage this customer on this platform, how we are going to have a strategic planning and decision, what would be the data analytics. This entire is a digital transformation. Digital transformation, the moment I see has been failed anywhere in the past, or are there any chances, even if I do plan something, a digital transformation, there are chances of a failure? Yes, if we don't start with the right planning or right objective, it may fail. So how to avoid this? So the answer is a digital ready assessment. So what happens whenever we do the initial planning, everything is there, but we don't consider what are the realizing benefits we are going to achieve. This might be a wrong inputs or requirement, or not adequate start, or not consider the long-term vision or the endpoint of the digital transformation journey. So to start with any organizational way on digital journey, a digital ready assessment is required. It's a systematic assessment done by expert or group of SMEs, including IT, business, finance, anyone who talks on the core processes. It can be, or it has to be tailored to the organizational need, which gives the projection of a digital journey or map to the projection of digital journey. It should consider size and complexity of that organization or the need of a business, and also it should be traced to the values, what value we are going to get from this digital journey. So if this assessment goes well, we can have right technology and right process and right scope of our digital transformation. It also has a comprehensive insights of how the sector influence will be there on your journey. What would be the geographic benefits, and maybe there are constraints throughout this journey. What would be the business impact? Level of readiness of the organization, because once we talk on the digital transformation, it is upon the competency, skills, infrastructure, and the culture. So all these points will get insights. How would be a requirement of workforce transition into the digital journey, and the enablement of software or hardware, I can say IT setup also. So it goes into the systematic assessment and planning. So this is about digital transformation. Let's go into the energy sector. So till this slide, we have covered a digital transformation basic. What would be the prerequisite, I can say. And let's take some energy in the industry overview. When I'm talking about the sector, it means a complete ecosystem of energy, right from the production to the use. The entire economical aspect of energy industry is called as energy sector, and that is what I can say a difference. If I take the scale of economy scale of Indian energy industry, it's a considerable. And only if I talk on the only renewable energy as per mm, the global report, we do have fourth largest capacity of renewable energy sources. If I talk on the refineries, I believe there are more than 23 biggest refineries in India. So with these two, there are transmission and distribution companies and the systems associate service companies are there, and the energy and IT companies. So if I take all this, this is a big volume where the digital transformation can make a significant change. Specific to the energy industry, there is already many innovations are done and driven by digital innovation, from smart grids to predictive maintenance. And this technology is already giving a benefits in the operations. So smart grids, let's have a little bit insights. Are really smart grids are smart, or how India is looking at smart grid market share? So smart grids are revolutionizing the way energy is generated, distributed, and consumed. By integrating digital technologies, I explain what does it mean by digital technologies, so that the smart grids are now, we can see the improved efficiency, reliability, and the better integration of renewable energy sources. If I take the compounding annual growth rate, that is called as CAGR, as compared to other industries, projected for from here 5 to 6 years, this compounding growth rate for renewable energy sectors is in second place. First one is healthcare, then second is renewable energy. This market share of smart grid, I can say, it is 3% is projected for next 5 to 6 years, and then other sectors are there like IT and real and FMCG. So knowing this market share, the weight and volume are high, I can say, and how these smart grids are designed, or what is really means for smart grid. So it's a electricity network having sensors and IoT in place. It starts with power generation, transmission and distribution, power storage and consumers. In power generation, it can be anything like thermal power plant, nuclear power plant, solar, hydro power plant, wind power plant. Again, the transmission center, this is cost control center, which is, I can say, smart grid control. It's the entire IoT architecture. And then it's the transmission and distribution. Coming to the power storage and consumer side, electric vehicles, smart houses, smart city, energy storage, these are becoming a part of this entire architecture. So what is the difference is from conventional is these grids are having a two-way communication. So whatever is happening throughout the network, it has a two-way communication. And that's the reason these are becoming a revolutionary journey for us. So power distribution from infrastructure to the utility provider and consumer is becoming two-way. There are many technologies. If I take a grid, there are, we can say, by design, by application, there are many technologies. If I say the uses in the smart house, smart city, there are different network and all these things as per the current, what I can say, IT standards are available. So the futures of smart grid is that we'll get real-time monitoring. We can track and manage energy uses, automated and outage management, faster restoration, a dynamic pricing mechanism, a better energy management. We can have web portals and mobile apps, and also it will give the opportunity to reduce and conserve the energy. Again, just to repeat, a renewable integration and storage, what we can go asset optimization, the improved reliability and efficiency, overall contributing to the reduced greenhouses and security and power quality. The objective highlighting the futures of smart grid. When we are planning for anything, any digital transformation, it talks about cost, also benefit calculation. So what are the benefits we are getting from all this that need to be converted into the currency, and it will help to calculate the return on investment. So that will be the trigger or enabler for your proposal. With this, even national or even our government support on this smart grid, and there is a national smart grid mission has been established by Government of India in year 2015 to accelerate the smart grid deployment with the vision that transform the Indian power sector into the secure, adaptive, sustainable, and digitally enabled ecosystem that provides reliable and quality energy for all with active participants of stakeholders. More details you can see on this website. There are smart grid presentation, the projects, there are circulars. So this is the government's initiative and facilitating to the entire stakeholders in the energy sector. So we have seen the smart grids, which is really going to be, I think, to the next level when it is going to supported by automatic metering, which is planned. There are other schemes of government which will accelerate use or support the smart grid initiatives. Let's go into the renewable energy integration. So the integration of renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power is also accelerated using a digital transformation. It gives the advanced analytics and the IoT enable a better forecasting and management of renewable assets. So renewable energy are derived from the natural resources. We can say sunlight and wind that are constantly replenished, means they are higher rate of supply than we consume. However, they are impacted by the climate and its changes. So that is why the advanced analytics will help weather forecasting. For example, the climate and its change means we can see the floods, storms, fire, heavy winds that can cause your installation or the entire setup. One more example, let's say when we install the solar panels, too much heat due to the climate change can also impact the efficiency of a solar panel. And again, in windmill, if the high wind speed is there is a higher production of power. However, if that power goes beyond certain limit, that can damage the equipment. So this is how the advanced analytics and better forecasting will help us in integrating these two sources, also getting the real outcome with the efficient way. What is this IoT? So IoT is a technology, or you can say a complete package right from the sensing level where we can get the data. That is a data gathering. The second layer is on network where we transmit the data. So whatever we sense, that information goes into the network. Again, processing, and then the way we are using that particular application or use. This is becoming a entire IoT, or I can say layers or the one architecture. So it was according to the way it is has been designed and developed for that particular application. There is nothing like a standard for that application, but it follows the standards of IT protocols. Its functionality depends the way it has been designed. This is about the IoT, or I can think Internet of the Things. There are many techniques and different configurations available in the market. So when we see this entire renewable energy infrastructure, the challenges was or there were obstacles because these locations of generations were geographically dispersed, and there was a dispersed energy data. So the opportunity for this to exploit in the meaningful way was a challenge. Then coming to entire generation capacity, demand load, that prediction was not there because of that lack of integrated platform. Again, inability to track asset and the lack of clear and traceable objective. So this was the challenge. However, the digital transformation is going to help us or going to bring the change, making it a decentralized, but again integrated with the information and avoiding those isolated energy islands of energy consumption and energy uses also. It reduces downtime by offering predictive maintenance. How we'll see in the next slide. It will give us a more accurate forecast as compared to past, because uh, the sensing capability or the sensing uh, positions are improved. Where there is energy, and we can use that energy also if we are in position to convert into that sensing element or measurement, that entire things can go into the digital digitization, and then it will go through the cycle of digitalization and digital transformation. We can see the future use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to increase production, also reduce the downtime in the market. The predictive maintenance in the digital transformation enables predictive maintenance, reducing downtime, optimizing asset performance by leveraging data, analytics, energy consumption, anticipate equipment failures, and schedule maintenance proactively. So we know there are operational anomalies we can see when we see any manufacturing or production, overheating, noise that can be sensed. Those operational anomalies, if get sensed in advance or recorded in advance, there is a possibility to take action before it gets failed. The potential equipment defects, if we get on in advance, there's no notification, or even on the spot of failure, there will be immediate sensing and recording of those alerts that will help us to take a decision on time, on failure, also before failures. So taking one example, again real-time example, our car services, we get a call from our car service provider, and when it is a XYZ kilometer, it demands for a service. Now it's like a manual feedback. But if I see the current digital transformation happening in this area, that there are devices fitted into the car by insurance provider. It tracks every data, how the car has driven, the health of car, the kilometers travels. If that gets integrated with the service provider's database, it will become a predictive maintenance and on-time maintenance also. So this is one example on vehicles. It may go for EV vehicles, also electronic vehicles. It is also applicable for the operational plan. So this is how the predictive maintenance help for a better efficiency and the effectiveness of those devices. One more advantage on the energy storage locations. So energy storage locations, there are many broad categories. We need not to go into the detail, but how it is helping us to separate the generation and the load. So it is like a buffer which manages a peak power demand. Also, it helps us when it is a high power demand in with switching in a short time. And also it's a give a flexibility and opportunity for remote area using various technologies. Again, I can say it's a digital transformation. So we have covered how the smart grids and renewable energy integration with help of IoT, it is changing. Coming to the next is on energy management. So this is little bit offbeat on the topic, but a foundation for my next slide. ISO 50001, we know it's the management system model for continual improvement in energy management. It is a management model similar to the ISO 9000. It's like a quality management system and environmental management system. So every management model has the same, what I can say, cycle. Sometimes in the simplest, we can say it's a plan, do, check and act. If management model, if I take, it is all about measure, means see or record. Again, it's a monitoring or observing, controlling and decision making, and the analytics of those means what's next. So in the energy management system, again, it's a set by set of policies, the procedures and the practices. If a management is asking or we know there is a management system model, then can we have energy management in software? Can we digitize this management? Yes. So there are digital tool, or I can say application. Those are energy management software. There are many reputed vendors, or I can say players in this energy management software. I can say it's a digital tool, allows you to monitor energy consumption, manage the utilization, and focus on efficiency factors. If you see this dashboard, it talks about the energy sources, energy uses, how much energy from each source, what are the applications, what are the objective and targets. So this is one example, XYZ, and these dashboards can be designed. And what about that energy management system, what we studied? This can go into the software. The set and policies of our management system ISO becomes rules and authorization in the software that can be configured. The procedure, what we talk about the energy management system ISO, those goes into the workflows. And the rest things, what we do as a practice become the execution and reporting part. So this is a transition of the ISO 15001 energy management on paper, same can be in the energy management software. So energy management software how we can implement. So it's a SCADA basically, and the requirement gathering is a part of a software development. So that is the first step. The team has to collect the relevant information to build the software. There are many techniques, but the assessment we have seen DRA, a digital adoption rate or digital readiness assessment, relevant interviews can a requirement gathering part. Awareness sessions, workshops, and surveys also can help as a requirement gathering. And the available prototype development in other sector or in other organization can be also part of requirement gathering. Then it goes into the defining stage, identifying the right stakeholders, and then putting the priorities and taking it forward. So in practical, it will be a inventory of energy uses in the entire organization, their units, the sources, even based on the geographical location or applicable laws. A list of regulation also become a part of a requirement gathering. How the records are maintained within the organization, uh, how the information is stored, and who are the owners. So all these things comes into the requirement gathering, and it goes into the stages of defining what need to be required in the SDLC software, and then get the outcome. Basically, it's one kind of SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition kind of software. Rather than controlling, it gives the data analytics. So this is about energy management software. So we have seen how the energy industry sector is operating and adopting the technologies, smart grids, renewable energy integration, and energy management software. So this digital transformation, again, repeating the benefits, reduce the energy spending, better comply with the regulations, integrate green energy policies, optimize the asset maintenance, automate the process, can cut down the operational expenses, minimize the carbon emissions. So what we have seen since the morning and the need which has been highlighted, it is being answered in the digital transformation. So coming to the next, after brief or overview in the energy sector with very short examples, going for benefit and conclusion. What would be benefit? The overall benefit, I can say, it's a data-driven decision making. As like any other industry, automotive, banking, the data is a new currency in the energy industry. That leveraging data analytics and AI, and the energy companies can make informed decisions. Not only the energy companies, even users, to optimize the operation, they improve efficiency and the drive innovation. Is that the end? No, there could be virtual power plants. There are blockchain technologies, like I can say, it's like your share market NFT website kind of platform where you can share the energy credit, carbon credits. That is the simplest way I can say a blockchain technology where you can do the trading of your carbon credits, and it's a transparency of the data by producer and by user. These are the futures. So it depends upon how we are going to click on these opportunities and when. So if I take this overall IoT base or all the technologies, how these are being implemented global, what is the adoption rate? The remote asset monitoring, which is the easiest one because it's a read only, and we have seen many. So this is on the top. Then second comes on the process automation part, which we have seen in previous slide with the applicable standards. Then it comes on the feedback like remote asset monitoring, which is a third, and control. And then the entire ecosystem like vehicle fleet management, location tracking, then performance optimization, quality control. The way I'm going in deeper in or higher in the numbering, it is a becoming less because that is a maturity model, I can say. It will take time. There could be a second wave and the numbers will be double. Instead of 34, it may become 78, and then again gradually increasing on site track and this kind of scenario. So this is how it is happening as an adoption rate. It is a old site, it could be higher than what I'm showing it right now. And this is from website, so it's a copyright. With this, coming to next, with this, is there any challenges? Definitely the change brings some challenges. And as I said, if we do the proper assessment and ready for those challenges, definitely it will be easier to have adoption rate at higher and avoid later failures. Even though I have written the challenge, the way we have right spelling, but it appears and looks different. This is how it is going to be in the future. At the moment we are talking on digital transformation, it's about mainly it's a data. So if I see the energy industry and the energy sector, entire ecosystem, data size is a tremendous. So this is going to be a challenge that need to be addressed. The data protection based on the data size and type of data size throughout this entire ecosystem, right from the production till the end user, is a challenge. Data security, how and who and when these data security norms again is a challenge. I'm repeating challenges because if you work, already there is work being done on this area, but this will be all the time focused when we are going into the digital transformation journey. The moment we go for this kind of journey, the biggest challenge we see the obsolescence of technology, 3G, 4G, 5G. If I take the phone series, whatever we see, what is today, the technology become obsolete next day or in near immediate future. That replacement throughout the ecosystem is going to be a challenge. Until the time, what are the parts or the machines or the technology we are using? The maintenance. Maintenance, there are two aspects, a skilled workforce and the tools to do the maintenance. This is going to be a challenge. Overall, all the biggest challenge is what we talk about cybersecurity. This also is one more aspect while you are making assessment or planning your journey for digital transformation. Will this challenge be addressed? Yes, if we do the collaboration and innovation between all energy companies, technology providers, policy makers. We have seen there are many policies are coming on data regulation like this. Definitely it will be possible so that we can create a more sustainable and resilient energy landscape throughout our digital transformation. So future of energy is a digital innovation, the decentralized but integrated or interconnected energy system. It could be AI-driven, where possibilities are limitless, and embracing digital transformation is essential. We have seen many expectations and challenges since morning. Even I have explained forthcoming challenges that also need to be addressed, but it is going to be a future of energy industry. And it is essential for sustainable and the efficient energy landscape. So this is on digital transformation. I covered overview. If we go in the detail, it is a vast and limitless. So at last, let's hope and work for Vasudeva Kutumbakam, means as the world is one family. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone on National Energy Conservation Day a big success in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Totka. I'd like to, first of all, thank you for beautifully summarizing the key points of the previous speakers. The presentation was very eloquently explained right from the prerequisites to the application in the energy sector. It was particularly encouraging to hear about the 6-year CAGR projections for the renewable energy sector. And I'd like to again thank you for explaining difficult concepts like blockchain, decentralization, leveraging the power of AI, ML in forecasting and predictive maintenance. And yeah, thank you very much for giving us a holistic understanding of digital transformation for the energy sector. So we thank you from our side.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
We'd also like to say that the next session will start at is scheduled to start at 1:45, and that will be on the decarbonization in the industry, and the speaker will be Dr. G. Subramaniam, Chairman of SEAM AP and Telangana.
Thank
Subramanian sir, good afternoon, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir? Subramanian sir, good afternoon, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Hello.
Sir, I will. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, first I will give introduction about yourself, sir.
Okay. Okay.
So we invite our speaker, Dr. G. Subramaniam, Chairman, SEAM, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. He is a Bureau of Energy Efficiency, accredited energy auditor, and he is a MET panel expert with UNFCCC and IGBC Green Building accredited professional and 5 times Best Energy Auditor Award for the year 2008, 2008 to 9, 2009 to 10, 11 to 12, 12 to 13 at state level, and 4 times National Energy Management Award SEAM for the year 2014, 15, 17, and 2020. He worked with National Productivity Council for 20 years in the Energy Management Division, currently heading Siri Energy and Siri Exergy and Carbon Advisory Service Private Limited, Hyderabad as Chief Executive Officer. He is one of the finalists in the Demonstration Marketplace 2006 Global Contest of the World Bank. SCKOH Order of Merit Award for Technology Implementation in the year 2017, and he awarded Econor Sustainability Award in the year 2022. He started own company Siri Exergy and Carbon Advisory Services Private Limited in the year 2008, and carrying out energy audits, water audits, carbon footprint, ISO 5001 energy management systems, studies, and providing employment to 20 people. He carried out more than 1,000 energy audits and conducted more than 200 seminars, training programs, workshops in more than 18 countries. He carried out energy audits of thermal power plants, cement industries, steel industries, chloroalkali, pharma, engineering, petroleum refineries, petrochemical industry, electrical distribution companies, railways, buildings and hospitals, and also carried out 76 monitoring and verification audits under Perform, Achieve and Trade Scheme of Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Dr. G. Subramaniam had published about 15 papers in national and international journals on energy efficiency, clean development mechanism, water audit, etc. He authored a book on the title Energy Efficiency in Pharma Sector, published by PCRA. Sir, moving forward, I have to share your presentation, sir.
Yeah, I'm sharing my presentation. So give me the rights for sharing.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, it is visible now.
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
So it is slides are getting changed.
Yes, sir. Change it, sir.
Okay. Shall we start, or I will wait for till 2?
Sir, you can start, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, friends. So I could see only some people like Vivek Rai, Anand Pai, and the host VIT, Mr. Balaji. Thank you, Balaji, for nice introduction. So because the subject given to me is decarbonization industry. So my company is Siri Exergy and Carbon Advisory. So we do mostly related to carbon. So that's why my company name is also Carbon Advisory. So one of the, apart from energy audit, we carry out carbon footprint. So carbon footprint as per the latest protocol of 14064, we carry out for different industry. Again, there is different scopes are there, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So that is the main, that is a baseline. So whatever we want to do is, we know where we stand. So that is the carbon footprint is most important. So once you carry out carbon footprint in any industry or anything, then we can think of how to reduce it, how to decarbonize, or want to make it carbon neutral. So before that, we just will go through what is the requirement. So now whatever we are doing is because of climate change. So climate change is now it is visible about globally temperatures are increasing, and we have a target. We have a target of we have to reduce by 33 to 35% by 2030. So that is one target. In addition that there is a by 2070, we want to make it net zero. So that is another target we are already taken for India. So towards that we are moving. Towards that we are moving, and for that various activities are going on. Various activities for industry. There is a PAT is there, PAT scheme. For the again municipal, there is a municipal DSM. For this agriculture DSM. And now future we may be having a even accredited carbon verifier scheme also on the almost all. It is draft is ready, and at any time it will be implemented. Now India for net zero, we have already said, though it is a COP28, now already COP28 just concluded, or still it is going on at Dubai. And so we had taken a target. As I said, we have taken a target, and our carbon emissions, we want to reduce 1 billion tons of by 2030 and want to reach net zero by 2070. So that is the target. Everything is again towards reducing it to below 2 degrees or 1.5 degree. So we want to make it a global temperature rise. That is global temperature rise. We want to make it below 2 degrees. So that is our target. So carbon footprint and assessment net zero. So we just will give a few examples. How we'll do it? What are the requirements? So where is carbon is coming, and how to assess it, and how to reduce it, how to mitigate. So those things we'll take up as an example. If we'll take it as an industry, because now the session is related to industry. So industry, how we'll do it, and what are the one I may be able to give one case study where we are able to show them reduction and implementation action plan. So carbon, where from carbon is coming? So you may be knowing, I don't know how many of you know. So to want to produce 1 unit of power, how much fuel is required? Because everybody knows we are using power. That is power sector alone. We have a 4 lakh megawatt. So 4 lakh megawatt is our installed capacity, and by 2030 it may be go up to 8 lakh megawatt, almost double. So that means every 5 to 6 years our demand is increasing. So demand is increasing to produce 1 unit. So what is the coal required? So coal required, that can be calculated based on a simple equation, C plus O2 CO2. So carbon content in coal is around 35%, whereas in oil it may be around 80 to 80%. So based on that, you can quantify to produce 1 unit of power. Our specific coal consumption is somewhere around, typically around 0.7 kg. 0.7 kg. It varies depending on the is a super thermal or supercritical. It is 0.7672 or around 7 kg is required for the better plant. Whereas we in India, we have that is called based on the heat rate. So we have, the heat rate of different industries, particularly in Indian power sector. So varies from around 2,500 even 4,000. So 4,000 means sometimes the requirement is more than 1 kg. So this is based on this simple equation. We can able to quantify what is your CO2 emissions per kg of burning. Per kg of burning, we can able to quantify. So I'm giving another example. So though I said it is 0.67 to 0.7, but average, Indian average is around say 1 kg of coal. So to produce 1 megawatt, we require 1 ton. So 1 unit, 1 kg, 1 megawatt, 1 ton. Suppose you want to produce, because all, though I said around 4 lakh megawatt, all will not be coming from the thermal route. So partly it is we have a nuclear, we have a solar, we have even windmills. So this is a mix of whatever our grid consists of, mix of all power generation, different sources we are getting. So based on that, suppose we take only thermal route, around actually it is around 60%. So 2,000 megawatt, suppose we are producing, you require a 2 lakh megawatt of 2 lakh tons of coal we require per hour. So that is per hourly basis. Suppose you want to, because power is required all 24 hours, all 365 days. So you multiply by 224 into 365. Then suppose by burning 1 kg of carbon, you will be emitting 3.76 kg of CO2. Whereas whereas coal contains say roughly say 40%, so carbon. So based on that, the total emissions comes to around 2.6 billion tons of CO2 only by power sector. Of course, our coal is not only consumed by power sector. Coal is consumed by the steel industry, even pharma companies, even all chemical industries. So many industries will consume coal, but we are talking about the power sector. So power sector alone is contributing to 2.6 billion. So where all this CO2 goes? So CO2 goes to atmosphere and it is creating problem. So though we are talking about industry, so industry, there is a chimney is there. So there is a, if a diesel set, there is a chimney. For the boiler, there is a chimney. If it is a furnace, there is a chimney. So all is possible contributors for our CO2 emissions. So this 2.6 billion, suppose in India, it won't stay back only in particular state or a particular wherever there a power plant is there, but it can go to any direction. So our CO2 go into any direction, whichever wind direction, and that doesn't require any because you want to go to US, you require a passport, then you require a ticket, then is a visa is most important. Without visa, we can't go to any other foreign country. Whereas our CO2 emission, without all these, are going elsewhere and be creating a global problem. That global problem is global warming. So CO2, in fact, though we are blaming CO2, because every time we are talking decarbonization, net zero, all we are blaming CO2. In fact, I say CO2 is a useful gas. So CO2 is a useful gas because of CO2, our temperature, global temperature is maintained around say 30-35 degrees, which is people can able to live comfortably. Whereas in other planets, there is no CO2. So that's why their temperatures are sub-zero, -40, -42. So nobody can able to survive. Because there is a CO2 is there in atmosphere, so it is helping. It is helping to maintain our global temperature. But we are blaming it. So I just another example I'm giving. We have blamed the industry or the power sector for CO2 emissions. Whereas I am giving just another example. You and I all are consuming power either for a lighting. Suppose a 100 watts bulb, if you burn for 4 hours, it becomes contribution 120 kg. Nowadays, electric bulbs mostly replaced by LED. So there we are getting some reduction in carbon emissions. Suppose you travel by 300 kilometers, just 300 kilometers to travel, our contribution is 1. So 66. Suppose you are going by car, so 66 kg of CO2 is emitted. Suppose you are going same 300 kilometers by train. So the per person, so it will be only 21 kg because it is a huge carrying capacity. Number of persons, maybe it can more than 1,000 people can go at a time. Suppose you go for a by flight. Suppose you can take a 1 hour flight. So either from Hyderabad to Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chennai, Hyderabad, Vizag, all 1 hour flight. So our emissions are 164 kg. Suppose somebody watching a TV. So even for 6 hours. 6 hours, our contribution is, this is a 250 kg per annum. 250 kg per, because this per person per annum. But nowadays, not necessary, we are using only 6 hours. So it is a hall, there is one TV, there is a bedroom also one TV, even our laptop is like a TV. You are even watching movies in our mobiles also. So this is is another major contributor. So refrigerator. So next you take the refrigerator, which is another appliance. So it is one corner quietly working. Nobody switches off. So it contribution almost to 400 kg per annum per person. So if you take all together, so our every person per person, if you take the per capita, it comes to almost more than 1 kg. 1 kg of CO2 we are emitting per person per annum. Now imagine, see all who are the contributors? All these. So you and I contributing. So we are not blaming industry. We are only every travel we are doing, TV we are watching, the refrigerator, whatever we are doing. So because CO2 is a major culprit, and we are only contributing for this. So it is our responsibility to reduce wherever possible, to reduce where. So that is the more motive. So showing this slide. So by this we can able to quantify roughly. We can able to quantify for every activity, whatever activity you are doing, either lighting or refrigerator, all these things based on consumption, KW consumption, we can able to quantify. Now, I'll see why CO2. I said it is in fact it is a useful gas. CO2 is every activity is again contributing CO2. So CO2, in fact, if you see take the effect of greenhouse gas effect. So we are receiving solar sun rays from the sun. It takes almost 8 minutes to reach our Earth. When it is entered to the atmosphere, so atmosphere having some gases. So mostly it is air, that is air. Air contains oxygen, nitrogen, and also some parts of CO2. In fact, CO2 helping us. CO2, some whatever getting sun rays, some part is absorbed, some part is reflected back. So this is a phenomenon. This is a phenomena taking place. So what is happening to our atmosphere? If it is assuming it is CO2 is around 300 ppm. If CO2 concentration goes up in the atmosphere, so there is it is obstructing to reflection and more absorption. So more this temperature is coming back. So more amount of heat is coming back to our Earth, and is globally temperatures are increasing. So this is a very slow phenomena. This is a very slow. You can see over 1995, we are very close to around 300 ppm. Now it is we have data 2005 and afterwards. So it has already crossed more than 400 ppm now. It is already crossed atmospheric CO2 parts per million. It is more than 400 ppm now. So we want to bring it to, so our temperature, global temperatures below, say 1.5 or 2 degrees. We have to bring it to below 300 ppm. So culprit is CO2. So everybody knows now then who are the contributors? It is either industry or our own activities. Our own activities, we are contributing to CO2. So our responsibility to reduce it or bring it to below. But I said CO2 is useful gas. CO2 is helping us to keep it around 30-35 degrees. But we are blaming CO2 left and right. And in fact, you can see it is like a phenomenon, greenhouse effect. Greenhouse effect is causing for greenhouse effect. Suppose if you keep your car, if you are traveling by car and you keep it in hot sun for say 1 hour. If you enter inside after 1 hour, after your lunch, then you feel it inside is very hot. So the entire heat is got absorbed, got trapped, got trapped inside your car. So that is again you want to cool it, again you open all the doors and again increase your AC. It takes some time. So same phenomena is happening for our Earth also. So whatever heat coming from the sun is getting trapped inside the atmosphere, in the Earth atmosphere, not able to escape. So this is called greenhouse gas effect. Greenhouse gas effect, because of the now temperatures are globally increasing. So as I said, it is a slow process. In 100 years, our temperatures are gone by only 1 degree. So 1 degree, that is from 1900 to 2000. So our globally temperatures are gone up by only 1 degree. 1 degree is nothing. 1 degree, we can able to every one of us having a remote. We can able to change the AC. You can set point, you can decrease. Or if one AC is not sufficient, increase the number of one more AC you can put. Or 1 ton is not enough, you can go for 1.5. Even 1.5 not enough, you can go for 2 ton. So that is not a solution. So we have to globally want to reduce the temperature. For that, got to CO2 to reduce it. For that, what is the action plan? So action plan we'll see. So CO2 is the main culprit and it is increasing globally. So wherever you do, whether it is you do the reduce CO2 either in India or elsewhere, it is the same, effect is same. So that is called, so it is for that we can able to implement and able to sell some of the credit like carbon credits. So carbon credit, somebody suppose they cannot able to do it. So I'll give an example. Suppose you want to reduce 1 ton of CO2. 1 ton of CO2 you want to reduce, it will cost for Japan because they are energy efficient. So the margins are less for reduction. So for them, it cost almost $200. Suppose in US, you want to reduce 1 ton of CO2, it may be they require around $100. Whereas in India, you want to reduce it. in India want to reduce 1 ton of CO2, it may cost us only around $24 to $25. So that is a benefit. So that's why all the developing countries, so developed countries, so they want to implement some of the options under CDM, that is Clean Development Mechanism. So they want to give some, then we can give, they take the credit. So project is implemented in India, and whatever credits we are getting through that, so they will take credit and they will compensate. So that is, they neutralize their targets, whatever target they have. So they will able to do it as per the earlier Kyoto Protocol. So now the different schemes are coming. Now still that whereas Kyoto Protocol or CDM is global. But for India, now we have a different schemes that like a PAT, and future, I said there is going to be carbon verifier scheme. So what is the ill effects of CO2? So I said temperatures are increasing. That is as the year goes, there is a CO2 increasing. So this is a direct effect. This is a directly proportional. CO2 is directly proportional to temperature rise. So we have a graph. Again, we graph. So in the recent past, recently they say 2023. So 2023 already we are about to almost we are now December. In few days. So we are able to give a complete 2023. So 2023 is recorded as the one of the highest temperatures globally. Highest temperatures record, that is global temperatures record. If you see 2023 has a recorded highest temperature. So that is warmest. So warmest year is a 2023. So there is direct proportions. What are the other ill effects? Suppose your temperature goes up. So there is we have a number of glaciers. So glaciers, we can say, it has some photographs. So 1909, there is a glacier, is in Alaska. Now, if you see in 2004, almost after 100 years, so you don't find ice everywhere. It is a water melted. Similarly, you can see one more glacier. This is a Riggs Glacier. 1941, there is one photograph. Everywhere there is a ice. Whereas in 2004, if you see, maybe not even the recent, maybe the same situation. So everywhere water. So another Patagonia, another one glacier. So 1928, everywhere ice is 2004. We have some data about it. Is again water got melted. So our people are doing research. Our people are doing research in Arctic, Antarctic. So they have put one experiment and put their they inserted one rod. So when it is at the ground level. So when they after 1 year they went and saw, so they can see after 1 year they see the 1 year melt. So 1 year melt, it is more than 6 feet and almost it is suppose typical person height is say 6 feet maximum, another 6 feet. So more than 12 feet. So 12 feet of ice got melted. So where this ice goes? So whatever ice getting melted, this finally reaches the oceans. So all the wherever the glaciers or the Arctic, Antarctic, the polar regions. So this ice getting melted. So this is a phenomena, and we can see. And if you, in fact, I have some small film I could not able to show now. If you see the ice is getting melted every second, every minute. It looks very beautiful. If you see the ice melting and icebergs, particularly big icebergs are getting melted and is falling, it looks very beautiful. But it is happening every second, every minute. So huge. So and you can see 1 year itself, so much of 12 feet of ice got melted. And if there's so much of ice joins the sea levels, so our sea levels are rising. So globally sea levels are rising. In 100 years, our sea levels are risen by around 62 centimeters. Sea levels are risen by 62 centimeters in 100 years. And rise in temperature is 1 degree. If same trend continues, suppose I am talking about 21st century. Earlier in 1900 to 200, our temperatures only 1 degree has risen. If same trend continues, there is a effect of, there is a possibility of rise in temperature 4 to 5 degree. So with 1 degree itself, our sea levels are risen by 62. When it 4 to 5 degrees rises, imagine most of the low-lying areas, like Andaman, Nicobar, or the Maldives, so they may wipe out. They may wipe out our world map, and very difficult to even if you use our microscope, you cannot able to see it. So this is going to be the going to happen. This is going to happen, that we want to avoid it. So that we want to avoid it by taking action. By taking action, decarbonizing, whatever. We'll see what are the best example, how best we can able to do it. So as I said, there is a not only CO2, there are different gases. CO2 is, because why you are talking is CO2 is having maximum contribution. There is a methane, there is a carbon dioxide, equivalent, carbon monoxide, there are perfluorocarbon, nitrous oxide. These are the different GHG, that means greenhouse gas effect. So these gases contribution you can see. So CO2 having a contribution of 56%. Then methane around 8%. So then there is a CFC, chlorofluorocarbons. So CFCs are mostly used in our refrigerators. Then nitrous oxide. So whenever you are producing any nitric acid or fertilizer plants, so nitrous oxide is released. Even at higher temperatures, even in the boilers at higher temperatures, there is every possibility oxygen will react with the nitrogen, because the nitrogen is there in the atmosphere. So you can able to even produce NOx. NOx produce, and also there are contribution is around 7%. So then another is nitrous oxide, ozone. So ozone contribution is 7%, and is nitrous oxide contribution 6%. So these are the GHG gases. So we can able to, for that there is a greenhouse as regard global warming potential. CO2 is taken as a 1. CO2 is taken as a 1, whereas for methane it is 21 times. So CFCs varies from even 1,000 times to 10,000 times, depending on which CFC we are using. Like that, there is a global warming potential. So then, what is the how we can able to quantify? So we have I said there is a protocol as per the ISO 14064. So the scope 1. So that is direct emissions. Means say inside your premises. Suppose anything you are emitting inside. Suppose you are a DC set inside your factory, it is a direct emission. Suppose there is a boiler inside your factory, that is also direct emission. Suppose there is a LPG you are burning in your canteen or any place, then there is a direct emission. Whereas electricity, if you are producing internally, there is a direct. That is for that again you are producing over coal. So already I said about boiler. So boiler or whatever you have a waste heat recovery boiler, whatever CO2, coal, oil, gas, it is a direct consumption. There is electricity produced elsewhere. Electricity is produced elsewhere, and we are taking it through grid. You are drawing power through grid. So then there is a scope 2, comes under scope 2. So for that again there is a we can able to quantification, because we can nobody able to even measure CO2 directly from chimney. So that's why there is a calculation. So that is a simple equation, C plus O2. There is otherwise we have to go by the IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change. So they have a every by burning either coal or oil or diesel, petrol, LPG, whatever fuel, methane. So there are already calculations available. Based on that, we can able to use those calculations to quantify. Whereas for electricity, there is each country, the emissions are different. Emission, the calculation, though it is 1 unit. So we are going by the Central Electricity Authority. So Central Electricity Authority every year publishes, because our grid, as I said, it is a mix of other different sources, either nuclear or wind or solar or even oil, gas, different gas plants. So that's why there is that emission factor. So emission factor every year, roughly as on today, you can see around 0.82. Suppose you are producing 1 kWh. So see what is equivalent to CO2 emission is around 0.28 kg per kWh. So in fact, that is coming down because our efficiency is going up, and more solar is being added to our grid. So that's why our grid emission factor is coming down. Then scope 3. What are the things comes under scope 3? Scope 3 is mostly related to transport. So transport. So suppose if it is if you take a carbon footprint of a like a software company. So software company, mostly their emissions are maximum. If you can quantify scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Scope 3 emissions are more in software companies, because they left and right travel. So most of the projects are in Europe or US. So their employees travel and complete the project and come back. So that's why air travel is more. So as I said, so we have even 1 hour trip. So 1 hour trip is our emissions are around almost all 164 kg. Suppose we are going by US more than 24, 25 hours trip. So you can imagine what will be the emissions. So scope 3 mostly travel, and for the industries it is commuting. So you are starting from your house and going to a factory, or from your colony to go factory, or you are going for your official trip either by car or bus or by train or by flight. So those things has to be accounted. So those things, suppose for internal movement, even for internal movement of your forklifts or some of the, for that also you require some movement, maybe diesel or whatever electric vehicles, etc. So for that again we have to quantify. So for that I have to quantify how much distance is traveled. So based on that we can able to quantify what is the emissions. So for if it is a typical car, we know. So if you would travel say based on mileage, suppose it gives say around 15 kilometers per liter. So we know for 50 kilometers 1 liter. So for 1 liter we can quantify what is it. Roughly it is around 3. If you burn 1 kg of petrol or diesel, so emissions are around 3 kg per liter. So like that we can quantify and able to see which is the most prominent, either scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Then we can think of how to reduce it. So what are the main contributors? So power generation, either boilers, diesel set, gas turbines. So these are the contributors, major contributors. Next is transport. So already said transport is another contributor where we use diesel or petrol or maybe CNG. Now ACs, whatever, either window AC or it is a split AC or it is a centralized AC, where all we use either R12, R22 as a chlorofluorocarbons. So that also whenever it leaks, if it leaks, then it is a it contributes. This, as I said, global warming potential is more than 1,000. So we have to multiply. Suppose 1 kg you are leaking it, or say 1 ton. So the equivalent CO2 is 1,000 times. Then process. So whatever process you are applying, there some process you may require heating, some place is cooling or some furnace. So all the process emissions we have to quantify. Next is fire extinguishers. Fire extinguishers also will be using some CO2. So that has to quantify how much time it is refilled. Sometimes we have to do the refilling for the fire extinguishers. Then food preparation in a canteen. In an industry, it is a canteen. So there is a single canteen, though maybe 2 canteens, how many cylinders are using. So that also has to be accounted. Next is possible areas for carbon footprint reduction. So as I already mentioned about, one is your transport. So simple example is, so for just we are using a 100 watts bulb, I don't say you switch off or you reduce it. So you can able to get a equivalent light, or even better light. So we can better light even at so 9 watts can give equivalent light of 9 watts LED. So 9 watts LED can give equivalent light, and even to the lux, that is lumens per watt, also more. Whereas for so like that we can able to save energy and also reduce almost, I can see 100 minus 9, that means 91 watts. If for calculation take 90 watts, that means 90%. So 90% you can able to reduce and also see the emissions. Here it is 110 grams, here is only 10 grams. So even emissions also more than 91%. So 91% emissions can reduce. So it's a simple example. Simple just by replacing without compromising on comfort. Without compromising comfort, we can able to do it. Is possible. So we have done many places. I can give one example, like in Hyderabad, there is a GHMC, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. They have 4.5 lakh conventional lights earlier. So they are replaced. Earlier it is a HPSV, high pressure sodium vapor lamps are replaced with LED. Now their bill has reduced by 100 crores. Earlier 180 crores, now it is 80 crores. And so that is 100 crores saving in per annum. And this is a world's single largest project of this kind. Because everybody is replacing LED. in many other cities also. But see the size wise, Hyderabad is a project is the largest. Then how much of CO2 is reduced? So CO2 reduced around 1,05,000. Around 1,05,000 tons of CO2 is also reduced by this project. So in fact, they would have gone for even converted to CDM and getting other additional benefits through carbon credits. But being a government project, they could not able to do it. So this is a possibility. So one is just by energy efficiency, replacing some energy efficient gadgets, we can able to reduce. Another one is carbon offsetting. So carbon offsetting, how can able to do is, one is by energy conservation, as I told. So we can able to reduce. We can able to reduce by device replacement. Next is waste heat recovery. Particularly, the best example is the cement plants. Cement plants, many places already there is a waste heat recovery power plants, either a 6 megawatt or 10 megawatt, 12 megawatt, already many places installed. And so there is that is another possibility for industry. Next is using green power. So green power could be either solar or wind, whatever that can be generated internally, or we can able to elsewhere you can install and you can able to do wheeling. Next is transport. So transport, electric vehicles, everybody knows now electric vehicles, but problem is if you quantify carbon footprint for electric vehicles, there is not much difference. If you're able to, suppose you want to travel 15 kilometers. So 15 kilometers you would travel by your car using say 1 liter. So 1 liter, I said it is around 3 kg of CO2 is emitted. But if using electric vehicles, again, you will be using electricity. So electricity, though it is cheaper in the cost wise, but you are using the similar. Only thing is you are shifting. The CO2 is emitted in the power plant. Only whereas you are burning petrol or diesel in the road or in the city. So you are only just shifting. So I won't, as per the carbon footprint, if you take carbon footprint comparison, there is not much of difference. But only thing we are shifting. But hydrogen has a very good potential. So hydrogen by using in vehicles in future, whatever you are getting ethanol. So those things we can able to use and we can able to reduce our emissions. Next is video conferencing, particularly for the software companies. So software companies, I said, their maximum is scope 3. The air travel is a major. So for that, nowadays we also we are able to use our technology, either Zoom or it is Microsoft or Google Meet, whatever. So this is by using this technology now maximum travel is reduced. So that we can able to one-to-one, we can able to talk and we can able to discuss and we can able to sort out. So that is another major. So now by using video conferencing, so their carbon footprint has reduced drastically of particularly the software companies. Next, carpooling. So carpooling is suppose one person want to go take it to on road. So we will be unnecessarily instead of that. Suppose you have a neighbor or you are staying in a colony. So by carpooling is another. In fact, US also there is separate lines. Separate lines. If you are traveling 3 or more people, so there is a separate lane. Suppose we are traveling alone and also going in that carpooling line, there is a penalty. So that's why some US and all other countries they're promoting carpooling. Another plantations. So tree is a best example. Tree is a best example for carbon sink. What we are doing is, so trees, whatever, though we say CO2 is absorbed by trees and it is releases oxygen. But in one side we are cutting trees. One side we are cutting trees and other side we are increasing our emissions and CO2 levels are increasing in the atmosphere. So that is a major problem. Then product design. By changing the product design, we can able to reduce our carbon footprint. For that, again, maybe require a LCA, that is a life cycle assessment. We can able to do it, and you can see where all we can able to cut down emissions in the entire supply chain management. If you see the supply chain right from the ore, transport, then it is in the ore processing. Then suppose I'm giving an example of like a steel melting. So steel, right from there, we can able to quantify and say, so how much it is a carbon footprint in the overall supply chain. So that's why this is LCA. LCA, that is life cycle assessment, we can able to do it. So we are also doing it. We are also helping the industry how to carry out LCA. For that, there is a, so in a whatever, suppose whatever you're using, right from product design, then resources, then during production, again, production is taking inside the industry. Whereas others, there's a packaging, transportation, and administration, distribution, usage, waste disposal, recycling. So everywhere there is a carbon footprint taking place. So for that, by doing LCA and using a software, we can able to do the life cycle assessment and find out how much we can able to reduce it. So LCA consists already said product design, energy use during mining, energy consumption during production, mobility, transport, packing and storage, distribution, waste disposal, air travel release, and other greenhouse gas emission, whatever it is there. So by doing LCA, we can able to quantify your carbon footprint and tell clearly. So this is how we can able to reduce it in each and every step. Just I'm skipping this. There is a software called SIMA Pro. SIMA Pro is available. So we'll be using some in our client place. We are using this SIMA place for LCA assessment. I'm giving another example because every day we use because steel product we do difficult to quantify how much of right from mining. Whereas for the plastic bottle, so plastic every day we are using a PET bottle, so even 1 liter. So PET bottle, we can say earlier carbon footprint was 210 grams per CO2. Grams of CO2 was earlier consumption in the after based on LCA. And recent, after doing LCA, there is a redesigning. By redesigning, the CO2 emissions are reduced to 173. That means 13% reduction. Just by redesigning the bottle, we can able to reduce it to 13%. So like that, there is a very positive because we are lakhs and lakhs, crores and crores of bottles, PET bottles we are producing, and every day we will be using minimum 1 or 2 bottles. Every day we are 1 or 2 bottles, so we are using it. So by taking action, one thing is even the design stage. Of course, afterwards, I'm not talking of recycle, reuse, or etc. Even design stage. So design stage itself, we take action, we can able to reduce drastically the CO2 emissions. Another one, an example is Infosys. There is another Infosys. Though we have a target of reducing our emissions by 2030 or we want to reduce it by 2070. Already they have reduced by. So they're 30 years ahead of. So already now they are reduced. Already they are now going towards carbon neutral. So they're most of the operations in the Infosys buildings, so they're going close to carbon neutral. So I'm just skip some of our credentials. As I said, we are a CDM consultant, and also we have done some of the net zero building audits. So how to convert a building into net zero, and also carbon footprint studies. So carbon footprint studies we have done for Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, Midhani, that is a Bharat Dynamics, BDL, AstraZeneca, then one pharma company, then Northern Coalfields, 10 mines we have done, Jindal Stainless Steel. So another we are doing one more steel industry we are doing now. So we have my credentials. We have a certified experts or carbon footprint study. And I'm giving one example, though it is a mining, but my industry wise, it is because this present session is related to industry. So I'll give an example where we did the carbon footprint and how much we can able to practically reduce. Telling is easy. So I can say we can reduce 30%, 40%, and find out what actually action is being done. So I'm giving an example. So this is an overall impact. So we have done for the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 for 10 mines. Again, it is related to wherever they are using it. So wherever they are using diesel or petrol or electricity, we have quantified. Scope 1. Scope 1 is related to because dumpers doses. In mining, they use a lot of transport vehicles. So that data we collected. Scope 2 is electricity. Scope 3 is again related to their travel. So employee travel. So based on that to quantify. So earlier it is as you can see, it is a overall 10 mines put together, their carbon footprint is around 6 lakh tons. So 6 lakh tons is their carbon footprint. So we have again recommended some suggestions and again quantified. Afterwards, after 1 year, again we went there, same study carried out. That is a verification. So after verification after implementation, so you can see there is a reduction of 1,26,000 tons of CO2 is reduced compared to baseline. So they equivalent to almost 21%. So 21% we could able to reduce in one of this 10 mines. So that means there is every possibility we can able to further, because this is with minimum investment. With the minimum investment, we could able to reduce it. So almost to 21%. If they're able to put some more effort, because we have to spend for in future, so, the margins reduces every year. So you have to invest more and more money to make it carbon neutral, or we can able to buy carbon if you're not able to do it ourselves, then we have to compensate by buying from outside. I'll give another example, as I said, on a steel plant. So steel plant, I mean, because this is not clearly visible, I'm giving one example. So where are the major in a steel plant? This steel plant has a captive power plant. So captive power plant of almost, I think, 125 megawatt. So 125 megawatt captive power plant was there. So there is a coal combustion in captive power plant. Then coal combustion, they have another boiler, air-based boiler for power and process steam generation. Then there is an anthracite coal consumption in ferroalloy plant. So these are three locations, the coal consumption. Another coke oven gas. So coke oven gas, whenever from the coke oven, their coke is produced, then gas is generated. That coke oven gas is again against firing in some of the furnaces. Then propane and LPG firing, there are some furnaces. Then LDO consumption, that is light diesel oil. LPG consumption canteen on clubhouse. They have that is clubhouse is nothing but the guest house. Then petrol and diesel consumption from transport vehicles. Then emission from air conditioners, we have taken how much is refilled, how much gas, that is CFC gas is refilled. Then from central AC plant, emissions from firefighting equipment, that data collected. Emissions from vehicles used inside the plant for material transport, so that also taken. And some power import. In addition to their own generation, some minimum power has to be imported. So to meet the obligation, whatever, because there is a contract maximum demand, there to minimum units has to be consumed. For that, there is a minimum import is there. Then air travel. So all these contributes. All these activities contribute for their emissions. For that, we have taken data, and there is a conversion factors. So conversion factors, we have taken 1 year. This is the entire. The baseline is for the 22 to this is 21-22. So 21-22 we have done it baseline. Sorry, 20-21, and see the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So scope 1 is highest. Scope 1 contribution is 95%, because they're producing coal power internally. So that's why 95% is the scope 1. Scope 2 is, that is import power. Imported power is only hardly less. So there is 4.9%. The scope 3 again very marginal, where whatever there, even for the window AC or firefighting equipment, it is only contribution wise, it is a 0.01%. That can be ignored also. That can be ignored. So total, you can see there are contribution. What is the contribution is 24,59,000 is the carbon footprint. So now next comes the how much saving potential we identified. So this is we have calculated in terms of, because we know their production, that is melt steel. That is melt steel. What is a melt steel? There is 8,73,000 tons of steel is produced. So per ton of production. So per ton of production we quantified. There is a specific CO2 emission. It comes to around 2.81 CO2 per metric ton of production. If in terms of persons, so they have employees of almost 8,351 per person. If you quantify, it comes to 294 tons of CO2 per person. So that is a huge. So for that, whereas what is the norm? But globally, what is the norm is 1.85, whereas these people are at 2.81. So there is a scope. There is a scope, and also based on our assessment. Based on our assessment, of course, this is the maximum possible as per the norm. But internally, we have done the assessment, and we can able to quantify. We can able to quantify in term based on the energy audit and also from the plantations, etc. So there is the equivalent reduction for scope area. There is a 50,000, almost roughly 50,000 metric ton oil equivalent we can able to save in this company, and through plantations another 4,000. So total 1 lakh, almost 1,52,000 tons of CO2 can be saved. That is, though percentage wise it is only a 7.36%, because this is an energy efficient plant. So if in future, because we can able to have increase the additional investment or go for additional plantations, so we can able to, so like that we can able to do it. So any industry, take any industry, we can able to do assessment for carbon footprinting, and see where all the scope 1 is more, or scope 2 or scope 3, which is most prominent. Then we can able to create an action plan. So an action plan again with time bound action plan. Then first year how much can reduce, second year, third year, what is the investment required. Those things can be done. We can able to do it, and I can able to address. I can able to suggest. We can able to suggest the industry how they can able to reduce their carbon emissions. I said already given like street lights. Of course, street lights is though even in the industry also there will be street lights or lighting. So there is one option. I said there is a reduction of 51%. Actual bill, we can see 51% reduction in bill and also 51% reduction in CO2. So similarly, I showed one example of steel plant. So steel plant, though we can't do it carbon neutral. In the future, maybe depending on the target, it is based on the target, we can able to suggest future action plan. Now, as I said, because we are having a future, not only carbon footprint, etc., there is going to be accredited carbon verifier. So like our empanelment. So we have to do empanelment Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So now we are doing for different sectors. So different sectors we are doing only quantify in terms of metric ton oil equivalent. Whatever savings we are converting to metric ton oil equivalent or energy saving certificates. So whereas in future, the energy saving certificate can be converted to equivalent CO2. So those CO2, so for that again there is a then already draft declaration. The draft GO is ready, and at any time it will be implemented. At any time it will be formalized. So we have a huge requirement. I have a huge requirement of professionals, so who can able to do carbon verification. So carbon verification. So this is again people like us. So we'll have a for sector wise, we can able to empanel sector wise, either for steel, cement, a power plant, or discom, railways, or for the fertilizer, or the petrochemical, or refineries. Like that, sector to sector, we can able to empanel with the BEE as a accredited carbon verifier, and we can able to do the study and show them carbon reduction and how to make it carbon zero in future. Suppose they want to go for carbon zero. So depending on the target, we can able to suggest them. So that is the next step. So as I say, so there is a huge potential, because I am talking about only one industry, one or two industries. In India, we have a huge number of industries, under PAT scheme itself, there are 1,000 industries. And by implementing different schemes, whatever scheme, because BE has different schemes of like standards and labeling. So standards and labeling, we could able to reduce almost 1 billion tons of CO2. 1 billion tons of CO2 has been reduced, and in terms of rupees, it is 42,250 crores of rupees we are reduced. Next scheme is a PAT. So like that, different schemes are available. So by saving energy, so whatever saving energy, again coupled with CO2 emissions, so save energy, save our planet. So that is the motto, and also get additional revenues. So whatever you are saying, there is a direct reduction in your cost reduction, where a bill will reduce, and also the environment is clean. In addition to that, you can able to get some revenues, either through carbon credits or through the PAT scheme. The PAT scheme we can able to read it. And what I will say is, save today, survive tomorrow, because our huge reduction, and we want to be sustainable. Within our lifetime. So all our whatever resources we have, whether it is a coal or oil or gas, it taken some million years. It taken some million years to form, whereas within a span of say under 200 years, within a span of under 200 years, we have consumed almost 70 to 75%. Whatever left out is only around 25%. So this 25% life want to extend it and want to leave to our future generations. Otherwise, we completely exhaust and pollute and leave that atmosphere, leave our earth to future generations. They will be blaming us. So our by going for carbon neutral and reducing wherever possible, so save energy, save our planet, and save today, survive tomorrow. So thank you, friends, and now invite any questions or doubts related to my topic, anything related to energy efficiency or the carbon footprinting. I am available. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Doctor, good afternoon, sir. This is Palanisamy from VIT Vellore.
Yeah, tell me, sir.
Sir, we heard about your name from our team, and I think we have met in SEMA Award, Delhi.
Maybe,
this
sir,
time you got, this time you got Best Energy Auditor Award, right?
Yeah, we have 4 times SEMA Award I got.
Okay, great, sir. Sir, actually, we are from institute that is academic background.
Yeah.
So we have done some basic works regarding carbon footprint calculation for any kind of, primarily it is for facilities like hotels, academic institutes, and hospitals like that. Not to the extent of industry, but for all facilities, we have created a some work. Like it means if you feed some data, those are very primary or basic data. If you feed that, it will tell you like what is your status on carbon emission, carbon footprint index per square meter, per percent. So these things. Great, sir. Actually, it was very meaningful and motivating highly with like us.
Yeah, in fact, we are done for some institutes, because even for the NAC accreditation, you have to submit an energy audit report, then also the environment and also green audit. So as part of green audit, that carbon footprint also important. So we in fact recently we have done for one of the institute in our university in Andhra Pradesh. So their carbon footprint we have done for one of the because as you said, there is a calculations available. So you can physically you can't measure it. Physically you can't measure CO2. And by calculation, what is based on your consumptions, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, you can quantify your carbon footprint. And not necessarily any industry, any place you give your household, what is your carbon footprint for the industry or your institute. So that can be done. And future, as I said, there is good accreditation, carbon accreditation verifier. So you have to approach only those people.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
In fact, VIT was also one of the. I visited 2-3 times as a guest faculty for VIT. In fact, earlier
I think VIT Amravati campus, right?
No, your Vellore
campus. Vellore campus. Oh, yeah, great, sir. Great.
Mr. Chiranjeevi used to call me from mechanical department.
Mechanical faculty.
So in fact, my son also studied from your institute. Mechanical engineering, and afterwards he went to ES for MS.
Very nice, sir. Very happy to hear. Sir, you are accredited energy auditor or certified energy auditor?
Accredited, because after certification again you have to go for accreditation.
Yes, sir.
I am accredited energy auditor, and you name the sector, you have done the audit.
Great, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Palanisamy.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you so much for the nice, wonderful talk in the post lunch, and the session was very interesting, as well as you have summarized about the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emission, which is very essential for the upcoming years for the industries as well as the facilities who is having, and as well as this is the target for the future vision of India as well as the globe. So thank you once again for your wonderful talk on the post lunch, sir. Now we are moving ahead on behalf of organizer. We are thanking, and now we are moving ahead with the next speaker. Let me invite Anand Pai to introduce the speaker and further proceeds.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity.
I'll make it. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. Towards the end of your presentation, you were talking about revenue through energy savings through various regulatory schemes. So I think our next speaker is an expert in this field, and he'll be talking about the PAT schemes. So we'd like to now invite Mr. Siddharth JP from 85 Business Services. With over 20 years of experience managing sales operations for various large IT companies like Wipro, Avaya, and Dimension Data, he found his calling as a sustainability evangelist. He currently heads 85 Business Services Chennai, and which evolves decarbonization strategies and develops action plans for top enterprises like ITC Limited, Kellogg's, Coca-Cola, and Taj Group of Hotels in India and abroad by leveraging cutting-edge technologies like cloud, IoT, and AI. So I would like to invite Mr. Siddharth to share his screen and start his presentation. So I'll just make him the co-host right now.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, I guess I'm audible. Thank you so
Yes.
much, Mr. Pai and Dr. Subramanian. It was really educative. Thank you so much. Especially post-lunch sessions have to be interesting. We don't have a choice. You know, a few people are attending. We don't want them to sleep. So I think you did a great job, sir. It was pretty nice. Thank you so much. So I'm just sharing my screen now. Just kindly let me know if it's visible. I'm just trying to do that now. Am I the host now?
Yes, Mr. Siddharth, you're the host right now. You're the co-host, so you can share your screen.
Okay. Let me know if it is visible to you.
It's visible.
Oh, great. Okay. And apologies for not sharing my video. I am at home connected through my mobile, so I don't want to congest the bandwidth.
Okay,
so
no problem.
kindly let me know if this is the full screen is on.
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay. And the screens are also moving, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you. I think it's a great initiative. SEAM and VIT have come together to set this up. So really thankful. And I wanted to talk about one of the programs of BW, which actually targets enhanced energy efficiency. So energy efficiency per se is supposed to be a big contributor for decarbonization. So this particular program aims to have a certain number of large emitters, targeting them and bringing them on board in a way forcibly and in a way to make them achieve decarbonization. Now that is what I'm going to talk about. So perform, achieve, trade is as a definition is a market-based mechanism to reduce a specific energy consumption in the energy-intensive industry. So I will walk you through before getting into the slide deck. I wanted to just introduce about the company. So IT5, we are as I said, we are into energy auditing. As I was introduced by Mr. Pai, we are Chennai based and we do work in India and abroad. So these are the services we offer. We do ASHRAE level 1, level 2 energy audits. We do water audits as well. Implementation projects, so implementation of the opportunities identified, and MNV, the certification of savings. We do electrical safety, power quality. We do net zero consultancy services, ISO 50001 green building certification, impact assessments, and decarbonization strategies. So all these are relatively, some of them are new, some of them we have been doing for many years. So we are just getting by. We are building traction in this. So actually, in fact, after hearing Dr. Subramanian, I wanted to see if I can get in touch with him as well to see how I could, channelize some of the opportunities through him. He seems to have done this for a long time. So that way I saw synergies there, thanks to this platform. I got introduced to him. Now, so going on to this particular project. So we all are aware that the Energy Conservation Act 2001 was implemented, or it came into force in 2012. So this National Action Plan on Climate Change is an initiative of at the Government of India. I think this was done in 2008. This came into force, and National Action Plan had 8 national missions. One of them being the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency. There are other national missions like National Mission for Water, Habitat, the Himalayan Ecosystem, Green India. So there are 8 specific programs launched by the government under NAPCC. And under National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, we had 4 programs, and PAT is the one which we are talking about today. So I will delve a little more into PAT. So starting with from the top, who are the stakeholders for this? Now, Ministry of Power, of course. So the Bureau of Energy Efficiency came into force to enforce the entire energy conservation program. And each of the states, at least 13 of the states, have state designated agencies today. And these state designated agencies become the local enforcing arm. More enforcing is probably a wrong term. They kind of evangelize this, and they do a good job. At least in the states in which we deal with, we find that there's a good traction coming from the SDAs. So apart from SDAs, the main focus is for the designated consumer, and helped by the energy auditor. A lot of companies who actually do the actual mandatory audit work identify opportunities, and then once the opportunities and the opportunities are implemented, savings are accrued, the e-certs today are exchanged and monetized through the power exchange. There are a couple of them, IEX and PXI. So who are these designated agencies? So there are 13 separate sectors identified until today. It started off in 2012 with about 8, I guess, for PAT 1. And now recently PAT 7 has got released last year, or 2021 it got released, or 22. So that particular thing had railway. So today there are 13 particular sectors. So they are iron and steel, aluminum, so on and so forth. And each state, there are so many designated consumers. These designated consumers are actually, this number is not the actual number of designated consumers, but these are the ones who have registered themselves on the PATNet portal today. So this is how it looks like in India today. And typically, the communication goes to each of the designated consumers in this form. There is a notification, a gazette notification, which is released to each of the designated consumer, notifying them of their targets. So I just want to showcase the date here. This is PAT 7. So it was in 2021, October 28th, got released. And so each of these designated consumers, as you can see here on the right side, there's a specific TOE target. So this is the baseline, and then there is a specific energy consumption target for them. So typically they're given a target. This has to be achieved within the 3-year time frame. Each PAT has a 3-year time frame. So this is basically it. So I wanted to just walk you through the people. I mean, I'm sure most of you are already aware of this process, but I wanted to just clarify on the particular steps which a designated consumer has to walk through to actually meet the target, and for the compliance aspect of it. So there is a pre-notification phase that is just before the baseline data is collected by BW. And then there is a data compilation which happens through BW, and the baseline audit happens, and the baseline energy numbers are set. So once the target setting is done by BW, the gazette notification reaches to the designated consumer, followed by an energy audit, and then implementation and the compliance stage, where they are helped by an external energy auditor. So the DC has to do these steps. So they need to conduct a mandatory energy audit. They need to submit certain forms, 1, 2, 3, and then they need to follow that study with an implementation. And once the implementation happens, they actually have to go through a phase of measurement and verification and certain form submission. So I wanted to walk you through the process. Then, yeah, so once the MNV happens, issuance of e-certs by the Minister of Power, then the monetizing of e-certs, and for certain cases, there are check verification which happens by BWE. So this is a basic process of one PAT cycle. Now we're coming to the trading exchange. So wanted to demystify what actually happens, the outcome of a particular PAT. So I just set up 4 cases where certain cases where people, certain companies, DCs meet the target. Certain cases the DC don't meet the target. So what happens? So in the case A, when the target is achieved, additional profits are accrued by e-cert, sale of e-cert. So the baseline SEC versus the target SEC. The e-certs issued are for the ones which are over and above, or which is overshoots the target. So for that particular quantum, e-certs are issued. So that is case A. So this compliant. Case B, where the targets are just achieved. So there is no additional profit. The DC has just met the minimum number of whatever the target they have met. So they are also complied. They don't actually get to monetize anything. So the case C, where you can see that e-certs have to be purchased because the DC has not met the target. They need to purchase additional e-certs from the market, from the exchange, to become compliant. So that basically are the 3 major sets. And then we have the odd cases where they don't actually meet and they don't actually do the steps. They don't follow the steps of the compliance, and they actually are penalized. So that basically is the 4 different outcomes of PAT. So the government of India issues the e-certs to the DCs within 45 days. I have, in my experience in the last 4 years, I've seen that this the time frame actually gets blurred. For PAT 1, I think 2016, they completed the complete cycle of issuance of e-certs and monetizing. For PAT 2, the second PAT, it actually happened only this year. This recently, BW announced the closure of the complete PAT cycle. So, so it's a bit slow now. So these timelines, though it is published, they don't actually get adhered to, in my experience. And so one e-cert is to one TOE now. So typically the time frames for any PAT. So these are common time frames. I have actually put here what actually is the time frame announced by for PAT 7 compliance. So there is certain responsibilities the DC has to take. So they have to conduct certain documentation. They have to follow a certain process. All these are timeline bound. So I put it up here for the general information to be shared. To actually, there may be certain DCs who are attending. So these basically clarifies on the timelines for PAT 7. It's a 3-year cycle. The completion of the target year, they have to undergo something called the MNV audit, which actually certifies the e-certs, certifies that they have followed the proper process. And then it is the e-certs are issued by Ministry of Power. I want to touch upon the penalty here. There is each DC is penalized if they don't follow the process. This is only in the case where the DCs don't follow the compliance process in terms of documentation correctly. They don't actually conduct the mandatory energy audits in time. So typically 10 lakh rupees is the maximum liability. And probably after that, it's about 10,000 rupees for every day for such failure to continue. certain of the clauses, I captured it from the BE's website, where certain clauses, what does it mean? And these clauses, for example, what are the issues and the clauses, I put it up here. I would like to just, if somebody is interested, we can actually go through this, but I'm going to skip it, or it's just self-explanatory. Let me leave this slide on for a minute. We can actually go through it. I think, yeah. So then there is in process of normalization. Here, I have taken the example of buildings. Hotels come under buildings. This is a process where actually we takes cognizance of the fact that not all the five fingers are alike. So each hotel, or in this case, hotels, because I'm actually working closer to hotel industry, so I have more clarity on here. So there's a lot of ups and downs here, depending upon multiple things like occupancy levels, which is very, very different depending upon the location, depending upon the hotel areas. In terms of the physical location and their star rating, all those different conditions come into play. So this normalization factor is applied to ensure that there's a level playing field, and the issuance of e-certs is actually fair. So this normalization process is to make the entire process fair to all the participants. So this is about the normalization. I want to just put across the achievements of part 1 and 2, because this is what is advertised until now. So under part 1, there were a total of 470 DCs which participated, or they were actually which actually went through the entire process. Totally 6.686 MTOE was saved, and a total 31 million tons of CO2 got mitigated as a result of implementation of PAT 1. Same thing for PAT 2. There is a uptrend here. So there were additional DCs added in terms of numbers, 621 DCs, and a total of 14.08 MTOE, resulting in close to 68 million tons of CO2. Right. I come to the closure of my presentation, just recapping. So here there is a need to comply. It is for the benefit of all involved. I've seen certain DCs not taking it too seriously, but there are a few DCs who do really well, and they actually not only get compliant, but they also end up saving a lot of money as well as contributing to the environment. It always helps if there is a timely submission of all the documents, right? It's always and there are things which in these days I find that the mechanism is actually better, right from BW and the state designated agencies. They are actually now wielding the baton, actually, to so to say, to ensure that non-performers are asked to perform, and the people who don't actually comply, they actually are taken to task to some extent. I also foresee that in the coming months, things are going to get a little more stricter. So that's about it from my side. If there are any queries, I'll be happy to address them. And these are my coordinates. If there is anything particular question which has to be answered, I'll be happy to answer. People can mail me as well. So that's about it. Thank you, gentlemen, for the time and the opportunity.
Great presentation, Mr. Siddharth.
Thank you.
Throughout the day, we've heard a lot of topics which are focusing a lot on the technical aspects, but without these schemes and mechanisms, we cannot really drive change and create a pathway towards sustainable futures. So I do believe that these mechanisms are key drivers in the energy transition. And it was wonderful to, listen to you talk about PAT 1 and PAT 2 schemes and all these regulatory schemes. So I once again like to thank you for taking time out of your valuable schedule and giving your ideas to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pai.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Didn't Akela, sir. Hello.
Hi, yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. So I want to introduce yourself, sir.
Sorry.
I introduce yourself, sir. I will introduce yourself.
Okay. So just I'm arranging the final slides. So can
Sir,
I can.
I will introduce, sir.
Okay. Okay. No issue. No issue. So can we start after 5 to 6 minutes? It is okay, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can we start from 3:45? Okay, sir. It is.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So welcome back, everyone. We thank you for your patience. Our next speaker is Mr. Dinanath Akela. He's going to talk about the advanced practices in energy conservation. Particularly, he's going to present some case studies in cooling towers and cooling systems. Mr. Dinanath Akela is an IBR competent person for boilers, CBB New Delhi, a BOE trainer, and CEM BEE. He's currently working as manager operation in the Harisa manufacturing division in RIL. He has more than 13 years of experience in the erection, commissioning, and operation of boilers. He has keen area of interest in IR CFPC operation and RLA of old boilers, boiler effective operations, conforming to environmental norms with compact costs. He has certifications in competent person for inspection and certification of boilers, REG 6100, Central Boiler Board, New Delhi. He also has various proficiency certificates in boiler operation. He's a certified energy manager and ASNT NTT level 2 in RT and UT. He is also a certified BOE trainer for aspirants who are appearing for the Gujarat BOE and Central BOE with NPC Chennai. He recently delivered a BOE Viva preparatory session in HPCL Vizag, April 2022. So with the short introduction, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Dinanath Akela, to commence his presentation.
Thank you, and I would like to thanks to the scene for bringing such great sessions. So I have connected this session from the morning, and it is going great. I would also like to thanks to the VIT for making a such platform and thinking a such a event that where we are going to connect with the academic, or as well as we are going to connect with the industry. So what right now we are doing the practices and what are the best practices, so that we can adopt, we can spread the knowledge and make the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So I am very happy with that, and just I'm connecting my slides. So please just confirm my slides is okay. It is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Perfect.
Okay. Right. So thank you. And once again, I'm very much thanks to the Benny George sir. And there is a small story about that that I have got the call from sir, and immediately I accepted this invitation because I feel that the event is going to be great, and this is going to be broadcast to all over the nation, and it is really very fruitful session is going on. uh, Only the one part I'm going to talk about that my main concern area is about here is I'm going to talk about the cooling tower. So I'm really appreciate to all of my participants, all of my attendee, and all across the nations who are just they have joined through this Zoom link, or through they are connecting with the YouTube channel. So welcome to all of you, and definitely this session is going to be so much interactive to all of you, so that you can in this session I'm going to mainly going to talk about some case studies, which is really going to help to you, because what we understand about the cooling tower that okay, it is a, what we can say, it is a dirty part, right? And generally this type of thinking we have, but in that way and from that vertical, how we are going to make the more energy efficiency and more we can make the power saving, that is really it is a challenge. So what we can do, that I'm going to share. So let's connect with my all my slides and all my work right now I'm going to show to you. So here in these sessions, first of all, I would like to tell you that this we have the energy saving opportunity, as we all know about that we can have the scope of the heat transfer. where we can save the energy, mechanical part, or what we can say the auxiliary power consumption, we can save the energy, right? But apart from that, there is another vertical is also there, right? So I request to all of the attendees that or participants that what the other way, okay, where we can give the more focus in the saving of energy conservation in cooling tower. So just they can chat, they can write in the chat box, right? Okay, so if anything they feel, then they can chat on that, right? So now I'm moving to my detail of the content, that why I have going to focus on that, that it is a need of to look on that, because if we I just told to you that if you are belongs from the cement industry, power industry, same cement, textile, sugar industry, or petrochemical industry, food processing industries, many where you will definitely you will found that cooling tower will be there, right? So it is, we can say it is a 20% of in our country GDP. It is or economic growth. It is going to be contribute, right? So now I'm going to talk to all of this content, that how we can do give the much more energy conservation, and where right now we have the challenges, right? Because but right now we are feeling that due to the time duration, the age factor is also going on, right? And you know that this area, this particular cooling tower area is situated with or concerned with what we can say the corrosion, more corrosion, corrosion or chemical countered area, right? So aging factor is also going to be more impact on that. So how we can make more sustainable, right? Because here we are more going to talk about also the sustainable part. So how we can make, how we have to adapt the more good practices, best technique we can use, best instruments we can install, so that what are the current scenario, current status, current data we can get, and from there we can evaluate the right way and right time we can tackle the problem and proceed. So generally this type of definitely many all of you definitely you have aware of that such the the pictures you have definitely seen in any of your plant. So now I'm just going to give you that why it is need of that, right? So first of all, just I would like to tell you that if we have what we can say the entire the process of different processes in any of the plant where we are just we are going to do the lowering of the temperature or heat transfer, then what we are going to adopt, we are going to adopt the cooling tower system. So what he actually it does, that cooling tower water is heat to dissipated into the atmosphere. So this entire process, the entire the theme is governed or done through the city. So in that city you they have basically depend upon the heat load, right? So whatever the heat load, according to that we are going to design the number of cells, fans, and the other constituents are there. So that I will explain in the later of my slide. But here the one important thing that I'm going to explain, because I feel that most of the also the college students or new what we can say the young our generation team is also going to learn from here, right? So I'm going to start with the very starting and very basic thing to that, so that they can know all these content. And this will definitely when they will have, because new generation we know that they are doing going to focus on AI and what we can say that database learnings. So these things will definitely is going to help to them. So actually in the cooling tower what happens, what we have the water droplets, or what we can say the water is going to be split into the very small droplets, and which is come in the contact of the air. So what happens? It is goes start the evaporation, and due to evaporation effect, what we can say, it going to produce the cooling, right? And this way, what we can say, your sensible heat is just goes to dissipate, right? So this is the effect of that. We are getting the lowering of the temperature, and that is the main principle, that is the main thing where we are going to utilize to feed the hot water, what we can say, the for which is either we have any exchanger, heat exchanger we have, or we have the condenser. So hot water is coming to the cooling tower, and from cooling tower, that the water is going to cool down, and cold water is supplying. So this entire of the flow system is just going to circulate. So here what we can say, very basic things is associated with that, we know that if we have to maximize the heat transfer, then definitely we have to maximize the surface area, right? So one part is there. Another part is that the relative velocity of air and water. Yes, because we are coming in contact with the water droplet in going to connect, or going to connect with the air. So that is also important. The time duration is so important, and one important factor is also associated with this cooling tower, that is the wet bulb temperature and dry bulb. So wet bulb and dry bulb temperature is very important, that I'm going to explain, because entire of the effectiveness range, all these things is based on that. So just I have done the sketch, right? Okay, so that each everyone will easily understand about that, that there is a pump, what we can say, that is the cooling water pump is there, which is going to take the water from any sources, that is going to be take, and this water is going to through the heat exchanger is going on. So if what happens, it goes to pick the heat of the from the heat exchanger and coming out, right? So now this cold water becomes hot, and this is out, which is coming the out, that is goes to the cooling tower, and this entire system and function is goes on. So this is in the closed cycle I have, or what the system through which it is going to circulate. So that I have shown here. Now one more important thing, just I would like to explain here. Yes, the open recirculation system, how it looks, how it goes to work. So here I'm just going to tell you that recirculation pump is installed. That outlet is going to be your heat load, and after that again it pick the heat and back to the cooling tower, and this entire process is goes on. In this entire process, you will feel after the sometimes the level is goes down. Okay, so why this level is goes down? Because there are two important factor is there. One is the evaporation, because the fans is continuously running, or if it is inducer system, so also the water droplet is coming out from the cooling tower, that we have many times we have seen. So the water is going to be lost, right? Apart from that, this continuous evaporation is going on. So what happens after the sometimes, the one important factor that is we have observed, that is the concentration, or what we can say the COC, cycle of the concentration. So it is basically what happens, that what are the solid concentrations, or what we can say that is present in the ppm label in this circulated water, and what is the present in the makeup water, right? So that ratio is going to define in the COC, cycle of the concentration. So based on that, this all will comes in the later of the slide, that how it is going to contribute in the calculation. But now I'm just going to give you the one basic the thing is about the types of the cooling tower. So it is generally, if we talk about the natural, so it is a cross, or what we can say the counterflow. This is based on your water and air flow pattern. So this is what we can say the natural draft is there. Okay, so air is coming inside from there, and then it goes circulated. Mechanical draft, it is a cross counter or induced or forced draft. So when we place the induced draft fan, so it is called the induced draft fan. So here I have shown the pictures of that. Side, lateral sidewise, the air connection is coming, and from the top it is going to circulate so that the entire system is cooled and properly it goes to mix with that so that the temperature of the water is cooled down, right? Now one important thing also I'm going to explain here, that we are going to in the natural circulation, what we have, the thing that is only the internal air and the density difference is going to be occur. In the first draft we have the centrifugal fan, or what we can say, if it is small then blower we will applied of that. Induced in induced draft cooling tower, what we have in the top we have placed the fan, which is what we can say the air is or heat is coming from there. If we talk about the what we can comparison between the natural and your mechanical draft, so these are the differences. So the cost, natural draft initially, what we can say, initially higher it is, cost will be there. Mechanical, it is comparatively lower. Operating cost is in the natural draft because it is only the natural base, there is no need auxiliary drive is applied, but in the mechanical it is operating cost is higher. And if you talk about the effectiveness, so that is also depend upon the environment and the sizings also. So one by one I'm just going to explain is all about. So here the some terms is important, that is the range. So range means what is the hot water which is after the what we can say the from heat exchanger to the cooling tower, that is your hot water temperature, and after the cool down the water is goes to the heat exchanger, so that is the cold water temperature. So hot water temperature minus cold water temperature, so that difference is defined as the range. So evaporation, we know that evaporation, what we can say, that the loss of the sensible heat will take place. Dry bulb temperature, so at based on the season and based on the location, the maximum temperature we have noted in the area of the cooling tower, that is the dry. Wet bulb temperature, the temperature at which we can lower down the temperature of water. Below that it cannot be possible for that. So approaches is your uh, wet bulb temperature, yeah, cooling water temperature, which is going to cold water temperature minus wet bulb temperature is your approach. So heat load and makeup is just defined as your what we can say the total what the MCP dt is your heat load will be there. Flow down based on the quality of your water and based on the cycle of concentration, we allow to give the some quantity of water to flow down. So that I will explain in the later on. So here I have mentioned all about the range, dry bulb temperature, wet bulb temperature. So it is the saturated temperature, that is also what we can say that it depends for the relative humidity, the approaches. Some factors is also there that effect of that. The amount of heat dissipated by the cooling tower, that is mentioned in kilocalorie per hour, that is generally your heat load will be there. And cycle of concentration, it is the ratio of the concentration of the solid dissolved solids in circulating water to the makeup water. So this is type of what we can say structures, or what we can say you have feel all about, and you have definitely aware of that. So here just a little bit I would like to explain. In the left hand side, just I'm going to start here. Notation is there. No, I'm not. Yes, so if this all portion is defined as the lowers. So air is coming from this way, and inside what we are just I have explained here, a place here, that is the splash or what we can say the bar grid is there and supports are assembled. So what happens from here, your water will come from the top to the bottom, and air is going from the sidewise, right? The similar structure is also here, but I have shown in this as a cross-section view, right? So here also air is coming, and here also the fields, or some in the some design they feel also we will say, or this way also we have the louvers, right? So air is coming from this way, and water is coming from the top of the deck, right? And in the middle of that, right in the middle of that, we applied the what we can say the multi-blade fans. Okay, so it is continuously running in the service, and air is coming out in upward direction. So if we talk about the fields, what right now I have explained to you, so it is your wood or plastic, and film or field, that is plastic corrugated sheet. In this category it is available now. Previously, back of 10 and 15 years back, generally we have this cooling tower in the wooden structure, or you have observed that the old cooling tower, they have the wooden structure. But right now, the another what we can say the plastic materials or perforated materials we are using, which is high density materials are there. So advantages of this, because it is also going to what we can say harder, more rigid, and more long lasting they are they can easily, because this is generally have the material of the plastics, high grade of the plastics is in, high grade plastics are there. So they are not going to much more effect of this corrosive environment and the water uh, contact with the continuous water. Apart from that apart from that, now I'm going to tell you about the effect of the COC, right? Because one important thing is about the COC, that your blowdown your blowdown is generally in many of places where I have visited, is going to consider and going to be based on the COC, right? Because we have to maintain the COC in the range of 5 to 6 that we have to maintain. So according to that, what we have to give, we have to start the blowdown, right? But apart from that, now what we have, the some other advanced practices we have. So that's why I am telling to you that I will share in that of the case studies. So generally what happens then, in the simple line, we have to understand about the higher the COC, lower the your blowdown will be there, and lower your makeup will be content, right? But if we have the COC, higher need to be blow down, and high makeup is required. So it is just of the reverse. Now the effect of, just I'm going to explain about the effect of the cycle on makeup and the blowdown, right? So here just recirculations, I have considered that it is to 2244 meter cube per hour, and here just I have considered that delta T is 11 degrees Celsius. So delta T is what? So delta T is your hot water temperature minus the cold water temperature, right? So just to see here, it is here the red curve that is going to represent your blowdown, and that is your blue color, light blue color is defined as the makeup, right? So just we can observe here that if we have higher and higher, then according to that, what we have observed, just that the cycle, or what we can say the concentration is more, right? So if you just see here, if it is 8, then you can simply tool, right? Then your blowdown is lesser. If UC is less, then your higher blowdown is required. And for that, just you see also from here that your makeup is also in the same fashion. Lower your blowdown, your makeup will be lower. The treatment of the cost, yes, because we have to also do, we are going to dose the lots of the chemical to maintain the quality of this cooling tower water. with respect to the cycle of concentration. So just we have observed that if we are going to maintain the cycle of concentration 8, 9, 10, then the cost of the treatment is also lower. So now if we entire of the cooling tower theory, just I would like to explain in the terms of the balancing, heat mass balancing, then we can easily see that it is makeup is equal to evaporation loss, what we have, drift losses plus blowdown. So M is equal to E plus D plus D, right? So how this things is in deep of that is going to be governed, just I will explain in this way, right? So evaporation we can calculate through the simple equation 0.0018 into rate of flow or recirculation flow into the range, means hot water temperature minus the cold water temperature. So this will give the your rate of, or what we can say, the evaporation. So this is your evaporation meter cube per hour. The second one, what we can say, this is your COCSB by SM, and the drift loss generally we are going to consider 0.1 to 0.2% of the what is your circulation flow. Now just I'm going to tell you about the hyperbolic cooling tower. It is also have the some advantages over that. So that I'm going to save, because here it is absence of the fan, so the energy saving is going to be occur, and no here because it is no application of the gearbox, fans are there, so no any maintenance cost is required. Hyperbolic structure is there, so less ground area is required, absence of the ground fogging, absence of the warm air in recirculation. So these are, and it also reduced to the drift losses, right? So this is the structure of that is for the hyperbolic, right? So now just I would like to tell you, just I'm going to share you one data of our 500 megawatt of your the cooling tower, right? So here just we can see that the water flow is 60,000 ton per hour, and the hot water temperature is 42, cold water temperature is 32 is coming, and the range is 10.7. Dry wet bulb temperature at that ambient we have observed and we have noted, that is 36. Wet bulb temperature is 27, and relative humidity at that particular location and that particular season is 50, and the pressure is just 1 bar that we have considered. So based on that, if we are going to calculate that the number of cells, right, in the cooling tower, number of cells is that. So generally what we can say, that generally as per the what we can say the thumb rule, for each cell we are going to give the contribution, or we are going to make it for 3000 or 6000, like that capacity of the flow, right? So if here the load is suppose the 60,000, so it required the 10 shell is required, right? So 10 shell is required. If we are go higher and higher, right, like suppose that each cell is going to give you the flow of 10,000, then the 6 number of cell is required. On another philosophy also is associated with that, that the 2 cell or 1 cell that we have to keep for blank or for keep for the maintenance purpose, right? So that if what we can say any fans or any maintenance activity we have to do, so we can standby cell we have to take in the service, and that running we will stop and do the maintenance work and make the more reliable. So according to that, what we will see, what we will do, we will calculate the entire area, right, of the cells, how much the area is coming out, and according to the flow we will calculate that particular cell is going to flow of the how much of the water, right? So these all are going to calculate based on the dimensions. So for the natural if we talk about the natural cooling tower, in that case what happens, previously I have shown for the induced draft, but if we go through the natural cooling tower which is don't have any fan, so what happens, it height is goes and width is also goes on higher side, so that it will accommodate that amount of the flow of the 60,000 of the flow it can accumulate of that. Here are some examples just I am going to show to you, right, regarding the induced draft cooling tower fans. So here what is the some advantages that we have, that consist constant air volume flow we can get it, right? And the second one is about it have the smaller rain area, or what we can say the heat exchange area. Okay, because already we have placed the fan, so it is lesser area is enough for that. Low pumping head is required, low investment cost is here. But apart from that, some what we can say for this induced draft cd, the high mechanical equipment cost, repair, need the switch yard cable sensors, right, corrections, ground pumping. So these are the some challenge, or what we can say demerits are there. Induced draft for back to back sales, if suppose we have the back to back shell, so only here the what we will observe all the challenges are there. But here in back to back shells what we will get the more and more what we can say the area will increase, right? So it means the required number of shells will be lesser. So in the natural duct cooling tower, it is very what we can say it is very simple and very cheap. No mechanical equipment is there, no any gearbox is required, no electrical equipment is there or extra power consumption is there, no startup regulations are there, no recirculations or ground pumping is necessary, right? So these are there, but the other challenges with the NDCT is about the air to depend upon the ambient conditions, right? Because what happens, we also observe that uh, when in the winter season its performance is deteriorated, right? Or many times when you process in the winter season to Delhi NCR, then you have aware and you have many times you have got the news that very smoke or what we can say the fog are there, right, in the Delhi NCR like the Noida in that region. So suppose this cooling tower we have placed there, so in that duration its performance is not going to be got a good one, right? So that the really challenge with that. Another what we can say the one thing we can clearly speak about that its initial cost is higher, or what we can say the capex, right? The initial capex will be little bit higher as comparison to the other, right? But if we talk about the payback and other the things, it is very comfortable and it is very what we can say the feasible. Now just I'm going to tell you the one important what I have do the case study, because many times what the main story is here, because we talk about the gearbox, we talk about the mechanical, electrical and other things we will discuss lot more, right? But we often we have considered, we have looked out about the chemical reaction, right, which is very significant in case of the cooling tower. Because what happens, suppose why we are placing this cooling tower, that the purpose of cooling tower to get the maximum heat transfer in our heat exchanger, in our condenser, right? So the media is about what? So media is the water. But if we are not going to maintain the quality of the water, so what happens? This water will not goes to effectively work to cool the temperature in the heat exchanger, right? So what happens, that your inside scaling is going to be created, or inside is scale is going to be developed more and more. So what happens in the back of effect will be generate that your performance of the heat exchanger, performance of your condenser is goes deteriorate with the time to time, right? Now, so what would be the solution for that? What we have to take care, so that we can do the remedial, we can remove these issues. So what you have to do, you have to maintain the correct water quality of the cooling tower. So what I have mentioned, the parameter, these parameter must and hardly and effectively we have to maintain, right? pH 6.9 to 7.4, it is very much, it is very vital. What happens, suppose anybody, and you have definitely, you have very much the curiosity in your mind that, sir, what impact of that the pH, right? So I will told to you, and you goes to very much surprised that is the single parameter. Lots of we talk about the auxiliary power consumption, we talks about the motor, fan, gearbox, and so many big things we are talk about. But I'm such still very surprised that what are the that's why I'm initial of my talk, I told to you that it is the dirty part. Why I have told, this is the reason, because what the thing is important, where we have to give the more attention and focus, we don't care about that. And we always is in the big dream that our cooling tower is running perfectly. No, never. Properly we have to maintain the pH, because what happens, for pH we are going to maintain through the sulfuric acid dosings and that all about, right? That depends upon the procedure, right? The purpose why I am going to more emphasis on that, that if we are not going to maintain in that particular of the range, your scaling very going to be developed very fast. And boss, suppose the scaling is going to be inside of your heat exchanger is going to be and going to be developed very fast, your effectiveness of your heat exchanger is goes down. I have seen many more than 100 such cases. And after the low oil heat exchanger or any heat exchanger, when I open the dome, I surprised of that. They are choked with that. So that's why these all the parameter, the turbidity. Every day we have to check this parameter, that what right now my pH is working going on. Or suppose you have asked about the lowering of this pH, so it also has impact on that. That what are the inside of your hematitis or what we can say the inside layer we have due to circulation we have created, that will dissolve. So higher side and lower side, both side of the pH is restricted. We have to operate, we have to maintain in that only within the range. Calcium hardness, that we have to maintain the 500. So above, what happens? Your scale build up or scale thickness will drastically increase. Fluoride, yes, fluoride is very dangerous for MS piping. I'm literally say to you. So that's why we have to define this fluoride value in our water system, in our cooling water system. So if it is goes high, we immediately we have to follow the procedure of the blow down and give, right? And another factor is the phosphates. Yeah, if we are having higher and higher phosphate, then what happens? Your algae formation probability is goes higher. One important, I have I would like to save you the share you the story that is about the power saving, right? And these things is very vital and very important that we have to learn, that we have to definitely these things we have to share to our all our industries people. That in the winter, one example, just I right now, there are so many examples is here, but one examples right now I'm connecting to you, that the power saving. You are going to power save in the city, either you are applying through the VFD belt system. Apart from that, you have another opportunity, which is the natural opportunity that we will give, that we will get in across the India in the winter season, just this season. So in this season, what happens? This is from December to mid of or first or second week of the Jan. We can easily stop our one fan. And many plants, they are practicing the same. In the north, most of the plant, they or NTPC's plant, they are going to stop one of their city fan in this winter. So they can what they will get the advantages, they can advantages of one fan extra whatever the auxiliary power that they are going to save easily without any effect of the plant performance and the plant operation. So that we can do definitely. So if we are getting the opportunity, we have to set that opportunity, do the analysis that how we can make this opportunity for our plant, and then we have to do, then we have to take. So directly we can just a simple, just I am going to take you the one very simple example, that suppose you are going to stop one fan, and this fan is supposed have your rating or capacity is just for example of 200 kilowatt. Very simple, 200 kilowatt. So 200 kilowatt for 24 hours, for suppose effectively it is, suppose this fan is supposed to stop for 20 days. Now just we just you see how much we are power saving. Right. So this is one basic example of that. So now just I would like to share you the some challenges, right, about how we have to struggle of these challenges, right? So carryover is the water carried out away through the air. This is one most major challenge with us, because ultimately what happens, if this fine water droplets are going to be lost, right? So that we have to make through or recover through the makeup water. So that one. Second, the challenge is about the design and the velocity of the airflow, because one thing definitely we have to see that what is the evaporation or rate of evaporation is directly proportional to the v to the power q. So if the velocity will higher, your what we can say, your your rate of carryover or rate of your losses will be higher, right? So as a result, what happens? As a result of that, our makeup water consumption will increase. Also, it goes to the consequence, result or impact on the corrosion of the fan blades, cause the unbalancing of the fan blades, vibration, impact on the gearbox will be there, and forms the fogs near the tower, which obstruct the cooling tower functioning. To minimize the carryover or carryover, the drift eliminator are to be used. That the many of the branches do to reduce it by 0.001%. Another important part is about the fouling. It refers to formation of deposit on the metal surface. It may be the chemical or microbiological. It drastically reduces the heat transfer. It increases the hydraulic resistance. Right. So how the things is we are going to minimize and we are going to remove of that. So we have some certain chemical, right? The uh, surface is dispersed to emulsify the contamination, dispersion to prevent the accumulation of sludge, coagulant to convert dispersion solid matters into the jelly-like matter. So how these things is going on? There are dedicated chemicals are there. So that chemical we have to use and properly we have to mix of that. For that duration, we have to stop the blowdown. In some of that, suppose we are dose the biocide and some other. So we know that we also goes to do the dose the chlorine, right? So that duration we have to also stop the chlorine. Okay. So this is what we can say. This is the all the theme is all about, because the chlorine why we are used that for the killing of the bacteria and the germs which is going to be developed or going to be but take the birth in there. So antifoaming we have, oxidizing biocide we have, non-biocide. So these all will have the different chemicals like the sodium chloride and the sodium bichloride is used for oxidizing the biocides. Antifoaming we use why? Because after the long of the operation or higher of the COC, your cycle of concentration goes to impact on the creation of the foams. So accordingly, we have to take it. Now, just I'm going to sum up some few things which is very important, that apart from the mechanical perspective, we have also look on the chemical water quality, because it is ultimately, if you are not going to maintain the proper water quality, so it is 100% not possible to get the desired temperature gradient or the temperature or heat transfer, heat heat exchanger performance, right? So for that I have mentioned the entire of the things. This is all about, and hopefully definitely you have many things you have got from this session. So I really thanks to you, thanks to each of my audience participants and attendee. If you have any query, then please you can put it in the chat box, or just you will also just mail through the same, and I will definitely revert to you. So thank you to all. Thank you once again to the VIT for making the such great initiative on this eve of this 15th December. We all across the nations, we have put a very good thought on this energy conservations in the field of the making our nation Atmanirbhar Bharat. So I'm really thanks to the VIT and the team, entire the team, and from the headquarter. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Akera. That was a wonderful presentation. As researchers in the HVAC field, we understand the challenges of designing cooling towers and their operations. So your presentation trajectory, right from the basics to your case studies, was very smooth and informative, particularly focusing more on the chemical aspects of the cooling tower water as opposed to the mechanical aspects. So we once again thank you for this wonderful knowledge sharing session, and we hope to hear more from you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, VIT team, and all the best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vivek Ray, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, good afternoon. You are
Good afternoon,
perfectly
sir.
audible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please.
So, Mr. Vivek Rai, sir, is a EC member, SEAM, West Bengal chapter. Is discuss about energy efficiency, a powerful tool for decarbonization and net zero. Mr. Vivek Rai is a graduate in mechanical engineering, MIE, FIE, chartered engineer, and PG diploma in business administration and PG diploma in environmental economics. He is a BEEE certified energy auditor. He is also a CIA certified carbon footprint expert and CIA certified Green Co facilitator. He also a certified lead auditor in EHS-MS and ISO 9001. He is also having more than 37 plus years of cross-functional experience in spearheading and ensuring smooth plant operations and maintenance in thermal, combined cycle and liquid fuel, and cogeneration power plants and utilities in larger power plants. He is having experience in implementation of medium-sized power plant projects, both combined cycle and coal-based. Mr. Vivek Rai worked in power plants of repute in India like NTPC, BSES, GVK Industries, Reliance Infrared Limited, Reliance Industries Limited, ONGC Tripura Power Company. Is having experience of heading 6 power plants in India and abroad. His expertise domains are power generation and energy management systems implementation, energy auditing, energy efficiency enhancement, energy conservation technology implementation, cleaner technology implementation, retrofitting of power plant equipment for energy optimization, turnaround maintenance of large and medium-sized power plants for heat improvement, pre-commissioning, commissioning, startup, stabilization of power plants. Sir, moving forward, you can share your presentation, sir. Sir, please unmute your mic, sir.
Yeah, you have to allow me to share it. That presentation, whatever you are showing, you have to take out your presentation, right? Okay,
Yes, sir.
fine.
Yes, sir.
Let me try. So, is this visible?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yeah. Very good evening to all of you. And practically, this is not a presentation slide on PowerPoint. It is a discussion presentation on energy efficiency, and which is a powerful tool for decarbonization and net zero achievement. So I am Vivek Roy. I am a EC member of SEAM, and I am also I've been given the charge for the National Convener for Decarbonization India Alliance from the SEAM. Now, SEAM is a great platform to operate for bringing together of the technology provider as well as the technology user for the decarbonization for achieving net zero as stated by the Government of India, which will be achieved by 2070. Now, let us start it on this thing that this is a era where we are suddenly thinking and observing that there is a huge change of the climate. There is a sudden change in the climate is happening, which is beyond our thinking that this can happen so fast. It has come so fast, really, it is coming so fast that now COP26, Conference of Parties 26, 27, and 28, and especially G20, are giving huge importance. Here we will discuss about the broader ways how to tackle this net zero scenario, bringing the temperature below 2 degrees centigrade and preferably by 1.5 degrees centigrade. So one of the 4 tools we know that is energy efficiency, and the other tools is energy conservation, energy efficiency, cleaner technology, carbon capture, use and storage. But why energy efficiency is the most important tool? The first thing is that it is a very low hanging fruit. Everybody can tackle it immediately, and they can efficiently use the energy and thereby reducing the energy consumption. When you reduce the energy consumption, what happens automatically? The energy demand goes down. And when the energy demand goes down, energy usage also goes down. So there is a double effect. And ultimately, what is happening? Whole focus is that how to reduce the fossil fuel combustion. The fossil fuel combustion is the root of all cause. This fossil fuel combustion is generating the greenhouse gases. We know there are 6 greenhouse gases, and all these greenhouse gases are ultimately warming up the our planet Earth, and that's why the global warming is happening. And as the global warming is happening, lot of climate change is happening. So finally, we have to concentrate on the lesser and lesser use of fossil fuel. Now, let us see it. In the pursuit of the sustainable and environmental conscious future, the role of energy efficiency stands out as a powerful tool for achieving decarbonization and progressing towards net zero paradigm. How this will happen and why it is required. Let us discuss in this 45-minute sessions. There are multifaceted benefits, like prioritize the energy efficiency. You have to prioritize that which part of the energy efficiency part you have to prioritize, means it's a pump or a motor or a particular system, you have to prioritize it. Then emphasizing its impact on reducing the carbon emission. You have to reduce the carbon emission ultimately, and that is the net carbon footprint must be coming down. So we have to focus basically on the reducing the carbon emissions. Then enhancing the sustainability. The sustainability means that whatever we are using right now, the resources from the earth, that means whatever the minerals, coal, oil, and all these fossil fuels minerals, we have to keep for our next generation. And we have to do our economic activities in such a way that our next generation also can have sufficient amount of energy available to make their life good. Now, the next one is contributing to the economic and technological advancement. So these benefits are very huge benefits to be stated in a very short way. The economic benefits are sure when you really bring down the fossil fuel consumption. What is happening? Your total bill of fuel consumption is coming down. Your import of the fuel import bill is coming down, and technological advancement is that by technologically advancement equipment, you are actually introducing the energy efficiency and making the use of the machineries to be more energy efficient. This is the basic background. Now, why net zero and decarbonization? The world at present is undertaking a net zero transition. It is obvious. An ambitious effort to reach net zero emissions of carbon dioxide and reduce emissions of other greenhouse gases. Now, net zero is nothing. It is that whatever the emissions we are producing by different economic activities, burning of the fossil fuels, then these greenhouse gases should be mitigated or taken out of the atmosphere. And when this balance is achieved, that is called the net zero. How much you are emitting and the same amount you are taking out from the atmosphere, that is the net zero situation. So different countries have their nationally determined contribution for achieving the net zero, because it is not so easy to achieve within a year or couple of years. So as well as Government of India have also declared the nationally declared contribution is that it is by 2017, India will be net zero nation. Now, to limit the goal of the transition is outlined in the Paris Agreement in 2015. What is the goal? The goal is to limit the global warming above the pre-industrial level. What is the pre-industrial level? Pre-industrial level is 1870 or before, like that. When this was the situation when there was no control about the fossil fuel burning, and all the so-called developed countries have emitted huge amount of emissions during that period of time till 1970s or 1980s. Okay. And from that level to well below 2 degrees centigrade and ideally 1.5 degrees centigrade. So they have given a range between the 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade. Now, why this is like that? So doing so, we reduce the odds of initiating most catastrophic impacts of climate change. The catastrophic impact is the wildfire is going on, a lot of biodiversity is getting damaged, a lot of rains, floods, which is not normal as seen 10 years before. It has changed a lot. That is called the catastrophic impacts of the climate change. According to the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, IPCC, limiting warming of 1.5 degrees centigrade would require reducing GHG emissions by 43%. If you want to limit that global warming by 1.5 degrees centigrade, you have to reduce the GHG emission by 43% between the range of 2019 and 2030, and cutting the net emissions of CO2 to zero. Net emissions to CO2 to zero by 2050. That is the focus of all countries, 160 countries, 159 countries who are attending the thing. Now, COP28 is a conference of parties. Every year they are hosting a conference of parties, and this COP28 has just concluded in Dubai. And the major focuses, I just go very fast. What are the major focuses of this thing? Because we need to have a background of why energy efficiency is required for achieving the net zero and decarbonization of the industries. The Global Decarbonization Accelerator, GDA, sets out a set of actions. It has already got 4 to 5 actions, major actions, aimed at decarbonizing and existing energy systems and building the energy system of the future. So what are those things? As per the Global Decarbonization Accelerator, the first point they have mentioned that 3 times renewables. The renewables should be increased by 3 times, tripling the renewables and doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvement by 2030. Now, rate of energy efficiency has to be double. Whatever is today, it has to be double. And when it is doubled, then you can think of that it's not 1.5 degree, it may be within 2 degrees centigrade. Possibly we can achieve it by this particular time limit. Now, achieving the net zero emissions from the energy sector by 2050 rests on the world's ability to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. Why renewable energy capacity tripling? There is a reason. There is a reason because we will come down. We will see that what is the primary energy, secondary energy, and under the primary energy, there is a renewable energy sector. And renewable energy sector is that solar, wind, geothermal, tidal, all these are renewable energy sector, which are emitting very, very less tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. The GHG emission is very less. Now next is that apart from the renewable and the rate of energy efficiency, the next is that the hydrogen. Hydrogen as a fuel is coming up very fast. Hydrogen is a very versatile energy carrier that could help decarbonize hard to abate sectors. Means those sectors where decarbonization abating is very hard, you can use the hydrogen to abate the global warming. So based on the announcement of the projects, hydrogen supply could increase by 40 times by 2030. Why it is declared? This is declared, just concluded COP28. Now, cooling. Now, why they are taking cooling as a part? Cooling is, everywhere in your house, in your room, there is a cooling, the air conditioner is working, in the plants, in the industrial sectors, in the office premises, in the big buildings, in the malls, everywhere it is working. So cooling is basically, is aimed at reducing the emissions from cooling by 68% by 2050. So it has to be reduced by 68%. Why? It is taking a huge amount of power consumption for cooling all these things together. Now you imagine it. If this cooling part can be taken care by energy efficient measures, by changing some concepts, by changing some technologies, a huge amount of energy saving. And energy saving means your tons of CO2 emission will be reduced. So cooling equipment represents 20% of electricity consumption in buildings. Only in buildings they're talking about it. And that is true globally. It's not Indian thing. The getting on track for the net zero by 2050 requires more efficient coolers, new designs, and behavior changes is very important, like setting thermostats slightly higher. So we have to change. So what are the thermostat setting at midday. It cannot be at night. So we have to take some pain to go and change the thermostat and adjust to again back to, okay, instead of 24, it can be 28 degrees centigrade or 27 degrees centigrade. And there are two types of settings of the air conditioners or cooling system. One is human cooling system, human comfort system. Another is machinery equipment cooling system, electronics and all these things. These two cooling system temperatures are different. So we have to think of this way and adjust the thermostats accordingly, or it should be automatically adjusted based on the temperature setting. Now, oil and gas decarbonization it's a very big sector, very big sector. The exploration is there, the mining is there, everything is there. So you use a lot of huge equipments and huge amount of energy is spent on oil and gas exploration. So here also COP28 has given a big thought. It was signed by 50 companies, accounting for more than 40% of global oil and gas production. Big chunk. Right. Now the signatories have signed all these things. So the problem is that not from that the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, there are three types of emissions: scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. And scope 1 is a direct emission, which is inside the company. I'm telling in a very simplistic way. Scope 2 is the indirect emission, where you don't produce the emission, but you are a part of the emission. And scope 3 is outside your control, which you cannot control. And these three emissions together producing the total emissions. Now the scope 1 and scope 2, which is direct and indirect emission, there is focus on emission from production and not from use. And near zero methane of upstream operation 2030. Methane is another global warming gases. And now there is a deep focus on the methane in COP28, which is outside of the scope of discussion in this particular meeting. Now, I'm giving the background of this thing. In the background, you can see the first point is very clearly written: 3 times renewable and 2 times rate of energy efficiency. That is sufficient. That is sufficient if we follow it. That is sufficient to control most of the problems of the industries and business houses. Now, from the above declaration, it can be easily seen that the energy efficiency is in the hot seat for the decarbonization and towards achieving net zero by 2070 in case of India, not in case of the other countries. Other countries have their nationally determined contributions. Okay. Now, what is energy efficiency? In a very simple way, energy efficiency means using the less energy to perform the same task and with a focus to eliminate energy waste. In a very simple way, you have to have the same production target using the less energy and minimizing the waste. Very simple. Everybody knows it. Not a new term. Nothing is new. Only thing, the implementation is varying from different companies to companies, different industry to industries, and willingness to implement it. That is the thing. Otherwise, everybody knows these things. So, major benefits of the energy efficiency. Now, most important major benefits I have just outlined here are the reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. I have already explained it because of the fossil fuel combustion. Reducing the demand of energy imports. As your fossil fuel combustion is coming down, your import of the fossil fuels is coming down, your bill is coming down. Now, lowering the cost on a household and economy-wide level. Why? Because when you are using the cheap energy mix, most economic energy mix in producing the goods and services, your total cost is coming down. And that's why it is a household and economy in the wide level. Now, energy savings, obviously, it is a habitual contribution. Most of the things, energy saving day, energy conservation day, whatever you say, but by the efficient use of energy, automatically you are saving some energy. if you don't want, still you can save energy if the technology is properly given. You select the technology that which is most efficient, automatically you will save some energies. So increasing the energy security. Energy security is a very important part, matter for every nations now. Why energy security is very important? We will come in the successive discussions, because this is giving the nation an edge to have the access to the energy at a right price and at a right consumption rate. We will discuss it later on. Stabilizing the energy prices. What is happening here? When you are saving energy, your net energy consumption comes down. When your net energy consumption comes down, what is happening? You are purchasing less energy. When you are purchasing less energy, the energy prices get stabilized slowly, right, at a lower price. So it helps in stabilizing the energy prices. Increase energy access. Now you should have access to the energy. You are reducing the fossil fuels. You are increasing the renewable energy. You are optimizing your manufacturing processes, and thereby you have access a big energy mix sorry, in the basket of energy. So you have more energy access because already you have cut down to very energy consumption to a great level, but without sacrificing your output. Improved health and well-being conditions. It is very much imperative to say that whenever the greenhouse gases emissions are coming down, everything in the atmosphere coming down. It is very evident from the COVID-19 situation, when all the industries, most of the industries in the world are shut down or partially operating, right? You can see a lot of changes has come in the sea, in the atmosphere, in the air quality. It has gone like anything very low. So that is very evident from this fact that when you cut down the things, automatically your health improvement due to the air pollution and other things and well-being conditions are improved. So improved air quality, I just explained it. It's the Delhi and all metro cities air qualities are really very, very poor. Not only Delhi and metro cities of India, and a lot of cities in the world are also facing the same problem. So the productivity also improves due to energy efficient use of the energy. So there is no losses, and economic benefits are there because I told you that your import bill is coming down, your energy saving is there, so energy bill is coming down. So all these are the benefits. So energy efficiency is having benefits and benefits only. There is no side effects of energy efficiency, though somebody says there is some side effects, but it is very negligible. We should focus on the benefits, and mostly it's 98% of the benefits. Now let us go why energy efficiency is essential to achieve the net zero. It is very important discussion because energy efficiency has been defined as the first fuel. You go to the IEA site, you go to the McKinsey site, you go to the any site, everybody is telling it is the first fuel of clean energy transition. So this is the basics. And as it is provides some of the quickest and most cost-effective carbon dioxide mitigation options while lowering energy bills and strengthening. Most important is that it is the low-hanging fruit. You must ensure that you are implementing it first. If you don't have a mindset to implement it, then nothing can happen. Nobody can move you. First, we have to have a mindset that we must implement it. And then the mitigation will automatically follow. The energy efficiency is the single largest measure to avoid energy demand in the net zero emission by 2050 scenario internationally. We are talking now internationally, and along with the closely related measures of electrification, behavioral changes, digitalization, and material efficiency. These four are the aspects which really influencing the energy efficiency implementation. So here I just go very short. There are two types of energy. It is known to everyone: the primary energy and secondary energy. And under the head of primary energy, you have a non-renewable energy, which are fossil fuels, coal, oil, natural gas, lignite, all these things. And another type of energy is renewable energy, RE, which is, we know that it is a very common word nowadays. So what is happening now? These are the solar, wind, geothermal, tidal power, all this renewable energy, which produces very minimum carbon dioxide emission. Right? We'll show you in the next pages. And secondary energy. Secondary energy is derived from the primary energy. You are burning either fossil fuel or renewable energy. And why you are burning this thing? Either you are producing steam, and that steam is either converted to the power by a steam turbine generating the power, or the steam is used to various other downstream processes. So you have mainly two types of secondary energy, apart from other secondary energies which are used in petrochemical and other processes. So primary energy content of all fuels generally expressed in tons of oil equivalent. Why it is? Because it's a huge quantity. When you see as a nationally or globally, the quantity is so huge, the content, heat content. So it is used in tons of oil equivalent, which is 1 TOE equal to 1 into 10 to the power 7 kcal, which is coming around 11.63 megawatt hour or 11,660 kilowatt hour. This is for understanding only. Now, what is the key focus? Key focus, you have to make this renewable, non-renewable energy to minimum or zero. And that's by doing it, you will achieve the decarbonization and economic activities leading to net zero. Right? So that's why I just wrote it. So energy security. We also discussed energy security 2 pages before. And the aim of the energy security is to reduce the dependency of energy import and thereby marching towards the maximum self-dependency. Means we should have our own energy dependent system which is independent of other countries. That is one of the points. Another aim is the energy security is to make energy available in a varied form, in the sufficient quantity and at reasonable price. So you should have energy available in varied form. It is a renewable energy, or it is energy from the biomass system, like this in the varied form and sufficient quantity to sustain the economic activities in the country and at a reasonable price also. Because if the price is going up, right? So what will happen? The end product price will also go up. So end product price will go up. So there will be pressure in the pocket of the persons who are purchasing the end products. Now, because if the price of the energy is too high, so the price of the end product will be too high. That is the energy security. So energy security is a byproduct of the energy efficiency implementation. All are the byproducts of the energy efficiency implementation, which we are describing now. Energy intensity. Now, energy intensity is a burning topic. It is a burning topic all over the world. And every company, every industries are really trying very hard how to bring down the energy intensity. Energy intensity in a very simple form, if we talk about energy intensity, is that for manufacturing, say your cell phone manufacturing. You are spending some amount of energy. Now, the focus of the company is to that if you produce 100 cell phones per day, you keep the 100 cell phone production per day, no problem. But if you are spending 1 megawatt of power, 1 megawatt hour power per hour, so you have to reduce to 500 kilowatt in a simple way. So you are reducing the energy input for producing the same output, And that is called the energy intensity. So amount of energy spent to produce the goods for manufacturing the goods. So everybody is now behind it to bring down the energy intensity. That's why bringing down the energy consumption. That's why bringing up the energy efficiency. That's why bringing down the energy bill. That's why bringing down the energy import cost, right? So energy intensity improvement accelerated from 0.8% in 2000 to 2010 to 1.7% between 2000 to 2022. So first 10 years is 0.8% and next 12 years 1.7%, which is nearly double, which is associated avoided emissions accumulated with associated avoided emissions accumulated over each period. Avoided emissions means this is the emissions which can be avoided unnecessarily. Say, I'm giving one example. You are not in the room. You are going out of the office for a site round. Okay. You go to the plant and machineries. You switch off the air conditioning machine. Case 1. Case 2, another person is going to the same thing. He is not switching the air conditioning machine. So what is happening? The air conditioning machine is running. The room is unoccupied. And the amount of electricity is getting consumed. And the amount of fuel is burned to produce the steam. To produce the amount of energy is still going on, though it is not getting used. Now, if I switch off my air conditioning system before I go out of the room for at least 5 minutes or whatever, and a small amount of thing accumulated over the time, everybody thinks, okay, I am going to the washroom, so why should I switch off the AC? Wrong. If you go to 2 minutes or 5 minutes, switch off the AC, switch off the light, switch off the fan, if it's not required, then it is accumulating continuously. And that's the thing is avoided emissions. Correct? Now, NZE, net zero energy scenario. The rate of improvement of the energy intensity rises to 4% per year on average this decade. Now, this decade, we're talking about this decade, and avoiding around 10 gigaton CO2 per year by 2030. So what is happening in this net zero scenario? The rate of improvement of energy intensity is rising by 4% per year on average this decade. So that the 10 gigaton of CO2 per year will be saved by 2030. This is not as per me. This is as per the report from the IEA, right? So energy efficiency plays a significant role in meeting the net zero targets, and business cannot achieve carbon neutrality without it. That is a fact. By monitoring the relevant data, now the second part is coming, very important part. By monitoring the relevant data and utilizing the latest technologies of innovations, the business will see serious gains from the retrofitting of machineries and buildings for energy efficiency. Not only you use the technology, you have to gain by retrofitting from the outdated machineries and buildings for energy efficiency. Correct? Some facts I am presenting to you regarding the carbon dioxide emission from the power generation. Why? I will tell you in the next slides. I have told something in the previous pages. Now telling. The government of India has an ambitious target to install 500 gigawatt of renewable energy RE power by 2030. And out of that, 280 gigawatt is solar and 140 gigawatt is wind. So what is that thing? So that is the target is 500 gigawatt installation by 2030. Now till September 2023, what has happened? 186 gigawatt of energy has been installed, which is approximately 43% of the total installed capacity as on September 2023. Now, India's total installed capacity of power generation stands approximately 4,17,668 megawatt. 417,668 megawatt, as on September, right? And this is expected to reach to 8,20,000 megawatt approximately by 2030. So there is nearly a jump of 2 times, nearly 2 times. So now there is only 7 years remaining. What is happening? The CO2 emission from the RE sources. Now you see what is happening. CO2 emission from the RE sources are 48 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour of solar utility. When you use a solar utility plant, the CO2 emission is only 48 grams per kilowatt hour. When you use the offshore wind farm, it is 12 grams per kilowatt hour. When you use the hydropower, it is 24 grams per kilowatt hour CO2, almost CO2. And when you use the coal, fossil fuel, it is 0.82 kg, 820 grams per kilowatt hour, Indian standard. So you can see the huge difference between the CO2 emission while burning a fossil fuel compared to burning the renewable energies. This is the catch. This is the catch. And that's why all countries over the world are behind the renewable energy or renewable energy mix in the packet of the energy mix. Hence, from the above, it is clear the scope 1, the direct emission can be reduced drastically by maximizing the renewable energy sources. And what is required now? Next question will come automatically. What is required now? Well, the energy efficiency investment has recently been increasing to reach the new record level. The pace of global energy intensity improvement had noticeably slowed in the second half of the last decade. Last decade means 2010 to 2020. Why it has slowed down? Because it is of COVID-19, there is a very slow movement of the energy efficiency investments. Now, what is the need of the hour? We have to attack it apart from all other measures. I'm not telling that these are the only 2 things required. I'm telling that these are the additionally 2 things required, which will make the energy efficiency 2 times in the coming this decade, present decade only. That is doubling the global pace of energy efficiency progress. As I told you earlier, doubling the energy efficiency means you introduce a lot of technologies, not only by big industries. I'm not talking about the big industries. Again, there is a debate about the big industries, small and middle scale industries. Big difference is there. As my experience goes on, I will tell you one thing, that in the small and medium scale sectors, there is a huge gap. Even if they want, they don't want to do it. Everything moves from the money, and money is the honey. Now, unless you have the return on investment in the correct time, you will not invest it. I have seen in my experience. Simply they see and turn the eyes here, and the management is telling about that, okay, we need the net zero, we need to have an energy efficient method and all these things. We need is one thing, we want is one thing, and we are implementing is one thing. These 3 are completely different. That we have to understand. Point number 1. Point number 2 is the green finance is must for achieving net zero. A green finance is that now you want to achieve the net zero. For that, you need the green energy. For that, you need the green technologies. For these technologies are still not so cheap. These technologies are a little bit costlier till now, because this is in the evolving stage. So everything in the evolving stage needs time. This time, you can see last 14 years ago or 15 years ago, the solar panels are so costly that 1 kilowatt of solar power was costing 12 to 15 rupees. Now the technology has evolved, and finally it has come down to 3 rupees, 2.5 rupees, 2.8 rupees. So this is the thing. And now we need the green finance for here. That is the important aspect, and everybody is telling that this is the important aspect, and everybody is discussing on this thing. So green finance is gaining momentum in the Indian economy as a crucial tool for transitioning towards net zero emissions. It's very clear picture. the integration of the environmental consideration into the financial decision making is crucial for sustainable development.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, actually, one of the audience is telling that the letters are very small, so he's finding difficult to read. Maybe can you increase a little bit?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Little bit, sir, little bit.
1 minute. I just access this one and just do it. 1 minute, just hold on. Oh. Is clear?
I think this is better, sir. Much better.
Still okay?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, this is fine, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, sir.
Really. Okay. Now I just put on like this. Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. No problem. So integration of the environmental considerations into the financial decision making is a crucial and for sustainable development. So whenever any management take a decision, they take a decision on the financial aspects of the company's operating scenario. So if there is a loss, they will not take any certain decision. But if there is something is that within 2-3 years or something, they will take some decisions, no doubt. So initiatives like green bonds, carbon pricing, and sustainable investment strategies are driving the shift towards a greener economy in India. So there are some things are there like green bonds, carbon pricing, and sustainable investment. These are some instruments which are really driving the shift towards greener economy of India because people want to invest. And a lot of banks and other financial institutions, they also want to invest, but there needs some clear-cut picture, clear-cut systems available for that, and return on investment. Certainly, there is an important factor. Now, role of energy efficiency in net zero success. What is the role of energy efficiency? Energy efficiency is one of the top measures. Already you have discussed this. So strategizing the net zero, many industries see opportunities that exist throughout their current state. So that is the opportunity is sure. We need to evaluate the prices. We need to implement this thing. Following green energy procurement strategy with carbon offsetting and even their own energy generation. So they can follow the green energy procurement strategy with carbon offsetting and take their advantage of it. These are all great steps to take. It can be most cost effective to current strategies and see what can be improved across the existing industries. With all these things, if you include there, you can see what best can be done from the existing situation. So implementing the existing technologies alone can increase energy efficiency with the addition of next generation tech, and this can be enhanced in further also. So we have to always upgrade the technology. That is another option of energy efficiency, right? So committing energy efficiency projects across the business will lead to decrease in operational cost and energy wastages. I already discussed legislation compliance, the more transparency on the energy usage. A complete detailed report that includes the required information will be compliant, reducing the carbon emission, leading to decarbonization. Another step closer to meeting net zero by 2050 target. Internationally, for India, it is 2070 target. In fact, the energy efficiency will help to cut 40% of the emissions required to meet net zero. By using the smart way, valuable way, you will see the significant improvement in many of the businesses you do it. So challenges in the, now let us discuss about the challenges in the energy efficiency and how to move way forward. So implementing the energy saving solution is not a simple process. There are many challenges around energy efficiency that may take it difficult for some of the businesses to roll out the changes they need. It's not so simple. because a lot of things are included, no? The technology included, the pricing included, the other financing are included. So it's not so easy, but we must go ahead in spite of the problems. So one challenge is simply to lack of information around the business energy consumption. Why we are talking about this is a challenge? Because if we don't know about the business energy consumption, how can you tackle it? If you cannot see where the energy is being wasted across your business or estate, how can you correctly identify and how can you prevent these things? Here the answer is coming. The answer is you have to implement the regular energy audit. Regular means not daily. I'm not talking about daily. You should have an internal auditing system every quarter, and you have a system of checking the energy losses on a daily basis through your own energy management cell. That is my experience I'm just sharing. And once you do, it is in place, you will see you can have a lot of improvement in the energy saving. You cannot control what you cannot measure. Now, energy management team is an essential part of energy efficiency system. They will analyze the data. They will give the information to the top management. The top management will take action and give the direction what to do and how to reduce the things. Even it can be a bottom-driven approach also. The persons who are at the site, who are at the helm of affairs at the shop floor level, they can take out the information and give to the top management and tell that these are required to be done. So it is a not only top to down, it is bottom to up also. Now, there may be cases where businesses have collected the required data, but they don't know what to do with it and how to work the next steps. Yeah, important thing. If you don't know what to do and what are the next steps, useless. So this lack of knowledge can delay even the energy saving projects as valuable opportunities are missed. So a heavy reliance on manual data collection is also an impact. So manual data collection, you know, to some extent it is good, maybe 20-30% is okay, fine. But you must automate the thing. You must have a transmitter, if you have a flow meter, if you have things online. Most of the online things are coming as a data to your system. And you can easily check the trends and the charts and graphs and convert them to a measurable thing that is available. And most of the topmost companies, they are doing this thing only, right? So here comes the system of the energy audit and energy management team, right? Now, the next thing is that energy efficiency measures. Energy efficiency measures are very huge. You cannot just simply complete in 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, whatever the thing. It is an ongoing process. And the measures are numerous measures. So I have tried to put it to bare minimum if the time permits. I don't know, Mr. Balaji, if the time is there or time is running out. Mr. Balaji? Hello? VIT team?
So time is available. There's no issue with and there's no time constraints. It's available, sir.
Okay, so I just move forward. So energy efficiency measures are like that. You have different sectors. You have a power sector, a steel sector, a cement sector. You have a aluminum sector. You have a transportation sector. You have aviation sector. You have a shipping sector. Everywhere energy, energy, and energy. That's all. Nobody talks without energy, right? So we are just taking a few areas where the shoe is basically pinching. Now, here some energy saving projects can be implemented in the industries. We are talking about industry. So it's the lighting upgradation, controls, and defects. Lighting upgradations upgrade your lighting to LEDs and all these things and make a control system so that the occupancy sensors like that will come down there. BMS, building management system, very important. All the malls and the movie houses and the big office spaces are now for the building management system. BMS also is a terminology for boilers in the power boilers, where it's called the boiler management system, but here it is a building management system. Now we are talking about the plant efficiency measures like high efficiency motors, high efficiency pumps, optimized HVAC system. HVAC means humidification, ventilation, air conditioning system. Right, big chunk. We just talked about this thing in the COP28, cooling. This cooling is HVAC basically. Now, optimizing oxygen at the boiler or furnace flue gas outlet. The more the oxygen, the more the losses. You have to keep the oxygen level between 3 to 4% maximum. That's why your complete combustion is ensured, right? Optimizing the boiler combustion control to have minimum unburned carbon in the flue gas. So you are burning the coal or oil, fossil fuel. Then this particular thing is coming. Unburned carbon is coming when you are burning the fossil fuel. So if you have a minimum, then your losses are minimum. The more unburned carbon, the more the losses. Using waste heat recovery boilers. So you cannot waste any heat outside. Whatever the heats are going outside, you can capture it. You can use it to heat water to produce steam, low pressure steam, or produce the hot water for the other process uses. That is the really recovery system, and your total efficiency of the cycle, it goes up. Then implementing the VAHP. What is VAHP? Vapor absorption heat pump. We are normally we are using the vapor compression system which are installed in our air conditioning system, right? In the office rooms and all these things. And VAHP is a vapor absorption system which is having a very less moving part and different in technology than vapor compression system. And this vapor absorption heat pump is commercially known as VAM. VAM, vapor absorption machines, right? And you have a different capacity of machines. It depends on how much area you want to cool, and it is much more economically viable than vapor compression system. Why this is viable? We are conducting different, so for your information, we are conducting different classes on GEE energy managers, energy auditors training, as well as we are conducting different webinars on this particular system and technologies and trends. If you are interested, we will share you the links whenever you're posting this one, and you will be informed the latest technologies of the BAMs and how it can be purchased, how the technology can be reviewed. All these things we discussed there. So plant systems upgrades and technology changes like VFD, variable frequency drive, multi-speed motors using non-metallic cooling tower fan blades. These are all energy saving methods by using the technologies, right? So optimizing cooling tower fan blade angles. The cooling tower is cooling, the lot of your air conditioning systems, or in the steam turbines, hot water is going, and this hot water is cooled in a cooling tower. So cooling tower itself is a area where you can have a lot of measures, you can introduce it. There's some points we are just discussing. Time of the day or peak cost avoidance measures by introducing automatic street lighting system. What is happening? Automatic street lighting system, actually lighting is also consuming a major some of the major power because in the industries and other areas, in the street lighting all over the city, if you just use for can stop or optimize for half an hour, it gives a huge benefit on the electricity bill. So you have to automatically utilize the system, which is called the smart implementation system, of the lighting system. Now, energy efficiency technologies and applications. The best technology choice is determined by combination of energy saving, energy availability, supporting policies of the respective countries. These are the combinations. You should have the energy saving policy, energy saving practices. You should have the energy availability at the right price, at the right source, at right quality, and you have a supporting policies of the respective countries. Now, residential sector. What we can do in the residential sector? We just discussed about the energy efficient lighting. It is the transition to LED, light emitting diode bulbs. Energy efficient lighting fixtures, right? Sensors, smart lighting controls, implement daylight harvesting system. These are the areas related to energy efficient lighting, and upgrade to Energy Star related appliance. Energy Star related appliance is the BE Star rating system, which will give you a guarantee that this is the most efficient appliance, and it will save energy maybe 10% or 12% or something. What is this? Giving you a guarantee. Now, some insulation and sealing. The insulation is a very important part of wherever you go. You go in the residential sector, you go in a commercial sector, you go in a industrial sector. If the insulation is not correct, the heat losses will be there. So you must have a double glazed windows like that. They are giving it in the, as we are discussing about the residential sector, we are discussing double glazed windows for better insulation. You are running the AC, operating the AC. If the heat is not contained, it is radiating outside, it is conducting outside, then what is happening? Your effectiveness of cooling is going down, right? So you have to insulate the your rooms or the office spaces in that particular way. Energy efficient appliances. Now, energy efficient appliances with high Energy Star rating. You implement any energy efficient implement. You have a heater, you have a geyser, you have a coffee maker, everything you just your cooking appliances, all you use a star rating and most energy efficient rating, because star rating will be a costlier version than the normal market standard thing, but in the long run you will get the benefit of the energy cost. So renewable energy integration. Renewable energy integration, why integration? Because you are taking renewable energy from other sources, or you have put a rooftop solar panel, you are using that particular energy for small other purposes like heating the water or something like that, for having some emergency lighting and all these things. So you are not taking the fossil fuel powered energy. Thereby, you are avoiding some carbon dioxide emission. That is called avoided emission, right? So here it's also behavior changes and education. Most importantly, that persons should have a behavior change, and education means not your education, what you are, or BE or BTech or BE or BSc, not education. It is the education related to the energy related things. How far you are enlightened to know that what to do, how to, when to stop the lighting, when to start the lighting, what is the temperature setting, all these things. This is called the education about that particular processes. So that company has to carry out, or the leaders has to carry out for all the persons, and repeatedly, like when you are in a flight, you have done 100 times in a flight. 100 times you will be given that particular how to put a seat belt, how to tackle the emergency, when the emergency doors will open, how they will open, every time they will give. And that goes to our brain unconsciously. In a subconscious mind, we are digesting those things. And that's called the practice, and listening, and that finally it makes you a habit, and your response will be automatic, right? Fine. So commercial and industrial sector. So here also in the commercial and industrial sector, we are talking about the energy management system, that is the implemented advanced energy system, regular energy audits, like monitor and control the energy usage in real time, utilize building automation systems for efficient operations, integrate smart grids for optimized energy distribution. It is commercial and industrial area. Now, efficient lighting and control, we have already discussed it, how to implement the efficient lighting control system and utilize the task lighting of the focused illumination. Focused illumination is very important, implemented daylight harvesting system like that. So optimized HVAC system, humidification, ventilation, air conditioning system. So upgrade the energy efficient HVAC systems. If you have an older system, upgrade it. Implement the zone-based heating and cooling. Very important thing. Segregate the places. Segregate the places. Where it is not required, stop it. If you don't see that centralized AC is actually ultimately running without any human occupation most of the time, stop it. Put a split AC there. Stop the central air conditioning system. Who prevents you? You have to audit it. Audit it and then take action. Utilize the programmable thermostats. Now, industrial process optimization. Conduct energy assessment for industrial process. Implement energy efficient technologies manufacturing. We discussed these things. Optimize process heating and cooling system. Right? It has to be, we are talking about optimization here. Optimization means whatever is required, give that much, not more than that, not less than that. Upgrade motors and drives to high efficiency models. We discussed already. Renewable energy integration. Here also, you have to get some renewable energy purchased directly, or you can generate on your own in the commercial area, industrial area, and you can integrate it to the electricity from the grid, purchase electricity from the grid. And that will be helping you certain rebates and automatically mitigating the CO2 thing. So apart from that, we have energy fuel efficient motors, which are ranging from 3 to 7% efficient than standard motors. These are really efficient motors, costing higher than the standard motors, but ultimately in 2 or 3 years running period of time, you will get the benefit of the energy saving. That is for sure. High efficiency burners for boilers and furnaces. This gives you an ultimate advantage in the power sector or in the steel sector, in the cement sector. You must do it. Efficient cooling towers. If cooling towers are, I told you that cooling towers are the source where you can attack very easily and you can get the benefit of it very fast. Efficient heat exchangers. Means, heat exchangers has to be serviced on yearly basis or as per the schedule or as per the depending on the temperature difference between the cold water and hot water outlet, cold product, hot product outlet. If a exchanger is fouling, some deposition in the exchanger, your exchanger will not function, right? So you have to take out the exchanger out of the service, clean it and put it back. High quality insulation and heating and cooling system. Insulation really plays an important role everywhere. Nowadays, what happens, the insulation technology has changed. What has changed in the technology? I will tell you. The technology is that, the conventional technology is that you put the insulation wool and then put the cladding and then screw it. Then you put the insulation, looking very nice. At the beginning, looking very nice, very fantastic. However, what happens when the rainy season starts? And what happens? The people are walking on the insulation cladding. Rainy season starts, water goes seeping inside, and then damaging the insulation wool or whatever inside. And when it is damaged with water, its insulation property 50% gone. Now, new paints have been developed, which are in use, and it is proven in various companies, in my experience also, that you paint that, you take out the insulation, you paint that pipe in a particular specification paint, and it will withstand up to 700 degrees centigrade temperature also. That is possible. 200 to 300 degree is easily available. Even now it is up to 700 degrees centigrade also available, and it is doing the same work, and the life is same at 2 to 3 years. No problem. If you are interested, we have some companies who are doing it. We can share with you, and you can have a talk if you are interested for your own companies. Now, agriculture. In the agriculture sector, very energy efficient pumps and motors, because the pumping system in agriculture is the heart. So we have to have a energy efficient motors and pumps, and precision farming techniques also required, implementing the precision agriculture optimization resources, utilize data-driven technologies for the crops. So when one crop is over, another is going to come. You have to plow the field, and then when plowing, you are using the machineries. The machineries must be very efficient machineries, less fuel consumption machineries. All these things are involved here in the agricultural sector. Transportation is a big part, very big part. Transportation, decarbonizing the transportation means you are 40% done the work. Huge sector. Some of the things I am telling you, it's a fuel efficiency of the vehicles. So whatever the vehicles you are putting it must be fuel efficient. Now what is happening, you are changing from liquid fuel to electric vehicles. Now electric vehicles has come into the picture. Electric vehicles need electric charging stations. Electric charging station needs power. So what is happening? To me, in my opinion, I feel it that it is a balloon with half-filled air. What is happening now? You compress one side, another side is booming up. So you are putting a lot of the more electric vehicles you are put in the road, it is sure that you are mitigating that fossil fuel global warming, greenhouse material. That's all, fine. But in another way, you have to increase the power generation for charging stations. From where this power generation will come, because you cannot do all the power generation from RE, not possible. So think of the situation when the whole world or whole India is full of electric vehicle, then how much power? The project, I have shown you now, the projected power, installed power in 2030 will be 8 lakhs megawatt hour. Now it is 4 lakhs. Right? Needs to be thought. So public transport optimization, invest in the energy efficient public transportation modes. So promote high capacity public transit system. Already electric buses are there and all these things are there. So bike sharing is there already. Ola, Uber, these are utilizing the bikes. You are not utilizing the 4-wheelers, 2-wheelers. 2-wheelers consume less petrol. Right. Good thing. This is traffic management system. Implement smart traffic signal system. Utilize the real-time traffic data. Real-time traffic data to optimize the thing. So that carpooling is one of the things. Ride sharing programs are another thing. When you are in a say 1 minute or half a minute of signaling, you just switch off your car. And if you switch off your car, like lakhs of cars are switched off daily, what is happening? Huge saving of the fuel. Huge saving of the fuel, liquid fuel, fossil fuel, and you are mitigating a lot of carbon dioxide emission. So logistic also is another part. It is a huge chain of logistic. You have to optimize the supply chain system in such a way that you should utilize it in a very smart way, that logistics must be ensured that the picking up and dropping down station must not be covered twice. It should be one time. All the delivery points are chalked out in such a way that they start from here and ends there, and in between 5 to 6 points they are covered. Right? So other interventions of energy efficiency. Now, a lot of things are there because it's very difficult to discuss all the measures are there. I'm now talking about other interventions. Other intervention is the reducing of the carbon emissions. We talked about this thing. Energy efficiency significantly decreases the amount of energy required for the various processes, resulting in the lower carbon emissions. Naturally, it has to have. The optimizing the energy use, industries, households can contribute to decarbonization effort. Right? That is another one intervention. Enhanced sustainability. Your sustainability is really enhancing. Why it is enhancing? Because of the less use of the fossil fuels, mitigating the environmental impacts, fostering more sustainable approach of energy use. So these are the focus points. Economic benefits. Economic benefits, that means the energy efficiency means often yields economic benefits. Business and individuals can experience a cost saving through reduced energy bills, making it easy to track and invest the amount in other energy saving equipment. Your import bill is coming down, everything, and ultimately you are reducing less ton of CO2 in the atmosphere. The transition to renewable energy, and this is another important thing, that transition to renewable energy means the energy efficiency complements to transition to renewable energy sources. By using energy more efficiently, the overall demand of energy decreases. It's fact. If you utilize your energy in a more efficient way, what will happen? Your energy demand will decrease, making it easier to meet the reduced demand with cleaner and renewable sources. So this is actually transition. Your renewable sources can come to complement the fossil fuel sources to some extent, and finally it can go to maximum extent. Technology innovation. Technology innovation is always that, it is an ongoing process. And what is that? The smart grid, energy efficient appliances, technology advancement in this area contribute a lot to a more sustainable and resilient energy infrastructure. So smart grids are okay. These are another area where whole world is focusing. This smart grid, though it is out of discussion from this particular point of discussion. Regulatory compliance and standards are another intervention. You have to obey with the regulatory compliance and standards. You have to see that what are the benefits you can get by complying the standards, and how we can support the government in these directions. Now, global leadership and responsibility. There is a fact that the energy efficiency cannot be a only national level thing. It is a global thing now, and the water has coming up to our mouth. Till it comes to our nose, we have to stop. So it is a global leadership that can do, and we can see from the G20 summit and recently concluded COP28 summit that global leaderships are so serious in spite of the constraint of investing. Still so serious that they are taking a huge action to make the energy efficiency the first priority. And in our country, in India, BEE, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, is spearheading the energy efficiency, and it is a commendable job for them. Commendable job. What BEE is doing is a commendable job, and we are really proud of BEE, right? And here is another thing: scope of certified energy managers, energy auditors. Why I am telling this thing? Because next 30 years to 40 years, next 30 years to 40 years are the years for energy managers, energy auditors. Believe me, we need the qualified and certified energy managers and energy managers, energy auditors. Because if anybody is going through the BEE course, I'm a BEE certified energy auditor. I passed in 2005. The course, I know it. It's such a beautiful course, such a practical course, you cannot imagine it. And only those persons who are really thoroughly versed with the courses, thoroughly versed with the systems, processes, how to measure it practically, those persons can be an energy auditor, energy manager, and they can contribute a lot. Even they can be energy analyzers also in a company. So apart from that, decarbonization, global warming, net zero, by implementing energy efficiency, energy conservation, cleaner technologies, CCUS technology. CCUS means carbon capture, use and storage. So you have a huge amount of field in next 30 to 40 years. So those who are really interested to take energy as a career, power and energy as a career, they must apply for this particular exam, and pass it. And we at the scene, Society for Energy Managers and Energy Engineers, Energy Managers, we are conducting this training for energy managers, energy auditors yearly two times. And our mission is to train 20,000 professionals. 20,000 professionals till next 2030 for appearing energy managers, energy auditor examination and to pass at one attempt. You may ask what is our interest. Our interest is something to give the country our best. Give the country some 20,000 professionals who can pass the examination by taking our training and can contribute for the national interest and give it a carbon-free world. That's the interest. Now, to summarize the whole discussion, let me complete it. Adopt a comprehensive energy package on energy efficiency. Conduct an energy saving audit to identify areas for energy efficiency improvement, right? Systematically. Replace the old inefficient, number 3, replace the old inefficient equipment and prioritize retrofitting outdated equipment and buildings. Most important part. You should retrofit it. Inefficiency cannot tolerate it. No? So number 4, expand the coverage of the efficiency regulations and strengthen the energy performance standards. Use incentive programs to drive energy efficiency markets while protecting the most vulnerable from high energy price. So you have to incentivize it, but you have to see that you should protect them, that your energy price should not go so high, so the product price is also going high. Number 6, provide the information campaigns to influence consumer choice and behaviors. You have to provide the information campaign. Everything is marketing. Everything is marketing. And in the marketing, you have to give the consumers the right things in their mind so that they can have a choice in purchasing and using efficient equipments. That's your job. We have to do it. Continuously strive to reduce power plant heat rate. In the power plant, heat rate is input divided by output. What is input? The fuel input. Output is the steam. So in a steam power plant, output is the steam, right? So the heat rate should be as low as possible. That means you have to generate more steam with less fuel, right? So the technology has to be designed like that way. Continuous reduction of auxiliary consumption in power plant. Auxiliary consumption is, it can give an incremental benefit in the power plants. If you can reduce the auxiliary consumption by some methods like changing the cooling tower, blade angles, like introducing the variable frequency drives in the pumps, in the motors, boiler feed pumps, all these things like combustion control, the right combustion control. So what will happen? Your auxiliary consumption will come down. Okay, maybe 1% or 1.5%, whatever, but that will incrementally give you the benefit. Now mix renewable energy with fossil fuel generated power to reduce the GHG emissions. So we have the mix of energy mix. Energy mix, that means not completely fossil fuel. You mix RE, you purchase RE, mix RE, generate RE, mix with your green energy, and then you can bring down the GHG emission. In the summary, the energy efficiency is a multifaceted and powerful tool. It is a really multifaceted and powerful tool for achieving decarbonization and transitioning towards a net zero future. It combines economic, environmental, and social benefits while contributing to global efforts to address climate change. So 3 benefits are there. It's the economic benefit is there, it's the environmental benefit is there, the social benefit is there. So these benefits and benefits. Energy efficiency is having benefits and benefits, right? So I complete my total discussion here, and I'm very thankful for listening to me. And if I have any question, please let me know.
Sir, great evening, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir, one thing is definitely sure, the way you presented and, the time you have taken to explain in detail, it's great, simply great. So you have such a patience in, delivering this knowledge, transferring this knowledge. We appreciate you, sir. That is first thing, sir. Second
Thank you very
thing,
much.
sir. Yes, sir. Second thing you said, your intention or maybe your firm is aiming to train 20,000 people. So I just have a doubt, like you mean you are training the engineers so that they will take energy manager, energy auditor exam and qualify, or already qualified, which are not, to the mark. So you are trying to train them, though they have certification, they don't have enough knowledge, something like that, or it is irrespective of BE exam. You just need to train the supervisors, electrical engineers, something like that. Like what way it is and how you are going to achieve this.
Yeah, Mr. Palaniswamy, thank you for the question. Actually, 20,000 is the target till 2030. We are planning to train this person to appear for the energy manager, energy auditor exam. Now, what we find it that people are working people. They don't have the time to read the books. So what we do, we read books on behalf of them. They come to our, we are conducting a program of 2.5 months. Nobody in the India are doing it. Nobody is doing it. 2.5 months program. And every week, 3 to 4 days program. Every day, 2.5 to 3 hours program, online, complete online. And then after the completion of the, study material, we go to the each year's, couple of years question papers. And it is a answered question papers prepared, and we tell them how to attack the problems, in what angle, and in multiple choice questions, why this is this, why this is not this, right? And we are 24 hours on call. If somebody calls, okay, sir, I have just not understanding, can you please help me out? Okay, I will tell you, sure, my dear friend, please write it down in a piece of paper, take a photograph, send it to us. We'll give you within 10 hours answer. So this is the way we are focusing to the aspirants to make them BE certified energy auditors, energy managers.
Great, sir. Very happy to know that, sir. If you don't mind, can you share, the what is it? The center name, where it is exactly, and maybe the payment, other details, so that we have some engineers, candidates, contacts, so we'll share to them, because in my knowledge, like I know like 10-15 people, they tried at most 3 or 4 times actually. So one paper, the other, they have not able to clear. So as you said, like they are busy with their day-to-day work, and simply without preparation they are appearing, and they are unable to clear. So after 3 attempts they said, oh, leave it, like that. So just it will be helpful to them, so that they also will become manager or energy auditor.
Yeah, sure. My name is already there. I am the national convener of Decarbonization India Alliance. My name is there. You can just note it down, 8334.
Sir, your number I have. Sir, actually, why I ask this, like it is written only EC member scheme, West Bengal chapter. No other details. That's why I asked this. Anyway, I will find out from the CMP group. No. Then I will contact you, sir.
You can contact me. You can contact the EC headquarters, Mrs. Saranya. Right.
Yes.
Anyway, she will tell everything, and our just course, the session has started just 3 days back. So if anybody is interested, within 7 days they can jump on. Otherwise, what will happen? They will have to forego some of the lessons. That's the thing.
Sir, I will just convey this to the people, needy people. Okay, sir. Anyway, it was a very great experience, and you have explained very slowly and very nicely. Thanks a lot. And if you don't mind, maybe some of the people are asking from YouTube and other things. They need your presentation. Of course, if there is any limitation, it's okay. Otherwise, you can share to us.
Yeah, sure. See, this is not a a confidential presentation. Everybody knows everything. So
Okay, we
everything
can
is
share it,
open.
sir.
Now, what I will do, I will tell you one thing. I have a blogging site. I will give you, Mr. Parnisamy, you can just WhatsApp me, giving your number. I will
Yes,
give
yes,
my
sir.
blogging site details. They can log in. I have a YouTube detail, YouTube also mine. I will give everything.
Oh, nice, sir.
They can, yeah, I have a YouTube channel and all these things I discusses in the YouTube also and in my blogging site also. So
Super,
if you
sir.
access my blogging site, you will find all these things and this will also I upload tomorrow.
Great, sir. Great. So nice of you.
So thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be to present this thing to all of you.
Sir, it's a combination of everything. It's a comprehensive of the entire energy management energy auditor exam. That is how you have explained and you have covered almost everything.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Whatever I did, to my best, I did it. In details, in details, I tell you one thing. I host in my own capacity, or not only on the scene, but on own capacity, I host also webinars on my graphic platform. Different subjects are different types, different speakers are there. So if you share all your numbers and others numbers, I will add to my group, existing WhatsApp group, so that I share in the existing WhatsApp group all these updates, technologies, who are doing what. So they will be updated. They may not be training or anything. They can be a just knowledge sharing platform. It is.
Sir, sure, sir. I will get in touch with you. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Over to the host.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Roy, for a detailed talk, particularly focusing on this multi-pronged approach towards achieving net zero. We have a question in the chat box. It says, how do you see the scope of hydrogen energy in India? So, Mr. Roy, if you'd like to answer that question.
Yeah, it's really a very relevant question, because government of India has already earmarked a huge money for piloting the hydrogen projects, and specifically NTPC has already started doing it, producing the green hydrogen in India. Now, though it is in a piloted project, but it has to be a commercialized one. So already, as I know from the various newspapers, you also know it, that already I think in Delhi hydrogen powered bus has been launched, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. So these are the steps one by one government of India is taking to see and check what are the problems that are coming with the new fuel, right? And once it is proven, it will be going to a bigger way to decarbonize the transportation system, decarbonize the shipping system. Then the gas turbines for power generation are having a huge scope. Already GE has tested their one machine with hydrogen, right? Now this is coming like this way. It's a huge future, and maybe in my opinion, I don't know, I may be wrong, maybe after a couple of years, the picture of hydrogen in India will be cleared, because everything will be going on now. Everything will be implemented, and once you implement it, you come to the merits and demerits, and demerits has to be nullified. That's all. So that is my opinion. There's a future is there, but it's not now hugely commercialized at present. Maybe a couple of years it may come.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roy. It was a wonderful presentation, and we thank you for sharing your deep knowledge and expertise with all of us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Moving ahead. So we're in the evening session now. So our next speaker is Mr. Jai Prakash Narayan. He's a mentor at SEAM Karnataka and the director of Excel Energy. Mr. Jai Prakash Narayan is the founder and tech head at Excel Energy Bengaluru. He's a distinguished professional with a BE and MSc Engineering from IISc Bangalore, a member of prestigious organizations like MIEEE, MIETE, and MISRE. He mentors SEAM Karnataka chapter. With 37 years of experience, he served as a scientist for the Government of India, as a founder director of Enercon Systems, and senior VP R&D at Alacity Electronics Limited, now renamed Atandra. Mr. Jai Prakash Narayan specializes in R&D, product development, power quality, and electrical safety. Notably, he conducted power quality and safety audits in 21 countries, showcasing his global expertise. Mr. Narayan will be talking on Harmonics, a virus in mains network. So I'd like to hand over the session to Mr. Narayan so that he can share his screen.
Yeah, I'm having some difficulty in sharing the screen. Could you kindly... Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Narayan, you're audible. I have made you the co-host, so you can share your presentation.
Okay.
It's no problem. You can take it.
Okay. Just 1 second. Kindly bear with me. Just a few seconds.
Sir, actually, there is a mic, then video, then participants, chat. After that, there's an arrow mark with a box. So if you click that, we can
just expand this. Yeah, 1 second. 1 second, please.
Sir, I hope you are doing well. We are very much fan of you. There are many people are here to listen to you.
I have now come to share screen. Is it now? Is the screen?
Yes, sir. It is under process. Yes, sir. You have shared. Okay. And you can go to full screen mode. Then you can start, sir.
Yeah, I'll do that. Full screen mode. Go to the presentation mode. Is it in full screen or it's still?
No, sir, not it. Yes, sir. In the bottom, you can find the.
Now I think it's come on a full screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Friends, extremely, my apologies for the usual startup goof up, if you may.
Not at all, sir. We are very happy to have you here.
So I'll go to the next screen. Harmonics, a virus in the mains network. You must be wondering why I have called it so. We will, as we move forward, we will understand this. The presentation structure would be why it is deemed a virus, birth of harmonics, and that means the contributors, and a demystification of harmonics, effects of harmonics, and case study, some mitigation solutions, etc. I think that will be interesting, the last part. And you can stretch me to any extent, or I usually call you can tickle me to any extent to get more out of this old man. First of all, when you share wealth, if I have 100 rupees in my pocket and break it into two 50 rupee notes and give it to two people, my 100 rupees is gone and these two guys get about 50 rupees each. But when you share knowledge, for example, I share this knowledge now, and let's say there are 10 people, and even if they all accumulate only 80% of what I'm telling, still there is 800% of this knowledge. It's got multiplied. So always teaching is a very noble cause, and that's why VIT is a great institution doing this great job. And during my introduction, I think I was told that I was 37 years of service, but actually I've completed 41 years of service, engineering service to this nation. October the 4th was my first day of employment in 1982. And 2 days from now, my alumni will be honoring my badge for 40 years completion. With all your blessings, I've survived so long. I hope to survive for some more years and contribute whatever I can. Now, the similarity between virus, why did I call it a virus? I think all of you are familiar with this picture, the famous Wuhan virus or COVID-19 or whatever it is. A small digression from the subject. This particular virus was notorious. Our whole body temperature is about 37 degrees. The lower part of our lungs is little lesser, 32 degrees or something. This virus likes to thrive there. That's why all the people who were affected with COVID had their lower lungs affected. This virus would go, enter the cell, multiply, and rupture the cell and come out, and thereby damaging the lungs. This is how, and then people, for want of oxygen, will meet their maker or have already met their maker. This is what the virus was happening. It was doing. It went to a most vulnerable area, that is the lower part of the lungs. And this is not my theory. This is from research from a PhD friend of mine, was also my classmate. So this is what exactly that COVID virus was doing. So if you keep your bottom part of your lungs warm, probably you would have survived, most of them. But anyway, that's not our subject now. Let's move forward. So why I'm telling about this is our Harmonics is also something similar. It goes to the most vulnerable area and damages that. We will, as we move forward, we will understand that better and better. Now, power quality. First of all, let's start with something larger than Harmonics, that is power quality issues. Today, we are facing a lot of power quality issues, and because of the advent of modern engineering gadgets, sometimes they do not take care of the rubbish that they put into the main system. It's like a car. You get a nice, excellent car, you sit inside in the AC part of the car, and you spew out carbon monoxide, etc., etc., and the man on the road suffers from lung disease, asthma, etc., etc. The same thing is with this power quality. While we are saving energy, doing better things to use less and less energy, decarbonize the world, etc. In fact, my previous speaker, Mr. Vivek Roy, a good friend of mine, must have told you a lot. And in that endeavor, we should also keep in mind the quality of power. And the power quality is an attribute of the load, not of the supplier. This has to be clear. It is we consumers who mess around with the voltage that is supplied by the supply authority. What are the attributes? A momentary voltage sag, that means the sine wave will dip a little in amplitude. A swell, just the opposite of that, a higher value of the peak. Thereby the RMS values goes up and it can create damage to your equipment. Voltage loss, this is brownout or blackouts. For a few cycles, it will be missing. The sine wave will be missing, the voltage, the source. Pardon me to use the word, voltage is like Brahma, the all, the know-all. Everything else is derived out of that. Then voltage transients and impulses. These are created by sudden turning on and turning off of inductive loads or other loads, which creates an effect on the supply. Then voltage spikes, then notch in the voltage. In fact, in one of our customers or client site, we got a fantastic notch. I'll be showing this to you a little later. Last but not the least is our great friend or enemy, whatever way you want to call it, Harmonics. I put it in green. It should not be green. Actually, it's not a desirous material in our supply. Anyway, bear with me. I like green color. That's why I put it that way. And since Harmonics is my favorite subject, it's gone green. Now, if you look at this, birth of Harmonics. If you saw the presentation, I said first the similarity, then the birth of Harmonics are the contributors. Contributors are non-linear loads. What is a linear load and what is a non-linear load? And what are the types of normal load? We have resistive loads, we have inductive loads and capacitive loads. All of you know V is equal to IR, V is equal to I into 2 pi f L, that is XL, or V is equal to I into XC, which is 1 by 2 pi f C, where C is the value of capacitance in farads and L in henries. Now, apart from these three types of loads, there are non-linear loads. When you take a three-phase system and rectify it using diodes, 6 or 12 pulse rectifiers as they call, used in electroplating, batteries, VFD inputs, etc. Anything that rectifies the mains 50 Hertz, converts it to DC, and then reconverts it to AC of a different frequency. For example, VFDs run at a variable frequency from 35 to 50. Example, to control the speed of induction motors. When motors are not fully loaded, you lose energy. So you try to control it by giving adequate frequency so that it is loaded fully. So at a 35 Hertz, the motor will be loaded better, and therefore you save energy, no doubt. So most of the places, they prefer to use VFDs in large size motors, which are having variable loading pattern. But the input of the VFD is a rectifier system, a three-phase rectifier system. 6 pulse, 12 pulse, 18 pulse, etc., etc. Somewhere down the line, when people select these VFDs, they look at the cost, not knowing the technical superiority of each one. 12 pulse is more expensive than 6 pulse, and 18 pulse is more expensive than 12 pulse, and so on and so forth. So when you go for this famous L1, we'll end up buying the 6 pulse. And then we will buy trouble, and then we'll see how to solve that trouble or how to eliminate that. These are non-linear loads. A simple example is a fan regulator. Most of us, even now, I think if you go to our hometown and our villages, we'll find a regulator with a a dark patch going up to the ceiling from the regulator. This is from the heat generated from the regulator, which is nothing but a variable switched resistor. So whatever energy is not given to the fan is used as a heat in this resistor so that the speed is decreased. But the overall energy consumed is always a constant. At full speed, nothing goes to the resistor, everything goes to the fan. At a lower speed, a part of it is eaten up by the resistor, so on and so forth. And therefore, you're not doing anything great. You're no doubt achieving your goal of reducing the speed, but you're not saving any energy by reducing it in a lower speed. Therefore came the famous silicon control rectifier fan regulators. What it would do, it would chop off a part of the sine wave that was going to the fan, and thereby choking. It's like when you're eating, if I choke you by your neck, you can't eat everything. You'll eat slowly or you'll eat less. That's the philosophy. And that's how they were controlling speed. But it had its own ill effects. You find down here, the waveform is being chopped. It's not there. Again, it's allowed starting little late. This is part of the sine wave. Again, it's cut off. The beginning part of the negative cycle, and then so on and so forth. Now, EDP equipment, electronic data processing equipment. We are all familiar. From the late, say, 70s or 80s, came the personal computers, desktops, then came the laptops, and so on and so forth. All of them do not use a transformer-based power supply because all of them run on DC. They need DC. So, in the good old days, we used to have a transformer that would give a step-down voltage, and then you will have rectifiers, and then producing a DC, and some capacitors to smoothen it, and some filters to remove the notching effect. So, but then came again energy-saving device, which is the switch mode power supply, which would rectify the signals AC, convert it to DC, and then chop it to a very high frequency and control it there, either by pulse width modulation or by amplitude modulation. And then came energy saving devices, which I just told you a little earlier, VFDs, VRVs, VRFs, they're all the same. Variable refrigerant volume or variable refrigerant flow. Used nowadays, most of the offices, hotels, etc. That they are the most efficient air conditioning equipment. You control the rate of flow of the refrigerant depending on the temperature setting and the temperature achieved. And therefore, you consume less energy. So these are the energy saving devices. All of them are non-linear loads, and therefore they would be contributing to harmonics. How? Let us see. Yeah, this is a simple harmonic motion. What we'd all, at some time in our life in college, without understanding what it was, we put that A sine omega t and then followed it, drawn a sine wave, etc., etc. Just for our understanding, I've shown. Capital A is the amplitude, F is the frequency of this. It's a repetitive waveform. That is important. The same thing will repeat often at a certain time interval. And the time inverse of the time interval is the frequency of that signal. This is well known to everybody. So it's just for academic purpose I've shown. Now, you see on top, there is a sine wave, the standard 50 Hertz, and there's another 3 times that frequency I have introduced. The sum of this would be this effect. You find at the peak, the negative part of the third harmonic will pull it down. That means there'll be a dip. This is the waveform down is a real waveform of the current when there is a third harmonics. That can be construed as if it was synthesized with the 2 waveforms above. One is the 50 Hertz signal and the other is a 3 times that 150 Hertz signal. This is a simple Fourier analysis. Any waveform which is periodic can be considered to be synthesized with sine waves of multiple frequencies of the fundamental. This is something we have all gone through during our engineering colleges. Most of us didn't like it at that time or did not even follow what was happening, but that is what is killing us now. So this is how a third harmonic would look. Let's move to the next slide. Here, there's a 5th and a 7th harmonics I have introduced. The waveform will look something like this. A sine wave which takes off, but it deviates from the standard sine wave. It goes up a little more peaky, and then it goes down, gets pulled down. Then this is the effect of the third harmonic, which pulls down the peak, and so on and so forth. You find this very interesting, funny looking waveform. This is a real life current waveform due to 3rd and 7th harmonic presence. I mean 5th and 7th harmonic presence. And this is normally there in a 6 pulse rectifier in a 3-phase system. It is always there. It is a number of pulse -1 and number of pulse +1 is the harmonics you will get. So in a 12 pulse, you would get 11 and 13. And in 18 pulse, you will get 17 and 19. As the harmonic frequencies go up, the amplitudes and the contribution will be much less. Therefore, they are more preferred. Obviously, 12 pulse will be more expensive than 6 and 18 more expensive than 12. So when you go through the L1 criteria, this is shot down. And we'll get our dear 5 and 7. This waveform you find is a typical real-life waveform. And this is made up of all these frequencies. The green one is the fundamental, then you have the 3rd, then you have the 5th, the 7th. It's what all it can do. It can create nuisance tripping in your ACBs, MCCBs, etc., etc. Why? Because there would have been some settings in them, maximum current, 0 cross. For example, in a 50 Hertz signal, the 0 cross will happen every 20 milliseconds twice. But if it's like this and it crosses more than once, then that poor fellow will get confused and he will do something funny. And there will be something called as nuisance tripping. Now, effects of harmonics, both voltage and current. Overheating and failure of electrical equipment. Majorly ACBs, motors, transformers, switchgear, capacitors, and power electronic equipment. Now, what do I mean by this? Motor. In a motor, the fifth harmonic actually reduces the torque. So if you have a certain motor of a certain size, let's say 10 HP, you expect certain torque out of it, some X. But if there's a fifth harmonic in the system, it's like you're trying to run and I'm holding you by your collar and I'm not able to run as fast as you. So what happens? Your speed is hampered. Same thing happens with the motor. The poor motor is given energy to run from the mains at 50 Hertz. And then you have the fifth harmonics fellow telling, don't run, and he's braking the motor. Actually, it's a braking effect. The third harmonics, later on I will show, they add up because it's 150 Hertz. In any three-phase system, at any instant of time, the sum of all the voltages is 0. That's why a three-phase system was accepted and used. If everything in ideal condition. Now, malfunction or failure of protective relays. That is because I told you of the zero crossing, etc. Control and automation equipment. They also, the similar reason I have told. Increased energy consumption. That is because if the motor can't deliver what it is supposed to deliver, then this is getting into consumption of more energy. Presence of undesired neutral current. I will show that also. Then the most dangerous thing is the risk of resonance. That is current amplification. If you, some of you, if you have been in the NCC or seen soldiers march, whenever they come to a bridge, they will be asked to break the marching order. When you march in unison, left, right, left, right. So when you do that, that marching frequency is very low frequency. There is something called as natural frequency for bridges, roads, everything. If the two frequencies match, there will be a resonance. It will peak the vibrations, and the bridge, there's a likelihood or risk of the bridge vibrating and falling down. This had happened to the famous Golden Gate Bridge, not once, twice during construction. It collapsed, and even the designer died in that. And later on, it was put to. And this resonance in electrical is very undesirable phenomena. I will explain to you a little later. Now, if you see effects of harmonics continuing, XL is 2 pi FL. That is increasing impedance with increasing frequency. So the impedance of a motor for 50 Hertz is much less than at 150, and even less when it comes to, it increases. So it's just the other way. The impedance of a motor, if is X, it becomes 3X at 150 Hertz, that is H3 or the third harmonics, and 5 times that, because F is directly proportional to the impedance. In the capacitor, it is indirectly proportional or inversely proportional. Therefore, the increasing in frequency, the overall capacitive impedance will come down. That is why you will find in many automatic power factor controlling equipment, either, they will consume more current than they should be consuming at 50 Hertz, and the capacitors will bulge, burst, and create other problems. Nowadays, what they do, they put a series impedance, L is cleverly used, the L element, to act as a choke. It's not a filter. A capacitor bank with a series choke will only save the capacitors. It will not eliminate the harmonics. Let's be very clear. The series inductors in APFCs are there only to protect the capacitors. It's in the interest of the supplier to safeguard his equipment. They are put. It's nowhere a harmonic filter or anything like that. But many a times they say harmonics filter, etc., and they take the end customer for a ride. So it's a completely unacceptable form. It's only to protect their capacitors. They're giving the series impedances in APFCs, automatic power control units. In many customer site where we have gone for audits. By the way, I will be almost touching 1,000 audits in the next month, of which almost 200 to 300 are from the hotel industries, and the balance are from industries ranging from airports, hospitals, hotels, data centers, MSMEs, schools, colleges, etc., etc. So many a time I find these people telling, oh, we have got a harmonic filter, sir. Then when we open, we find a nice, lovely looking three-phase choke, which is connected in series to protect their capacitors. So be careful. So here you will notice the fundamental, the R phase. This is the third harmonics. In the Y phase, the third harmonics, and in the B phase also third harmonics. All of them are in phase. So what will be the effect? The current will be adding, and where will it go? It will go to the neutral. So the neutral will carry 3 times the harmonic current in any given thing for a third harmonic. So generally, if you see legacy wise, all cables are designed as 3.5 core. You will find 2 runs, 3.5 core, 2 runs, 400 square mm cable coming from the transformer to your point of common coupling or PCC. So you only have half a core, 400 mm R, 400 mm Y, 400 mm B, but 200 mm neutral. So you are now pushing this current. If you keep pushing this current, it will go beyond the current carrying capacity of a half conductor, and you will run into problems. This will also, the neutral is not a zero resistance. Everywhere the Ohm's law has to be respected. So there is an R. So there will be an I square R loss, and this loss is just gone. It will lead to heating of neutral, which I told right in the beginning, some heating effects. This is what happens. Okay. Here is, now we are moving to case studies. This is an airport that we audited overseas. They had a 2000 kVA transformer. It was going to a radar. Unfortunately, which had 1450 amps of current. Neutral current was 560 amps. Can you imagine? Why? Because there was a third harmonic of 180 amps. So 3 times 180 is 540. So another 20 amps is probably because of the imbalance in the loading. You see the kind of disastrous contribution this harmonics does. And then there is a fifth harmonic of 80 and 56. One fine morning or evening, this thing packed up, and the control tower, unfortunately, they had so many transformers for that airport, but the control tower transformer packed up. No planes could land nor take off. What is the effect? All the planes had to be diverted to a nearby, in this case, nearby country.
Hello, Mr. Narayan. Are you with us?
ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ.
Sir, I think your signal is lost or you are muted actually. Sir, you are muted.
Okay, okay.
Please
Am I now?
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, there's a power outage, so we are running on whatever. So we'll continue. So
yes.
If I'm audible, can I continue? I have removed my video.
Sir, you can. Yes, sir. You can continue, but your slides are lost. Anyway, sir, you can just continue.
Oh, you mean my slides are not visible?
Yes, sir. It's gone.
Oh. Okay. Let me see if I can restart or something. Should I? Slides are gone.
You can share it again, sir.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yes, it's visible now, Mr.
Yeah.
Narayan.
Yeah.
But you can go to full screen, sir.
I'll do that. Okay. The lights are on. I'll have to go to full screen of this fellow. Yeah. Is it all? Hello?
Yes, you're audible and the slides are moving as well. Perfect.
Okay. Now, coming back to this case of the airport, this is the type of thing they had. Therefore, for 2 hours, they had to divert all the flights, and the cost went phenomenally high just to handle that. And later on, I was called, we flew down to that country, blah, 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 did the analysis, and we found this, and we recommended a harmonic filter. And the authorities were not convinced. So they spoke to their original airport designers, who were Japanese. And the Japs told, just call this guy, invite him back, take away his passport, follow every word of what he's telling. Until everything is completed, don't let him out of your country. And that's exactly what happened. So, and it didn't cost them much. It was just some 15,000 euro, this solution. But the loss they had was a couple of millions, diverting the planes, putting them in hotels, etc., etc. Here, this is some Government of India lab where a solid state relay based load switching was done for a very high energy heaters to check some steel structure. So this is the way the voltage was being, the current load was there, and there was voltage notching. I told you sometime back, this notching, this is a very, very rare phenomena, and I was lucky to see this. Probably in the almost nearly 1,000 audits that I've done, this is the first real life case where voltage notching was observed. And you see the harmonics that they've contributed this side, that yellow peaking, this is the frequency spectrum being shown. The 3rd, 5th, and 9th harmonic currents were predominant. And here is a drives in a paper industry, motor drives. You see the fundamental current is in R is 177 amps, and the H3 was 123 amps. And down below you see the wonderful waveform of the current. H5 was only 10 or 15 amps, H7 was 12. With 123 amps going there, you can imagine the neutral current. The neutral current will be more than the load current. And the cables were burning off. They used to promptly replace it. They had a 400, I mean, this was probably a 240 square mm or something. They replaced with 300, that also burnt. Then they put 2 runs of 300, that also burnt. Then we were in, and when we saw this, we were shocked. We told this total is more than 450 amps. Therefore, nothing will work. You first have to do something to fix this H3. That was done, and then the problem got solved, and they were back with their 185 or 240 square mm. I don't remember. That is what happened. Next is mitigation solution. How do you mitigate harmonics?
Sir, can you go back to previous slide if you don't mind?
Yes.
Sir, it looks like a 3-phase load, but is it a 3 single-phase rectifier, or normally 6-phase rectifier, as you said, will not produce this third, so 6 P plus or minus 1. But here we can see third order harmonics are very high. So maybe I didn't get 3 single-phase rectifier or what?
No. This is not rectifiers at all. These are some drives, some motor drives, specially done for this paper industry. It's nothing to do with VFDs. It's nothing to do with rectifiers. It's some peculiar condition.
Okay, sir. Okay. Because, sir, normally drives.
You're right. You can't get, it should be either the 5th and 7th harmonic.
Yes.
So where does this 3rd harmonic come in? It's a good question. Okay.
And also normally the harmonics will be little higher when it is, underloaded. For example, if it is running at 85% load, the harmonics are, THD itself is somewhat less, but when it is running at lower load, it looks like when fundamental current and maybe fifth or seventh or third, it looks almost, close to each other only at lower load.
That is true. That is true. That is why now at IEEE 519, 2023, they have brought, previously it used to be THD. Now they brought a term called as TDD, total demand distortion. That takes care of this thing. It doesn't when the loads are low. It is the total demand versus the actual load. Therefore, you can get away.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shall I move to the next slide?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Now, mitigation. How do we decrease this burden? Simply disconnect the troublemaker. That's it. All are happy. No more harmonics. Yeah, this reminds us of the famous SOS sometimes back, the Doordarshan ads when I was in college. That means, I've seen 63 summers. So I would have been in college some 42 years back. Those days, there were these ads in the TV. Switch off something. SOS, famous campaign. You can only switch off what you don't want, but what you want, you can't switch off. Then your job is not done and nothing happens. So the SOS thing will not work out. So then we go to something called as filtering. Can you get rid of harmonics? No, because you are the cause, they are there. What you can do, you can filter them. It's like, when you make tea, you don't eat the leaves or you drink it rather. You use a tea filter to remove the tea leaves, which after having taken the extract out of it, which is your tea, drinkable part of the tea, you filter the leaves and throw them. So you throw them somewhere. You have a dustbin. So these filters are also something like that. They sink it to Mother Earth. Mother Earth is, there to take all our nonsense and rubbish. So you have passive dew-tuned filters, tuned filters. They are normally lower in cost. Don't mistake this for series chokes used in the APFCs. They are lower in cost compared to active filters, and they're bulky and they need a real estate space in your panel room. If your panel room is not properly designed for the future, then you will have trouble in trying to fit these things. On the contrary, active filters are costlier than passive counterparts. They occupy less space, but unfortunately, there are very few quality suppliers. Everybody in the street says, I know active filters, blah, blah, blah. And then when you buy that, put it there, and then you have Deepavali all through the year. Things bursting and, smoking, all kinds of things. Many people have been taken for a ride. There are very few in India. There are a couple of them. There are at least 3 that I know of. One is Ducati, Italy. This is the same fellows who make motorcycles. Incidentally, we represent them. So I'm not trying to sell my product. The other one was Danfoss, and the third one is a German supplier. There are others too. I am only with my limited knowledge, I am able to tell you these 3. Now, in active filter, what happens is you have a waveform, say something like this. You add something like this, and then it becomes a sine wave. It is like you're compensating, adding, cutting off all the rough edges. It's like a mestri or a mason who is knocking off the brick to fit into the hole when he's making a wall. It's something like that. So you add this. If you go to the frequency domain, these are the frequencies available. You insert an equal amplitude but opposite equal but opposite amplitude and for frequency which is not desirable. They will cancel each other and you will be left with the fundamental. This, friends, is easily said than done. There is so much of research going on. Even there are a lot of people working on their PhDs for this. Yet we have not achieved the ideal situation. But it's nice to tell these things. People try to achieve these things. Now, towards the end, it's not part of an energy audit study. That is why this harmonic study, generally, when you go to a client, what is that? Will that reduce my current bill? Will that reduce this? That is the standard question asked. People are familiar with energy audits, where they go, they take the nameplates, they look at that, and then tell this is not doing, this 10 HP motor is only running at 3 HP, so change the motor to 5 HP. Finished, you're saving energy. Because the 10 HP motor, when it's running at 3 HP capacity, obviously it will be inefficient. So when you put a 5 HP, it is closer to its peak and it will be efficient. It's a good, no doubt about that. So that's part of an energy audit study. And the energy audit study goes on like this with the HVAC system, with chillers, so many things. But harmonics per se, if I put a harmonic filter, will that reduce my bill from 23 lakhs to 22 lakhs? The answer is a clear no. But if a switchgear conks off, an ACB goes down because of harmonics, you already got your 3 lakhs there. So it is an intangible and method of reducing the cost. Less downtime. When in a production industry, or suppose you're talking about a dairy industry, and if there's a downtime, God help the milk, it will become curd, which is non-usable curd. You have to dump it somewhere. So now what is the cost of that curd, the loss of milk production? That has to be factored in when you're thinking about harmonics. Generally, it takes a lot more to explain to the customer. But nevertheless, when they burn their finger once, sometimes even twice, they come back and say, please do this, like that airport story I told you. That, of course, was the first time it happened. And they followed, and now they have no problem. This happened in 2017, and now it's 23. 6 years after that, and I have not got any call. Once in a while, I get a free ticket to go there and, touch, feel, and say everything is all well. That's about it. And the hazards of resonance. What happens in resonance when the frequency, of L and C matches and they cancel? It becomes a zero impedance. If you give a voltage to a zero impedance, ideally the current is infinite. This is theoretical. We can just put it on a piece of paper. So when such infinite currents flow, it's like a ground fault current. The grounds are designed, earthing pits, the earthing grid are all designed to take a certain fault current that is calculated. It's not that you simply go somewhere, dig some 2 meters, put a copper plate, connect a wire and connect to some equipment. So in many places they do that also. It's just ignorance, not that they don't know. I mean, they don't know and therefore they do it. But if I don't know and I don't do it, it's one thing. If I know and I don't do it, then it's a crime. Here also, the hazards of resonance, we have to drill it into the customer's head that I've seen things actually burst. Battery manufacturers, huge yard catching fire because of this. Things like that. These are huge losses. They're all completely preventable losses if you had looked at it in time. It's like our health also. You get fever. Fever is not a disease. It's a manifestation of something going wrong into your body. The body is crying for help. If you ignore it and just take a crocin or a dolo, it doesn't solve the problem. You have to go to the cause. Similarly, here also, you should go to the cause and rectify that, eliminate it. Then you are safe. Equipment's failures are many. Nuisance stripping of circuit breakers, MCBs, ACBs. This, of course, there will be production loss. Or imagine if this is a hospital and it happens to the operation theater and the doctor has cut you up into half. God help your body, or whosoever body that is cut up. And this is how it's done in site. It is yours truly connecting some non-invasive CTs to the incomer, and you have an equipment there eclipsed by the handle of this chair. These are the flexible CT, or what is called as Rogowski CT, which we can connect live and take the measurement. This is from the LT panel. I told you, this is called the point of common coupling, where the LT mains comes in and then they have feeders going to all the loads. So here, you know knowledge of harmonics, you will know the pain. If you know harmonics, you will have no pain. With this, gentlemen and ladies, if there are any in the listening, I would like to thank you all for your patient listening. And I would love to take any amount of questions. You can stretch me to any amount of time also. Thank you very much. Over to you, Balaji.
Sir, good evening. And I need to add only a little more on this. When you are trying to explain the fifth and seventh harmonics, and you said something is, trying to stop the rotation, something like that. So, as an academician, we used to explain like positive, negative sequence and zero sequence component.
Exactly.
Right? Just, I want to add that.
This is zero, positive, and negative sequence. Fifth is a negative
zero
sequence.
Is third. Triple and harmonics are zero sequence component because
Yes.
there is no pace between each other.
Yes, they add.
Positive, negative. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. You're right. But since I was talking to a general people, probably to the industry crowd, I didn't want to complicate things by the zero, positive, and negative.
Yes, sir. Yes, I agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay.
Sir, actually,
And
I need to add one more things. Actually, of course, not very much related with the harmonics. Sir, see, when we prepare for energy audit and energy manager exams, there are a lot of problems related to when there is a parallel operating transformers till certain load. It is advisable to operate one, but beyond certain load, maybe above 50% or 60% of the total load, it is always preferred to operate two transformers because the copper losses, increasing very high when the currents are high because it is I squared into R and 3 times. So normally at a lighter load, maybe one transformer can be operated, but at a higher load, more than 50% of the entire load, two transformers can be operated, even though it is at lesser, less than 50% load. So this is one thing. Why it is not applied to motors, for the sake, like, one of the slide when you are trying to explain, okay, you change the load from 10 HP to 5 HP. I say like, see, let it be overloaded. When the current is less, obviously the bigger motor will have lesser resistance. Of course, there is a no load loss component that is, considerable, it will play a considerable thing. But since it is lesser, resistance and higher rated, so the current will be less, so lesser losses. So, why don't we take like that, sir?
It's a very good question. You are partially right, one part of the story when it comes to the resistance part of it. But now if you come to the kVA part of the motor, at lower load, a 10 HP motor will have a very poor power factor. It won't be anywhere near 0.8 or 0.85 that we desire. Therefore,
sir, yes.
If the power factor goes down, the kVA goes up. And nowadays, the billing is no more kWh, but it is kVAh. So it will contribute to the kVA of the meter. And therefore, it is not desirous. Therefore, in energy audit, people get away by telling you change the 10 HP motor to a 5 HP motor. This is only an example I'm giving. And I'm not against energy auditors because we also do energy audit for our living. It feeds us. You are right. It is less resistive. The copper losses will be less. And the transformer example is a typical example. It's perfectly right. But the only catch is the kVA. Higher rated motor, when loaded less, will contribute greater kVA because of the poorer.
Very poor format. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Yeah, that's the only catch.
Sir, actually, we at VIT, like we have around 5,500 tons of district cooling system. So we use like 350 HP of drive, like Kirloskar compressor, it's a VFD based compressor. So we had very bad problem with the harmonics, and even our TDD, TSD, everything is high. So we went to active filters. But the moment, of course, I don't want to say any brand name, but it is working very fine. I don't have any problem with the filter. Almost this 2 years closely, it is working fine. I'm getting less THD and TDD also. That's not a problem. But the problem is when they supply the chiller, they recommended the detuned filter, as you said, capacitor with the series. Like they said, for 7% detuned, 5% detuned, and so on. But now the problem is the interaction between the active harmonic filter and the APFC. I don't have any word to explain. It is very naughty. When it is behaving, how it's all highly random. It's beyond my electrical knowledge. That's what I can say. So I used to face a lot of problems, like especially when the early morning time, like 3 a.m. or 1 a.m. something like that, the chillers are slowly coming off. That time the APFC, is also like reducing the KVR requirement. Then it start to react with the active filter. So then there is a circulating current between these two, and it is creating a lot of issues like sometimes over voltage problem and so on. You have any like light to throw on it?
Yeah, the reason is the APFCs, the electronics are not as fast as the active harmonic filters. The active harmonic filters do a cycle by cycle correction. The APFCs don't do that. That is the problem.
Yes, sir. Agreed. So, sometimes we are switching off the APFC like we used
APFC.
to.
I would also do that. In your place, I too would do that. If I were there in your place, I would do exactly the same.
Yes, sir. We used to, instruct the night shift operator by 11:30 or 12, you switch off APFC. Let only, active harmonic filter operates. That, to some extent, it will take care of the power factor also.
It will take care, but it will not take care fully.
Yes,
the nights, the power factor may go up, but all the motors may not be on in the nights. All your lab motors, etc. It will only be some pumps and things like that. So maybe you are getting away without any penalty. But shortly, I think even in Tamil Nadu, it will become KVA billing. Then it doesn't matter. You could afford
I
to.
think it's going to come. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But more than billing, like TNEB must be knowing that though you are in Karnataka, but you have comprehensive knowledge. The Tamil Nadu electricity board keep on pushing us like to improve the harmonics, like power quality, and because of that we chosen this active filter. So more than power factor, our problem is TSD and TDD, and that too they are asking continuous monitoring for 22 kV and above. So we cannot escape.
Yes.
Only, it is not only they come and measure, that time we have to protect or we have to keep the harmonics low. Now every minute we have to keep the harmonics low because of the continuous monitoring. They're insisting now.
No, they have become even smarter. They have even cleared a couple of products. I know one product from Germany. I think it's called Genitz or something. I know that family which designed that.
Yes, sir.
I think that's approved by TNEB, and they are putting the data in the cloud, and anytime, anywhere, they will pick up the data and catch you red-handed. You have to be very careful. So, in a way, what they're doing is good, eliminating harmonics or control. You can't eliminate because we are the the fountainhead of harmonics, the load the customer or client or whatever you like to call. So you're only reducing the harmonics, throwing it into the public domain, that is into the mains. It should not creep through the transformer, go to the 33 kV line and then 66 kV line and go. In America, I know a story where one particular place, the equipment were just failing for no reason. And then this is a 20-year-old story. And then they did a harmonic study, and they found some harmonics which they were not generating. There are some rolling mills some 10 kilometers away. That fellow was contributing to the harmonics, and that was great. Now you can't go and tell that rolling mill fellow, I say, your harmonics are coming and blowing up my equipment. That's when, these people were forced to put harmonic filters.
Yes, sir. I just want to add, one more thing in that. Sir, see, the moment the VFD, APFC, harmonic filter, and solar, all these things are, working together, it's all highly, it's all start to behave very, very randomly. And to some extent, we are not able to say why it is happening. So that is the situation.
It is like the wives of the brothers. It is like the wives of 5 brothers. Unless they are sisters, they will never see eye to eye of each other.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Sorry, nothing against wives. But they don't come from the same family. They have their own, thought process, upbringing, and therefore they have their own comments. Similarly, these all, as you rightly said, solar comes from a different, family. APFC comes from a different family. APFC with series chokes come from a different family. And then comes our VFDs, which contribute to the harmonics. And then we have the so-called active filters. Some of them are good. But then Many of them are bad, unfortunately.
Correct, sir.
Some very famous
Sir,
companies are given bad harmonic filters.
Sir, to end this, sir, maybe after some time, we will, extend our warm welcome to you. We need your, visit to our VIT University and go through the facilities. And we are, very much happy to hear from you regarding our, the system. Thanks a lot, sir. You have given very nice explanation and talk on harmonics, and that too, it's very hot topic today. Of course, to every every utilities. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Palaniswamy. And sorry for the beginning, some initial whatever startup.
Sir, no issue at all, sir. You have done very, very well. Excellent.
Incidentally, I had to travel some 35 kilometers to reach home in time to give this. Though Balaji was asking me if I could prepone, it was not possible. I was helpless. I would have loved to do it. So apologies for that also.
Sir, we are sorry. We have troubled you. I can understand that.
No, not at all. For me, sharing my knowledge is always, it gives me an added, it adds to my, lessens my age. I may be 62 physically, but I become 42 or 22 after a speech like this. I have
that is very nice
for giving me this opportunity to enjoy this 1 hour of time that I've spent with everybody.
Sir, simply
Thank
super,
you very
sir. Sir, yes, sir. Sir, over to host. Bye.
Thanks, Dr. Palaniswamy. And thank you, Mr. Jaiprakash Narayan, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. And apologies for shaving off nearly half a decade of your experience in the bio. But it was a wonderful session, and we thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and present to us. And we again thank you for sharing your knowledge with all the participants. Thank you on behalf of VIT. Thank you.
Most welcome. Most welcome. And I've already accepted Palaniswamy's invitation. So to our mutual comfort, we will decide some time and date to visit VIT. I would love to see that, because I've actually seen that place with one building when I used to travel to Chennai on the railway track. Then one more on the opposite side, and now it's a city. It's a town.
Yes, sir. We are 45,000 students and faculties are totally. So it's a very big city now.
It's a city, not even town. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, we will invite you, sir. Very soon I will contact us. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Palaniswamy.
Okay, moving ahead. This is our penultimate speaker, Mr. Anthony Gerald. He's the Vice Chairman of the SEAM Karnataka chapter. Mr. Anthony Gerald is responsible for strategy, solution development, thought leadership, and commercialization of solutions related to energy and sustainability as a solution consulting leader ENS at Honeywell. He's also an executive committee member of SEAM Karnataka chapter. Mr. Gerald has more than 22 years of experience across consulting and advisory, solution development, strategic planning, sales, operation, policy, and regulatory compliance related to energy, power, utilities, and sustainability. In his career, he has worked in energy efficiency and management, process optimization, energy audits, resource efficiency, analytics, and decarbonization solutions. He's also worked in the ESCO market development, ESCO project implementation, including performance measurement and verification. He's also worked in various BE programs related to standards, labeling, cluster studies, MSME development, demand-side management programs, etc. He has also worked on advisory engagements and technical assistance on energy-efficient technologies and practices, consultancy projects for bilateral and multilateral organizations like UNDP, UNIDO, World Bank, ADB, GF, FICCI, USAID, IRIDA, and UNEP. So with this introduction, I'd like to welcome Mr. Anthony Gerald and ask him to please share his knowledge with us tonight. Mr. Gerald,
Yeah,
over
thank
to
you very much. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you're audible and you're visible.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Just let me know if my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yep, you can go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to to give a small talk about how do we kind of enable sustainability through digital initiatives. So my focus would be more on buildings for this presentation, right? So, and wishing you all a very happy Energy Conservation Day. And thanks to all the organizers, Dr. Palaniswamy, Dr. Balaji, Mr. Bibek and Saranya from SEAM. So without further ado, I'll just go through the details. So I belong to Honeywell, right? I've been with Honeywell for about 3 years now. As mentioned previously, right, I've been working on a lot of technology solutions as well as decarbonization initiatives. So I just wanted to brief about Honeywell. The reason being that we work on different sustainability solutions, across the board. So we work on global businesses around aerospace, buildings, industries, new materials, advanced materials, which is a part of the performance materials and technologies, and safety and productivity solutions, more into PPEs and sensors and meters. The bottom part here I want to focus is on an organization called Honeywell Connected Enterprise. Previously, we didn't have this. The reason is because we wanted to integrate all the initiatives or the point solutions that we give through a digitization kind of a platform. So this particular organization is responsible for digitizing the technologies across all these. Right, to give you a view about let me just before that in India we have been in the energy and sustainability field for quite some time. We are a grade 1 ESCO from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, right? Honeywell Automation India Limited is a registered entity in India, and through that we execute a lot of projects on energy. We are doing a lot on energy, but now we are kind of transitioning from energy to more into decarbonization and sustainability initiatives, right? So we have certain unique models where we give the guaranteed saving as well as the AIML based solution that we are working on. So my focus would be more on what we do around that and what is the technology behind, right? So if you consider the whole of Honeywell, right? So we work around all these ESG initiatives, be it circular economy, right from recycled plastics to biosourced materials, energy evolution that we call, which is hovering around right from hydrogen to energy storage systems to carbon sequestration, including data management, energy and sustainability. From an environmental transformation perspective, we have certain technologies around that. I'll just run through in the next slide. The other focus is on health, safety, and security, which is again a part of ESG initiatives that we do, and resiliency and accountability from a cybersecurity perspective, or be it resilience of the grid itself, if I may. These are certain macros that we've been hearing in the last few years, when sustainability has become a big thing right now, right? So the first one is there's a heavy now this slide is more onto buildings, right? More focused on buildings. So there's a huge footprint of carbon in buildings, right? Which is about 38% of the global emissions coming from it, and there's about 28% just from building operations where we need to kind of concentrate, and where we concentrate on. The remaining 11% is on material and construction, which goes into scope 3. There's a huge market, especially on carbon, and India is also taking this lead in terms of building up a carbon market as well. The second one is on electrification, because there's a lot of renewables coming in. the electrification is happening everywhere, be it electric water heaters or heat pumps, where we see a lot of growth there, and also on EV charging stations and fleets. From a regulatory perspective, from a global orientation, we have a lot of countries and companies, committing to net zero goals, and there's a lot of funding which is being pumped into this particular deal, because all the major banks across are going into various green deals and climate funds and things like that. And if you see from a startup perspective, recently Honeywell is also working with a lot of startups as well as institutions. We see a lot of startup ecosystem, especially in the energy and sustainability field, right? And there's again a huge investment which is being pumped into startups as well. The last portion of well-being is one of the important aspects that we consider, right? Because so whatever we talk about sustainability, right, there is a link to how healthy we are, and in a building, what is the kind of productivity that an employee or the person in that particular building faces. So we did a lot of research, and when we found that the cognitive function improves, and there's a lot of cost savings only because we avoid employee absenteeism as well, right? So these are actually, so our whatever technologies we develop, be it part of our innovation, is based on the mega trends that are happening around, and we work with different partners, be it industries, institutions, as well as the government, to cater to the needs. So from an Indian perspective, what we see is there's a huge real estate growth which is happening right now. And in the next 2 decades, the building space will be 2 times what it is right now, right? And I mentioned about the heavy carbon footprints. And there's a lot of net zero commitments, as I mentioned, but there's something like $1 trillion is getting into various green initiatives that is happening right now. India is also part of, this kind of an old slide. Right now, we completed COP28. But in COP27, we committed to a lot of ideals, one being, the long-term low emission development to UNFCCC. And by 2030, we'll have about $20 billion of climate tech investments. And a lot of speakers spoke about the various regulations that are happening right from the morning, right? So be it the Energy Conservation Amendment Bill, which talks about bringing in more of renewable energy, establishing a carbon market, or the Energy Conservation and Sustainable Building Codes, which becomes, mandated for, various commercial as well as residential buildings. So there's huge push for sustainability. If I go to the next slide, the carbon footprint in a particular facility, right? So we spoke about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions, but this particular slide is more related to what happens in a building. So if you consider scope 1 and 2, it is mostly about how you operate the facility from an operational perspective, and the emissions that go out of maintenance, repairs, and retrofits. Right. So the operational carbon is about 75% of the total emissions. The scope 3, when you consider from the, the downside of the building. So when you consider the raw materials that enter into a building, be it, into design manufacturing, which constitutes about 10 to 15%, and the end of life, right, be it demolition of the waste and disposal of a particular building, which is about 30%, which presently we are working on, but there's a lot to go in terms of scope 3, because you need to involve a lot of stakeholders, including the suppliers as well. So parallelly, we are working on that, but right now we don't have a solution around that. But our focus is more on how do you reduce this operational carbon emissions from the various utilities and the loads which are there in a building. Right. And how do we do it is based on, various strategies, right from, for example, heating and cooling. How do you electrify and replace with potential carbon emitting fuels that are being consumed, and optimization through various sensors, meters, and controls. So that's the base that needs to be established before we bring in a building management system. through controls and optimization. So if you have to do an optimization, the basic infrastructure needs to be in place. The third one is around renewable generation. How do you kind of integrate solar PV or batteries and run along the demand sides? How do you kind of integrate both the supply as well as the demand side? So I'll be showing certain slides on, how do we kind of integrate this through a digitized kind of a solution to bring about an entire portfolio of savings as well. The last one is on maintenance and service. How do you run predictive maintenance and remote monitoring through sensors or workflow management systems, which is automated so that there will not be any delays in terms of getting things done. So this is how we kind of do, right? So any strategy around carbon neutrality or decarbonization has to start with your monitoring where you are right now in terms of the consumption, right? From an energy and carbon perspective. Now, this monitoring, mostly it is done at a facility level, but we need to get into the details of equipment performance, individual equipments, what is the percentage of different loads in a building, right from HVAC to your electrical distribution, your STP, ETPs, right? And this data would help in terms of how do you optimize your individual assets. Right. The second one is about controlling. How do you get the real-time visibility to control each and every parameter in a particular asset, right? So be it, for example, if it's a pump, then you need to have data on how the variations in flow happens, the pressure conditions, the frequency variations that happen, right? So the difference between going in for a digital kind of a solution through an AI/ML route is audit we do, right? So we call something like A to Z. We start from audit to net zero. That's the kind of path that we follow. But again, audit is more static, whereas using an AI/ML based technology, it kind of optimizes based on the historical data, and it keeps learning based on new data that flows inside, right? And based on those control mechanisms or the algorithms that are built into, we can kind of optimize the entire building operations as well as the experience of people within a building, be it for energy efficiency, indoor air quality, and occupant comfort. Now, once that is done, right, so this phase of optimizing your demand side, that is the first thing that we do, right? And then how do you kind of integrate renewables into the system per se? So be it on the supply side, when we talk about the supply side, so how do you source the power from the electrical grid itself, right? And there may be on-site microgrids. For example, some of the facilities have fuel cells, or it could be solar rooftop solutions, your diesel generators that is inbuilt into the system, right? So how are these optimized properly? So when you do everything on the demand side, but you don't do much on the supply side in terms of your DG operations itself, right? So one use case is we are working on how do you kind of replace DGs with battery energy storage systems in big facilities or industries, right? So this would help in reducing your diesel consumption, which will in fact help in if you are kind of charging the battery from renewable power, then it makes sense to integrate the entire value chain of electricity. And that's how we kind of get into to meeting through these decarbonization objectives to meet carbon neutrality, and then the next step would be to kind of achieve net zero for any of the facilities, right? So if any of you have not heard about something called a marginal abatement cost curve, this is it. So I'll just dive through on what it is. MACC, if you Google, you will kind of understand what it is. But to give a brief, what we do is we are in the process of making a kind of a a methodology where be it any facility in an industrial facility or a commercial facility. On the x-axis, what you see is now each of these initiatives have, what is the reduction in carbon? This particular length of a particular block talks about how much million tons of carbon dioxide could be reduced, and the y-axis talks about the dollars or the cost incurred for reducing that carbon. For example, if you consider a boiler replacement, these are certain examples. Now, this graph will vary based on the individual, facility and the location as well. So, for a boiler replacement, here it says that the cost incurred would be very high to reduce your CO2 emissions. And the block here, right? It does not, have too much of reduction in CO2. So a facility manager would look into this to kind of understand where he is. Obviously, those who are doing energy audit, we give the savings investment as well as a payback. But going beyond that in terms of how much you are saving for the environment in terms of cost per CO2, this will give an idea on terms of what are the initiatives that needs to be carried out or staggered over the next few years. Now, when people are talking about I want to become net zero by 2030 or 2040, it's a huge time, right? So we have about 10 years or 15 years to achieve that. So they would like to take up that with whatever amount of investment they have right now, and then decide on what initiatives they need to do across various. Now, a lot of talk was there right from the morning on the various technologies. I would not delve into what each of these are. All of you are aware of about that. But this particular MACC would give an idea about which is the most cost efficient and the biggest carbon reducing opportunity for a particular facility to incur that particular cost around that. So just wanted to mention that as well. So here I would be kind of focusing around something around digitization in buildings. What we have is something like something called Honeywell Forge Sustainability Plus, which does healthy buildings, carbon and energy management, and power and demand management. Right. So this solutions we built based on the needs of the customer around these four aspects, which is at the bottom in terms of healthy buildings, energy optimization, decarbonization, and the fourth one is more about sustainable cities, where we work on at city level objectives. So the focus here would be around these three aspects that we talk about, and the customer now wherever we do, right, in any country. The projects that we do previously, they were looking at point solutions. Like, for example, I want to replace a particular chiller with an energy efficient chiller, or I want to replace certain equipments with energy efficient equipments, or go in for a little bit of automation, right? But now what they need is an outcome. What they say is, help me reach my sustainability objectives, or how do I build resilience in my particular facility? Right? I want my occupant to feel happy or get the right experience. So these are the outcomes that they are looking for. And we build solutions working with, as I mentioned previously, working with different partners, even though we don't have an internal solution, but trying to, give the overall insight into developing the solutions for our customers. Now, this Force Sustainability Plus is more talks about monitoring carbon and energy, which is the base, right? So, how do you kind of enhance your data management perspectives? How do you collect the right amount of data? As you are aware, Honeywell is also supply a lot of building management systems. But beyond BMS, it's about how do you manage and account for the emissions as well. So that's where carbon and energy monitoring is kind of important to help in optimizing or give visualization in terms of where they are right now. Healthy building is more about how you're assuring your occupants to be better. And if you consider the case of various builders, right, so they would like to go in for these kind of solutions because they can command a premium for rentals, especially the MNCs which occupy their facility. They look into all this whenever they are kind of renting out their facilities. And the third one is about intelligent building optimization, how it optimizes the building autonomously, right? Balancing between energy efficiency, occupant comfort, improving employee productivity, bringing about efficiency improvements in various equipments based on parameters that are being affected, right? And the last one is about power manager and EV management. That is on the supply side that we talk about. It's more about resiliency, even if it's more efficient. But if there is, power outages or any issues that happens in case like Chennai had a flood, right? So during that periods of time, how do we cater to resilience? How do you, bring on systems immediately without, major damages as well? Going to the next slide. So this is the kind of savings that we talk about based on the experience. So the three packages of monitor, control, and optimize, right? So basically, the first thing is about how do you improve your productivity. And when I say productivity, the monitoring is not only about getting the data, but how do you manage your entire utility bill itself? Now you have different utilities, like people may be getting supply of gas, water, electricity. Now, all this should be automated, and it should automatically throw out any discrepancies that come out in the bill itself, in the utility bill. So that itself gives a lot of savings in terms of how they are managing the facility. People are not aware of if they get the hard copies of bills. They are not aware of where the various losses go. So in terms of whenever there's this kind of an optimization algorithms run at the background, this will help to improve the productivity of the facility managers themselves. The second one is on control. How do you kind of optimize energy real time based on the baseline and the measurement and verification techniques that are kind of online and continuous process. And the last one, in terms of optimize, it's about improved operations. And you optimize different systems based on conditions like your ambient, how are the seasonal variations that occur, how is the building performing at at weekends when there's no occupancy. So these are certain things that that this particular solution does. So this is an example of a dashboard based on the data that was collected through the digitization initiatives, right? It talks about how is your source of power being distributed, whether it's coming from green power or brown power, right? And it also helps in regulatory reporting, especially in European Union. There's a lot of regulation which come in, and they have to, commit to certain percentage of power which comes from renewables. And obviously, even in India, you need to have that in place. So this kind of tracks power accordingly based on bills as well as the control algorithms that are set up. Second one was on scope 1 and scope 2 reporting that we do, and we are working towards scope 3. Scope 3 is more static data that needs to be fed, because we need to collect data from a lot of different sources. Whereas this is more online, where you can get the right data to analyze for carbon dioxide emissions, right? And also from an enterprise perspective, now BE has come out with star labeling, or the various initiatives that are there in terms of it. You need to give out the energy usage index, or how much is a facility consuming. For example, in PAT, you talk about what is my consumption or kilowatt hour consumption per ton of production, or your consumption per square feet. So all this can be tracked based on what KPIs you enter here. And so it's not only about monitoring, it's about how do you manage the emissions itself. So the trending and the calling out various energy consuming assets, there are certain techniques which are inbuilt, which will help in terms of identifying what are the energy conservation opportunities that can happen based on the degradation of equipments over a period of time. And this linkage of ECMs with the carbon reduction targets through data would help the customer to reach his objectives, month on month. One of the issues that most of the ESCOs face, right? So even we used to face was about how do you get the right baselining done. So there was all that there will always be this, to and fro discussions with various customers in terms of whether my baselining is right. Now, when you have this data in place, so when you run this algorithm before a particular initiative or a strategy, you have this data in place, before implementing, which acts as a baseline based on the consumption trends over a period of time. And this is at individual asset level, right? And also the associated costs which happens, right? So be it what is the rupees being consumed for water, for the various utilities, for electricity, how is it being sourced from, right? And with asset level optimization and the benchmarking, we can kind of continuously do the MNV process, which will help the customer to really see what is the kind of saving that he gets out of this. This is just a brief about the multi-model optimization that I spoke about in terms of how healthy the building is. So this gives scores of a building. How do you now this is based on the indoor air quality sensors that are placed within a building, and that particular linkage is happens. Now if there are a portfolio of buildings, for example, a particular facility or a particular customer has say 100 buildings spread across different climatic zones, how does this behave based on infection risks, the air quality, based on the ambient conditions? What is my compliance across different facilities or regions within a particular facility itself, right? And different asset groups. So this will do that and give out alarms in case there's an increase in, say, for example, the ppm of carbon dioxide increases in a particular zone. It calls that out so that the control strategy works in terms of, do you need to open your, for example, your fresh air damper to send in more fresh air to kind of dilute the CO2 within. So these kind of algorithms are self-learning, which will help in kind of optimizing based on the various modes that can be set up based on energy balanced or health modes. During COVID, this particular solution was developed because there was a lot of issues in terms of health, infection risks that happened. So there was this dashboard. If you go to any major facilities, right? So you'll have these kind of dashboards in the at the reception itself. And the air pollution, the pollution control board also kind of monitors this in terms of air quality as well as water quality that is being sent out. So for regulatory perspectives, these are very important for all the customers as well. So this is again a different view of the value ecosystem for intelligent building operations. Right. So how do you kind of get the data? How do you install certain gateways to train the models and then bring about energy savings and visualization? So there have been a lot of proven results because of these optimization algorithms, and there's been a lot of improvements in facility sites. So I've been talking more on the demand side. So when you come to the supply side orchestration, right, whatever you call. So if you consider a building load, be it a HU, PAC, UPS systems, lighting load, the electrical distribution system, that's when this is being integrated to the grid, right? So in the other parts of the world, you have a demand response program that runs. So the utility would send a signal and say that, you need to reduce certain non-critical loads during a particular period of time to account for outages. So otherwise, what happens is either the outage happens and you need to run your diesel generator, which is right now the scenario in India, or the utility has to source power during peak loads at higher costs, which is again, it does not balance the supply and demand. Now here, what we are trying to do is how do you kind of optimize this? How does a set of buildings speak to or a portfolio of buildings speak to the utility based on what is the kind of power quality as well as the source of power that comes in. Honeywell also has a battery energy storage system. Now, how do you integrate these microgrids through certain control systems that are in place and optimize both the demand and supply side, so that you have advantages, the customer has advantages like peak load shaving or frequency and voltage regulations. Jayaprakash sir mentioned about harmonics. So a lot of issues in the grid itself because of renewable integrations which is happening, and there's a lot of stabilization issues which happens. So this could be kind of optimized based on the data that comes in. So when I spoke about Honeywell Forge, that is a kind of a package which kind of optimizes both on the supply and demand side as well. Let me skip the slide. So here, in terms of resilience, how do you kind of optimize based on the source of power from the microgrid or from the utility itself? Whether you have a 2-hour outage or a 4-hour outage, the solution would vary. The algorithms would run differently, and the facility load will send in consume power, or it may cut in certain non-critical loads. The power from the electrical grid, if it runs on renewable source, if you get it from a renewable source or from a solar PV, will be used to charge the battery and get released during peak hours or during outages. These kind of different scenarios needs to be worked out for getting efficient resilience and also continuity of operations, which is important for any any organization, be it hospitals or IT companies. So this is an example of performance data that moves in, and how it kind of runs a digital twin kind of an algorithm, and then it detects certain faults, right? Performance of equipment, and then it runs recommendations and and alerts and opportunities based on the data which is being fed in on a continuous basis. So even without doing anything, right? Just because of certain data management, we see a lot of operational improvements in large deployments. So here we have a suite of solutions. So it is not just one or two solutions that we provide. So when you consider only the HVAC side of things, how do you kind of optimize your HVAC through retrofits? Now the AI/ML based platform would give suggestions or techniques. It obviously runs the controls, but if the equipment itself is not performing well, right, you need to kind of replace it. It tells it out based on the degradation. Then we need to kind of optimize the system itself, retrofit the system, and get that data onboarded here and do this continuous monitoring. And this is an example of certain energy performance contracts that we did. A brief example in an industrial kind of a setup, where there's a cooling load optimization. It's a lot of these systems. So this is a kind of combination of both technology upgradation as well as using AI/ML techniques to optimize these systems. So you get the savings vary depending on how the site is being operated. based on various strategies, and this would kind of help in their the customers' decarbonization journey as well. So this is an example of how the algorithms run. Now, if you see a particular chilled water system, you have the chillers, the primary pumps and the condenser pumps. In certain cases, I mean, if it's a water cooled chiller, you'll have the condenser and the cooling towers, right? The primary, secondary pumps, they run based on the demand in the facility. The AHU is kind of operated based on the occupancy. So you have, again, it depends on what kind of systems you have. Even though there are VFDs in the AHUs and VFDs in the pumps, is it being optimized properly, right? So the chiller plant manager in some cases does this at chiller level, but these systems run independently mostly, right? So the AIML based algorithm kind of optimizes systems based on the requirement. For example, on the cooling tower, how does uh, the supply water influences the performance of the condenser in the chiller itself, right? So these kind of systems, if I go to the next slide, what it does is it kind of takes into account various systems like the weather, the building occupancy, the various tariffs, because you are sourcing power from different sources, as I mentioned previously, at different time of day tariffs. It runs a machine learning optimization algorithm, and then it dynamically kind of modifies, for example, a dynamic set point kind of an optimization. So how it works is it captures the data, right, based on the systems that I mentioned, the entire chill water plant, and then it's pushed onto the cloud through the controllers, and then the data is again enriched with various other parameters like the outside air temperature, the external weather conditions, the occupancy within the building, the seasonal variations, and then it sends it kind of calculates what will be an optimized set point based on the historical data trends that happens. And these set points are pushed back to the building management system. Now, the building management system would set this optimized settings to each of these equipment set points. And this cycle would keep on running every 15 minutes or 30 minutes based on the requirement. And it kind of dynamically sets or modifies accordingly, right? So that's how this kind of an algorithm runs. This is just an example of one system that I'm talking about, just for your understanding. So we've done this end-to-end solutions in more than 6,000 projects across the world. These are certain examples. And closer to home, we've been working on a lot of projects here as well. And we've been working with a lot of customers in India. It's huge, but I'm just mentioning a few of the customers that we are working on. So this is how we would like a building to behave in the future, right? The objective is to make any building to be energy efficient. It should be energy producing and a decarbonized building. So this is again, I'm reiterating in terms of how do you optimize both your demand loads through the supply side, right? Through connected power. When we spoke about power manager, EV microgrids. So you kind of link in the two-way signals, the price signals that you get, and when it gets into energy arbitrage, or you get power from the exchange itself. When is the power or the price signal getting varied? So when you should buy the right power, and these kind of strategies is what we are kind of building. So this will be a kind of a single system of systems which will optimize the entire aspect of a particular building, and it'll show a full visibility of emissions, of the operational improvements within a building, and there's a 360-degree assurance model as well. So it's not, just one time that we need to do this, but it should be on a continuous basis. You should have, a service requirements. Suppose a sensor conks off, then you need to go and replace it immediately. Those kind of upgrades or the reporting systems. How do you link this to ESG reporting tools? The data which comes in, which should throw out reports as and when it's required. These are certain things that we are working on to get the customer onboarded, as well as meeting his overall objectives for achieving net zero. So this would be my final slide. So we work on various innovation ecosystems, be it with the government, with the industries, with research centers, institutions, universities, through various incubation systems that we have, various technology workshops that happen. So I would like to invite VIT to have discussions around this in terms of any new technologies that are there that we could I could help connect you with the right ecosystem within Honeywell, and help both of us to get benefited. So thus I conclude my my talk. So in case there are any further clarifications or you need further assistance, you can always email to this email address to me, or contact the organizers. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Anthony Gerald, sir. I know I'm very happy to see that very soon we are going to have a very smart home, smart environment, smart city, everything smart. Like, in the advancement or technology from big data analytics, AI, and, sensors, digitizing, everything. Yes, it's, going to be a wonderful future for us. Thanks a lot. You have thrown, very nice light on how it will be in future and what is happening in the digitization process. In one step, like you are making, or you are, in one step, like how the ACs are working, how the electricities are consumed, and, the carbon emission, everything is, done. So great to see from great company, Honeywell, and a great person like you. Thanks a lot, Anthony, sir. And over to our host.
Thank you, Dr. Palam.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gerald. It was a wonderful presentation, and I'm sure that your presentation is from an industry perspective. So there are multiple practical and actionable takeaways for us who come from the research side, and particularly the academia side. So I thank you for taking time from your valuable schedule and presenting to us.
Thank you.
Sir Anthony, sir, like you said, VIT can come forward. Sir, we are very happy to collaborate. We will be in touch with you. Maybe after this, we will come back to you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay, our final speaker of the day, Ms. Nina Raicha. She's been patiently waiting for some time. So Ms. Nina Raicha is going to talk about sustainable buildings. She's a senior consultant architect, energy efficiency building cell at CREDA. Along with her experience of more than 2 decades in architectural consultancy, she has also been involved in architecture education and served at prominent positions as principal of Dignity College of Architecture in Chhattisgarh. Her deep concerns about saving the environment has motivated her to become a green building professional. She is lead AP, BD+C, IGBC AP, ASSOCHAM GEM CP, and FSAI AP. She graduated from MCIT Bhopal and pursued masters in urban design from CEPT University, Ahmedabad. She is a woman warrior and CWC member of FSAI and executive committee member of ASSOCHAM GEM Raipur chapter. She is a recipient of Glitz Woman in Architecture Award 2023, and she believes that professional conscience can bring a radical change in the way society perceives development. So I'd like to invite Ms. Raicha to start her presentation.
Thank you so much. wish you all a very happy Energy Conservation Day. And I thank VIT for giving me this platform and opportunity to speak about green buildings, sustainable buildings. And as this is the last presentation and it's been a long day for everyone, I hope I'll keep this interesting to sail through this last session. So I'd like to share my screen. I hope this is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So let let us start talking about a little bit from the memory lane of the past events from 2023. And I hope we remember this 1 week back Chennai flood, 1 week, 50, almost 15 days back, Delhi smog, Nepal earthquake, a past month. Sometime in June, Gujarat cyclone, the Viparjoy, the Mumbai drought in the summer season, and how our buildings need air conditioning, the increasing demand of air conditioning. So this is what we have started experiencing every day and every not only every year, but from monthly to now weekly, these events are going on increasing. So this is how we are, and this is another news from past month that says that the global temperature exceeds 2 degrees above the pre-industrial average, and this is the red light for the climate before the climate COP28 happened. This was a Paris Agreement of 2016 where we committed to where all the nations committed to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. But the news in the past month has been alarming. We decided that through mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable development goals, we will try to keep the temperatures below the 1.5 degrees centigrade, which seems to be a far-fetched goal now. But yet our initiatives towards achieving that are still not, we cannot afford to stop those initiatives or taking actions. So it is a kind of urgency to act towards climate change, and we need to take drastic measures from not only from one sector, but it should be a collaborative approach from all the sectors, be it building sector or industry sector or agricultural sector, or it could be the municipal demand, municipal sector. So a collaborative approach from all the stakeholders will help us pull through this problem. So we all know that as we have experienced, and the earlier slides have shown very clearly that the societal impacts and the geophysical impacts of climate change are not only complex, but they are also intertwined. So like, for example, the rising temperature and the heat waves, they will lead to climate disasters. They lead to decline in the agricultural yields, and rainfall disturbances will cause water shortages or decline in the ocean yields, fishing yields, or agricultural yields. The frequency, I mean, the other global glacier melting, rising temperature will give rise to the glacial melting of ice, which in turn will give rise to the higher sea levels, and coastline retreats will happen. our sedimentation from the the sites, construction sites will increase, will pollute the water bodies and thereby increase the ocean acidity. So this will all lead to a lot of political and financial instabilities, biodiversity collapse. So we will need to take certain steps to mitigate all these problems. The construction industry is a very, very big contributor to the global climate change and the carbon emissions that we've been talking about since morning. So global building stock is rising every day, and India, being a developing nation, is going on. It has the need to build more buildings and construct and increase the footprint. So we will be one of the biggest, the fastest growing economies of the world. Definitely by in the next coming decades, our building footprints are also going to create a big impact. And as we can see from this number, that will be adding up to around 25.5 billion square meters of buildings in the coming decades. So this is like the global building stock is building one new city every month, and that is the huge impact on in terms of the Earth's resources or the consumption of resources or is concerned. So we need to understand like what are the impacts of our activities or our actions or the construction activities. So we know that buildings, if we are going so fast, so naturally we need for buildings we need a lot of raw materials. So all the raw material that happens on the globe, 50% of that raw material goes into the construction industry. Carbon emission impacts are 39% of all carbon emissions come from the construction industry. The operational building emissions are 28%, 11% comes from building material construction. This will naturally accelerate the rate of climate change. The impact of the construction industry can accelerate this rate by 6 years. So apart from that, buildings also consume energy. So 1/3 of the entire global energy end use happens in the buildings. Water consumption, 12 to 14% of our fresh water consumption go into building, and waste generation impact is huge. 40 to 50% of the entire waste generation is comes out of the building industry. So what are the options? It is not that we do not have the solutions to this. Only thing is that we need to adopt these solutions. So there is a big need for sustainable practices. So built environment, as we've been talking, that they consume a lot of raw materials, water, energy, and thereby we generate a lot of during the construction activities also, we generate a lot of pollution, toxins, waste. We create conditions that will lead to the loss of soil, loss of biodiversity. We interfere thereby with the life support systems. We interfere with the water cycle. We generate a lot of air pollution. Change in the air quality has been become very, very obvious, which are leading to a lot of respiratory diseases, waterborne diseases. We have we can see the obvious impacts of loss or reduction in the agricultural produce over over so many countries where famine are caused due to lack of or reduced agricultural produces. So until and unless we adopt sustainable practices, we cannot think of having a good future for our coming generations. So what exactly are green buildings, or what are sustainable buildings? So buildings, we naturally, for each and every for our sustenance and our growth, human beings require nature. And so if we design in harmony with the natural environment, thereby reducing our requirement for energy, our requirement of raw water, raw materials, we reduce waste, so that our future generations, they are also left with a good environment. They have raw materials for them, or we create less of societal environmental impacts, and less of thereby giving a good economy to our future generation also. These type of construction practices or design will be is termed as sustainable buildings. So what are the benefits? Benefits, as we all know, reduced environmental impacts, that is reduced air pollution, reduced storm water runoff, urban heat reduction in the urban heat island effect, which I'll explain later on what exactly is that. Reduction in your natural resource consumption. The building operating costs also for a conventional building is very high because of the increase in our requirement for air conditioning due to the increasing temperatures. The building operating cost and the building systems cost have increased. The health, comfort, safety of residents will happen only if we think about the indoor environment quality of our buildings. Energy optimization, reduction in energy consumption will happen if we measure and then we act on. As Mr. Anthony said, that measurement of digitization of building systems, building management systems, that will give us a good command on the data and the performance of our buildings, the data regarding the performance of our buildings. That will help us to optimize energy, water consumption, resource consumption, etc. So thereby, when we talk about through green buildings, when we talk about increased the indoor air environment quality, naturally that will support the productivity of occupants or the employees within those who are using the building, because of the optimum amount of fresh air, the thermal comfort of the building due to lack of the stick building syndromes that will help the occupants perform better, and thereby the productivity will increase. So green buildings will encourage a lot of benefit from the shareholders, the building partners, the developers, the clients. So these practices, if we adopt, are going to benefit the construction industry. So it is not that green buildings, the concept of green buildings is new to us. It has been the architects of the earlier times were practicing. They were designing green buildings before the formal term of green buildings came into common practice. We can see these examples of the earlier buildings. These, if had there been certifications in these times, naturally these buildings, these sensible buildings, would have earned high credits. But we were what we were calling this as passive using passive design methods, or we were calling this as climate responsive architecture. And these buildings were designed to keep regards with the climate of a particular region and accordingly reduce the heat load happening on the building. Then those were the times when temperatures were also a little less. So the impact on building was, the heat impact was not so high, and thereby these buildings were acting positively in terms of thermal comfort. Or but what have we slowly done to our methods of practices is that due to the Western principles, we've tried to copy the Western ideas or the Western methods of design, and this is what the current urban scenario is, that we have a similar kind of a building in each and every state. If we see that we cannot differentiate between the architecture of today, a similar class building is what we can see in Bangalore, or if we go to Jaipur, we see the similar building, or if we go to Mumbai or Delhi, these are the common type of buildings that we can visualize now. But as we know that the climate of Mumbai is very, very different from climate of Jaipur as against the climate of Delhi. Then why is it so that why do we as architects, or why we as designers think that each of these buildings, any of these buildings, will respond to the climate of that city or that place, location? They will behave in the same way. This is not possible. So the resultant is what we see. The image on the right side is we cannot compromise on our thermal comfort, and thereby we come up with buildings that practically look like what the image is on the right side. So what happened is that we all, as conscious citizens, we realized this aspect, that we are going somewhere wrong, and so the green building rating systems came into existence. So we have currently in India, there are a lot of various green building rating systems in various countries, but primarily in India, we have like 5 rating systems: GRIHA, IGBC, LEED, EDGE, and GEM, that are popularly used in the ratings of green buildings. So GRIHA, we'll talk about these in individual. That GRIHA is the Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment, and it was developed by TERI and the MNRE. The latest version of this is the GRIHA 2019. GRIHA gives a rating based on a 5-star, 1 to 5-star scale, and out of which the 5-star building is the most efficient building. It adopts the 5 R's, that is refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and reinvent. The various credit criteria on which the green building ratings are 30 criteria, which are meant for compliance. Out of this, every rating system has certain mandatory criteria and certain credit criteria. The mandatory criteria are some principles that any building going for a rating system has to compulsorily adopt. If that mandatory, if one mandatory criteria is not adopted, then the building disqualifies for rating. So mandatory criteria have to be followed, and then there are certain credit criteria based on which choices can be made as to the kind of rating that is targeted for, and based on those targets, criteria can be chosen and complied for. So Griha provides ratings for like Swagriha, which is for small projects below 2,500 square feet meter. 2,500 square feet. Then there is the normal Griha, Griha for affordable housing, Griha for existing buildings. There is Griha for schools, Griha for large development, and Griha for cities. So these are different kinds of rating systems which have different credit categories and priorities for green sustainability practices. And based on that, the rating is provided. So one can pick and choose from what is the category that your project falls into, and then one can apply for rating. IGBC Green Building Rating System is a part of CII Godrej Green Business Center, which was started in 2001. And this rating system was developed by Indian Green Building Council. And the certification levels provided here are the certified silver, gold, and platinum ratings. It incorporates, basically this rating system was devised to actually suit the national priorities and the national climate, and hence it incorporates following the national standards and codes such as the National Building Code, the Energy Conservation Building Code, and the guidelines of Ministry of Environment and Forest or the Pollution Control Board. So here again, there are various categories, that is water efficiency, which is common to all rating system. Mostly if I club under certain headings, then it is about the location of the building, it is water efficiency, energy efficiency, material efficiency. These are the major credit categories, and they are the IGBC rating systems are also designed for different building typologies like other rating systems for commercial, residential, IGBC for cities, townships, schools, healthcare, data centers. So here, usually what we have seen that schools, healthcare, these have separate categories in the rating systems, because one thing is that buildings like healthcare, they are the buildings that are used 24/7. And naturally, a lot of resources, be it energy usage is more, water usage in a healthcare building is very high. So these type of buildings have been, but the requirement of indoor air quality will be different from like other buildings in a healthcare building like a hospital. So the rating systems have defined building categorized ratings into different building typologies. Then is the USGBC's LEED rating system, that is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. This was started by the US Green Building Council, and the latest version is called the LEED V4. This also is again categorized into 4 levels, that is certified, silver, gold, and platinum. So certified is the basic code compliance level, and platinum is the highest category of achievement. Now here certification is achieved mainly based on the compliance of 9 basic criteria that we'll discuss later on. The LEED rating system basically talks about impact categories, which it considers to follow. Mainly these impact categories are the categories in which the credits having maximum impact on mitigation of these environment criteria will be given maximum credits. So for example, reverse contribution to global climatic change. So any criteria, for example, if I say I choose a credit of energy efficiency, now I know that in energy efficiency, we talk about air conditioning, refrigerant management systems. And refrigerant management, if we do, can give a large contribution on climate change. So if I achieve that category, if I take points in that category, that energy and atmosphere is designated with maximum number of points. So that is how LEED prescribes point to various credits. So based on these impact categories. So these impact, let us go through, is the global climatic change. Enhance individual human health and well-being is the next priority. Then protection and restoration of water resources is the other category. Enhance and restore biodiversity and ecosystem. Promote sustainable and regenerative resource cycles. Build a greener economy and enhance social equality, environmental justice, and community quality of life. So these are how LEED defines its category, the points in the credit categories. EDGE is another rating system, which is called Excellence in Design for Greener Efficiencies, developed by the GBCI Inc., Green Building Inc. It is an innovation of International Finance Corporation, and EDGE is basically a software, online tool-based or a software application-based certification system, which is universal and standard for all, for any category of building. GEM, an eco-friendly movement, was launched. GEN is the Green and Eco-Friendly Movement. This is a rating system launched by the ASSOCHAM, which is the Associated Chamber of Commerce and Industry in India. And this is based on the compliance of national codes, which is the National Building Code, ECBC, etc. This is the only rating system that awards credits for credit points for fire and security. No other system actually provides fire and security credits. So in that way, GEM is slightly different. And another aspect of a GEM rating system is that it has been simplified to suit the Indian professionals who will be supporting the clients in achieving these ratings or participating in the rating systems. So the simplification of the rating system has been the approach to devise GEM rating systems. So what exactly are the strategies, and how can one achieve a green rating, or even if one does not want to participate in rating, and how can we build or design and construct for sustainability? So what are the various strategies that on a macro level we can talk about as to what should be the approach of design and construction of buildings to achieve sustainability. So first is, and most of the rating systems we'll talk about the common synergies between all rating systems, and they may have like named the credits slightly differently, but the intent or the focus is more or less similar. So here, green building first is we'll talk about the location and transport, wherein the intent of the credits is to choose a smart location, use existing infrastructure, protect the sensitive land, increase density, increase diversity of users. Let me explain this in a little detail. Is what exactly that means is choosing a smart location basically means choosing a site for the project that you are going to design, which is located in an area where the infrastructure is already present. For example, the roads are already there, accessibility to your transit is already there, or the water supply lines are already available. Neighborhood facilities like the parks and green spaces, open spaces are already existing near to the site that you are going to develop. So once if the project there is no constraint that okay, the project a developer chooses to buy land for a project, in that case he or she should choose a land which already has which is located at a site which already has the infrastructure already developed. Then they talk about sensitive land protection. So the project which is initiated should take care that it is not built on near a certain region of a wetland or habitat for an endangered species. So the project site should not be chosen on such places, or the prime farmland. So what, especially in India, we have a tendency to increase the urban sprawl, and because we know that the farmlands are less expensive when a developer is buying the land. So he or she knows that those lands on the periphery of the city location will cost him less. So usually those lands are bought and development happens on that land. Here the drawback of such properties is that, one, we are increasing the urban sprawl, that is, we are increasing the cost of infrastructure that reaches our site. Second is we are reducing the land that was available for agricultural purposes to grow our agricultural produces. We are reducing that. So as a part of green building initiative, one is supposed to restrict that. Then there are we have wetlands, we have water bodies. So we need to protect these water bodies. We need to see to it that we don't build in the riverbed of the water body, or we do not harm the riverbed or the water body surroundings. We have to also check the floodplains so that we don't build near any floodplain of the water body. So this is how one can see or check that a new project that comes up should be away from the sensitive lands. High priority sites are the sites which are either the historic districts or the priority designated sites. There are some areas which are designated for development by the government. Those sites can be chosen. Then there could be a site which the government must have identified for brownfield remediation. So those sites are called the high priority site. The historic districts are the old city areas or the downtown areas where already the development is there, and there may be certain redevelopment sites available, or certain sites that would be empty would be available. Those sites should be chosen for. Surrounding density and diverse uses is that it means that one should look for area which has a mixed use kind of a development, so that if a residential society is built in an area where diverse uses are available, so that those residents can walk down to these diverse uses for their daily needs and should not be using transportation for each and every activity. So, and the more the density of an area is, the infrastructure cost for the city or the state is less, and the impact on the environment to develop that infrastructure also reduces. Access to quality transit is any project site chosen should have easy access to quality transit. There should be the cab stand or a taxi stand or a nearby railway station or a metro station accessible to the occupants, to the employees of a project or the users of the building. So that is very, very important. And this accessibility should be within a certain radius of walking time versus the distance. Safety to those access is also important criteria. Then a bicycle facility, that every project that is designed either should have an infrastructure available for bicycles, such as bicycle lanes, which are safe to ride bicycles, which will reduce the use of fossil fuel based vehicles or transportation facilities. And for short distances, it should be easy for a biker and safe for a biker, usually for children, for elderly to ride, and special infrastructure facilities are provided. Separate lanes are there for bicycle. Those lanes are shaded or not, whether there are street furnitures lining up the lanes. So all these facilities should be seen and taken care of. Or apart from that, within the project that one is building, facilities for parking, short-term parking of bicycle, long-term parking facilities for bicycle should be provided within a certain distance from the main entrance. So that which are also accessible to the occupants as well as to the outsiders. Shower facilities in office, commercial buildings for the bikers, the people who are coming by bicycle to offices, who decide to come by, they should have shower facilities. So for a certain number of occupants, the number of bicycle facility, the shower facilities is also decided. Reduced parking footprint is that one should not go beyond the local bylaws to increase the parking footprint, and then sufficient area, which is covered area, should be provided for parking, so that surface parking should be reduced, and one does not, because it impacts on urban heat island effect. Urban heat island effect basically is the effect wherein one feels the higher temperatures, 3 to 4 degrees higher than the country regions, that is the surrounding areas where the building construction is not there, that is on the outskirts of the city. The temperatures are lesser as compared to the dense developed areas. So that is called the heat island effect. So our vehicles, if they are parked in open areas, they tend to absorb a lot of heat, and they become like ovens that trap the heat, and thereby increasing the temperature, surface temperature of the ground, and thereby increasing the overall temperature, which we observe as increased temperature of the city area. Then there should be provisions for green vehicles, parking of green vehicles, charging facilities for green vehicles, special parking. There should be like certain incentives provided to green vehicles, maybe in terms of the space that is provided near the entrance, or less parking, a rebate in the parking fees to promote green vehicles. So these are the criteria. These are certain criteria. Based on these criteria, points are given, and one can choose what facilities choose out of these to achieve the certain number of credits that one is targeting for the rating. So another green building strategy is sustainable sites. Sustainable sites is basically the intent is to analyze the relationship between site and proposed facility, restore project site natural elements, preserve the biodiversity of the site, and integrate the site with local and regional ecosystem. Now, how this can be achieved is it can be achieved through how construction activity pollution reduction. So once the design is conceived and the construction is to happen, one should ensure that pollution due to the construction activity is contained within the site. For example, air pollution, one can see to it that the sites are surrounded with either sedimentation blankets, then there should be a barrier with the surrounding roads, a proper barrier bifurcation of the construction site should be made to reduce then what sedimentation or the when the soil is the topsoil is dug, that topsoil should be stacked and kept at a location where it does not get mixed up with the construction waste, and then that can be reused later. Mulching can be done to protect that soil, the existing habitat, where is the existing landscape is there, so that can be restored and that can be preserved. So one has to check to reduce construction activity pollution. Site assessment is very, very important as to see what the various parameters of the site are, what the climate is, how the location is, what the orientation of building is, or what it can be, so as to reduce the heat load. So can one take advantage of that? What is the hydrology of the site? What is the type topography of the site? So all what are the water levels available, what is the runoff, what is the direction of runoff? So all those parameters should be assessed, if whether there is an existing toxicity or a nearby pollution that has happened, some kind of a leakage from an old industrial facility, whether it is there or not. So all these assessments have to be taken care of so as to help the designer to make informed decisions during design. Site development, protect and restore habitat. So whatever, as I said, if there are existing landscapes, existing trees, those should be identified, marked, and before even the design starts, to check whether there are any special type of species available on the site, special type of animal habitat or the microhabitat of birds, etc., are living on the site. Then those need to be identified and need to be restored. Open spaces is very, very important. Any project would require spaces for physical interaction, for human activities, for example, sports, sitting and interacting, social activities. So all these need to be taken care of and designed in the site. Special spaces, special designated areas should be provided to such activities. Rainwater management is very, very important. The entire rainwater runoff from the building terrace and the ground, which gets either can be collected, can be reused, and can be used as an alternative source of water, can also be used as potable water. Rainwater is potable water, so if that is managed very well, can be used within the building for building processes. Heat island reduction, as I talked about, can be it can be on ground or off roof heat island reduction, when wherein off roof heat island reduction means that if we provide reflective surfaces, non-reflecting surfaces such as trees and soft pavings, or pavings which have like partially grass and partial hard pavings. So reduction of those very hard paving, reduction of road areas. So having soft grounds wherein natural water can get absorbed will reduce heat island. On the terrace of the building, if we provide vegetative roof, that is the garden, vegetative roof means the garden on the roof, that will reduce the heat island. High reflective terraces, if we provide, or which we in today's terminology we also call them as cool roofs. So high reflective surfaces of the terraces will reflect the maximum amount of heat, radiative heat from the sun, and thereby reducing the heat load on the building. So if buildings are painted with high SRI paints or high SRI tiles on the terrace, then or either they are covered such as with solar photovoltaic panels, then the heat load on the terrace directly will reduce. Light pollution reduction is very, very important because light, as we know, during the night time, reduces the visibility of the night sky. It disturbs the sleep cycle of human beings if excessive light is there. Light can disturb the natural biological processes of birds and nocturnal animals. So we need to ensure that light pollution reduction is specifically considered by the designers. Certain type of lights that which have like a higher up throw of light into the sky, which cannot which is useless light below, all the light above the horizontal plane of the lamp actually goes into the sky and is waste to light up the bottom areas. So lighting fixtures should be sensibly chosen to reduce pollution of the light pollution. The street light within the periphery of the boundary that is used to light up the premises, the building premises, should be placed in such a manner that light from that fixture does not hamper the light on the street adjacent to the property. So that needs to be light in the neighboring areas. One needs to check that. Then in order to control the light pollution, usually the cities are basically divided into certain zones, starting from the downtown area in a highest lighting zone to the periphery or the country areas, wherein the lighting level should be zero, the pollution levels should be zero. So such are the strategies that can be taken into consideration. Water efficiency is very, very important when doing a project. One needs to look at the outdoor water use reduction, indoor water use reduction, reduction from cooling tower water use, and building level water metering. So green building strategies that will reduce indoor water use reduction is how we can install low flow fixtures in a building. Building water leakages should be avoided. Cleaning water can be the recycled water from the facility. Laundry water, how that is taken care of, how that is filtered and used, maybe reused for landscaping and all. So all these measures should be adopted to reduce the indoor water use. Cooling tower water use reduction is can be done with multiple cycles of water running through the cooling towers until and unless the concentration goes beyond the required limits of calcination or other the metals that are dissolved in the water. So makeup water meters can be installed. Then conductivity controllers and overflow alarms can be used. Efficient drift eliminators that will reduce the drift. So those drift eliminators can be used. So such methods can be incorporated to reduce the cooling water tower use. Outdoor water use reduction. So the most important criteria for outdoor water use reduction is to choose native plants. Native plants actually they minimize, basically their roots are deeper, and they adapt, they are more adaptive to the local climate, and hence use less water. So they save water, they save money, they need less maintenance, and they have their own wildlife habitat over there. So and provides a natural character to the project surroundings. They are very easy to grow. So the species. So it is very, very important to plan the landscape for basically to how the water requirement for a project can be calculated, and then based on that water budget, one can calculate, where one can identify what species to be chosen for landscaping.